10 years ago, I gave my daughter away. I told myself it was the right thing to do. This is the daughter I lost. I was young, alone, with nothing to offer a child except love, and sometimes love isn't enough. So when Rosemary adopted my little girl, I convinced myself it was a miracle. She could give my daughter everything I never could: a beautiful home, safety, a future. I promised I wouldn't interfere. I only wanted one thing: to see her, just once. So when I'm invited into Rosemary's elegant house, its polished floors, its sweeping staircase, its perfect family portraits, I know it's a risk. If Rosemary knew who I really was, she'd throw me out before I could take another step. But then I see her, Faith, my little girl, all grown up now. Auburn hair shining in the light, just like it did when she was a baby. My heart breaks with happiness, until Rosemary says something that makes my blood run cold. Faith hasn't spoken in almost a year, not a single word. And suddenly the perfect house doesn't feel so perfect anymore. Because the more time I spend inside these walls, the more I begin to realize something is terribly wrong. There are secrets in this family. Secrets they will do anything to protect. But they've made one mistake. They let a mother into the house, and a mother will do anything to save her child. Chapter 1. Becky. Now police have reported a body has been found. I take a sip of my coffee. The newsreader's voice droning on from the radio on the other side of the room. I'm struggling to keep my eyes open, but there's no point in going back to bed, as any minute now, Leo will be waking for another feed. At the thought, I feel a familiar pain in my breasts and press my hand to the pocket of my pajamas, groaning as my palm meets wet cotton. The midwife had told me that by 6 weeks, my body would have adjusted to making the right amount of milk for my little one. But Leo is almost 3 months and it hasn't happened yet. Authorities say the discovery was made earlier this morning by a local dog walker, prompting a large emergency response. Shaking my muzzy head at the waste of public funding, I get up and change the sodden breast pad, stuffing the new one into my nursing bra with a force it doesn't need. Irritated that the simple act has eaten into the precious minutes I'll have before Leo wakes. I look at the clock on the kitchen wall. With his chaotic feeding pattern, I'm lucky if I clock in 4 hours sleep a night once I've taken into account the changing of his nappy and the time spent pacing the room as I try to get him back to sleep. But I won't allow my tiredness to dampen my spirits, because today I should be hearing from my daughter Faith's adoptive parents, and I'm filled with nervous energy at the anticipation. To make the process as smooth as possible, we'd agreed on a yearly letter sent via the adoption agency to maintain anonymity. There'd be no physical contact and nothing that would give our identities or addresses away, just a page or two of updates about her. The letter's arrival is something I live for, and over the years, the letters have been read and reread until I know them by heart. Thinking I hear footsteps on the path outside, I run to the window, but it's only Margaret from next door collecting her recycling bin from the side of the road. I look at my watch. See, it's just past 8. The postman won't be delivering for another 20 minutes or so, and the wait will be intolerable. I sit back down, drum my fingers on the kitchen table as I try and settle my nerves. Each year I think it will be easier, but it isn't. By the time the letter slides through the door, I'm usually a nervous wreck. Local residents have been advised to avoid the area. I stop drumming and lower my head to my arms, the reporter's voice on the radio fading in and out. The tiredness is overwhelming, but the loneliness is worse. It's been 3 months since I brought our baby home from the hospital, but nearly a year since my partner left us. I still don't know if I'm going to be able to do this alone. In my head, my mother's voice replaces the newsreader's. "What did you expect, Becky? You were the one who told him to go." Recognizing the words as the ones she'd used during the phone call I'd had with her the morning after Ed failed to come home, I press my hands to my ears to shut them out. I should have replied that I expected better from him. Of course I did. But that love did that to you, made you hope. Instead, I'd slammed the phone down, and now she'll never know how I'd believed he'd come home, tail between his legs. Had imagined us talking it out until I'd forgive him for things that shouldn't be forgiven. Good job, too. That phone call with my mother was our last. I'd hated that she'd been the one to see what I'd been afraid of admitting to myself, that Ed was weak. His words as empty as the pistachio nutshells he'd leave on the coffee table for me to find each morning when I got up. Knowing that after I'd made my tea, I'd scoop them into my hand and empty them into the kitchen bin. Saying nothing. Trying not to feel hurt at his lack of thanks for clearing up after him, or for having vacated my warm bed for the settee when my restless legs got too bad. Trying not to react when he failed to give me any sympathy when my morning sickness sent me rushing to the bathroom, or when he failed to come home early from work to help me when the tiredness made me want to crawl into bed before the sun had even set. But I never said anything, and neither did he. He wanted to pretend that my pregnancy hadn't changed anything, and in some strange way I suppose I did too. Except it had. It had changed me. This baby growing inside me was my chance to prove I was capable of love. Proper love. Not the obsessive, misguided thing I had going on with Ed. Thought to have been strangled. My head shoots up, the newsreader getting my attention at last, as I piece together what my subconscious had heard. Someone's been murdered not far from here. The irregular thump of my heart, a warning that this could be important. I stare at the radio. It's not tuned in well, and I can barely hear what the newsreader's saying. Something about the river on the other side of town. I pick up my little radio, with its smooth, shiny case and solid feel. Fiddle irritably with the dial. I'd bought it in a retro shop in my first year at university, and having it reminds me of my short time there, helping me remember the giddiness I'd felt at my newfound freedom. The small room I'd slept in the halls of residence, covered with the photographs I took and the sketches I made in my spare time. No Adele or Coldplay for me. No cushions or mugs sneaked into my bag from the home I'd left. Just my own perfect space away from my mother, from the life I'd led before. Those early days at university, before it had all gone wrong, were when I'd been at my happiest, relishing my own space and the ability to plan a future without my mother's voice constantly in my head. I thought myself so mature back then. How wrong I'd been. How very wrong. Where is that bloody postman? He should be here by now. Today, though, the day I want him to be early, there's nothing to see except the bin lorry as it rumbles down the road. An elderly woman walking her dog. This waiting is getting to me, eating away at me. The first of the month was on Saturday, ringed on my calendar in red, but nothing from the adoption agency had dropped onto the mat. No white envelope containing the contact letter I'd been waiting for these last 12 long months. Only a couple of circulars that had been consigned to the recycling. A bill from the water company. Sunday, with no post, had been a nightmare, but I'd got through it by telling myself that despite the unreliable postal service, my letters had always arrived on time. It would be here Monday, and then I'd be able to read it, devouring the words as I would a new novel by my favorite author. Trying to ignore the fact that once I came to the end of it, had added that letter to the others, the wait would begin again. Another year to wait. Another long, long year. The newsreader is still speaking, but I can't hear him properly. I shake the radio, though I know it will do no good. I'd heard the words police, body, strangled, and my heart jolts. Could it be him? Could it possibly be Ed, whose lifeless body was dragged out of the river? Is that where he is? Through the baby monitor, Leo's little squeaks and grunts get louder as he starts to wake, and my eyes well when I think how I've had to do this whole baby thing alone. A picture forms in my head. I'm standing in a cold mortuary, cheeks wet with tears. Yes, that's him. That's Ed, I say as the sheet is lowered to reveal his face. My hand clutching a phone that fills with missed calls and messages from people wishing to leave their condolences. People who will be wanting to befriend the poor woman with the baby whose partner has died so tragically. Except no one will care. Why would they? I push the image away.
It's been too many months since Ed left us, and besides, we'd never had what I'd called proper friends. Knowing they'd disapprove of my relationship with Ed, I dropped the few I'd had before I met him. And Ed's succession of casual jobs hadn't provided him with anything more than the occasional drinking partner. But what's he saying now? I press my ear to the mesh. It's not a man at all, but a woman. Although the body has yet to be identified, it's thought to be that of Alison Welby, who went missing from her home 2 months ago. Alison had mental health. I breathe out a sigh of relief and switch the radio off, shame heating my face. Outside the window, the sun is finding it hard to break through the clouds. Leo cries again, and I wipe my hand across my face, rubbing away the tears. Across the hall in my bedroom, I find my baby outside his covers, his tiny fists waving, face screwed up like an old man's, and the surge of love I feel for him is so overwhelming it stops my breath. Lifting Leo from his covers, I hold him close, my lips against the soft fuzz of his downy hair, his heart beating in rhythm with my own. Through the open bedroom door, I hear the metal clang of the letterbox, and my heart leaps. Ignoring Leo's bulging nappy, I hurry out of the room, my hand outstretched to grab the letter from the mat, but the only thing lying there is a leaflet with a woman's face grinning out at me from the front of it, some marketing advert or other. Not wanting to believe that's all there is, I go to it and pick it up in the hope the letter is hidden underneath. It isn't, but, despite my disappointment, my eyes still register the words blazoned across the top. Mum's the word, the safe place for new mothers to meet. The child in the woman's arms looks a little like Faith had, and I toss the leaflet onto the side, hot tears springing to my eyes at the irony. But I need to stay calm. It's only Monday. It will be here tomorrow. I just have to be patient. Knowing it will break me if I study it too hard, I push away the image of Faith's little face, how she'd looked the last time I'd seen her. I have Leo to think of now. I'm your mother, and I'd never leave you, Leo, I whisper to him through my heartache. I promise. But despite my efforts, the past draws in, taking me back to the moment, the agonizing, terrible moment that my daughter Faith had been lifted from my arms, and the feeling of anger and regret I'd been suppressing for all these years. Chapter 2. Becky. Then, the footsteps running to catch up with me make me turn. It's Ollie, his face pink, his breath blowing in plumes in the chill afternoon air. He pulls up his collar, folds his arms in that self-satisfied way he has. A few of us are going to Gravitas tonight. Want to come? He looks at me expectantly, and I know that I'm supposed to feel grateful that he's asked. He has, after all, already proved himself to be a leading light in the rugby club, attracting knowing looks from the girls in halls when he walks down the corridor to his room. Aware of it and how it makes the other guys in his year want to copy his style, his way of speaking, his way of walking. Poor Ollie. He isn't to know I've never been interested in him, never would be, that I find his face too fresh, no laughter lines creasing the corners of his eyes, his hair too carefully styled, his hands, once the mud from the pitch has been washed off, too smooth. I can't, I lie. I need to finish an essay. It was supposed to have been given in last week, but I had an extension. He looks at me strangely, and I know it's because it sounds unlikely. It's only a few weeks into term, but already I've gained a reputation for being a swot, arriving early for tutorials and lectures, sitting at the front of the lecture theatre when most of the English majors are skulking in the shadows at the back, hoping to disguise the bloodshot eyes and sour breath of their previous evening's revelries. The only reason he's interested is because I'm pretty, or so I've been told. What about after? His voice has taken on an air of impatience, and I know what he's thinking, that half the girls in Freshers' Year would give their right arm for what he's offering, and when he glances behind him at his friends, I know this could get tricky. He won't want to lose face in front of them, not so early in the year when everyone is still jostling for position, desperate to find their place, their level. Maybe, I overlay the vague answer with a smile. I'll see how I go. He sniffs and turns, his reply lingering in the cold air as he walks away. Okay, I'll have a drink waiting. So self-assured, so confident I'll be there. I'd feel sorry for him if it wasn't for the knowledge that a boy like that will never be on their own for long. Happy with the way I've handled things, I hitch my bag higher on my shoulder and walk across the quad towards the English block, my heart rate increasing with every step, my cheeks already flushed with expectation. Because what Ollie doesn't know is that I've never given him so much as a passing thought. Why would I, when I started my degree with every intention of studying hard? Keeping the guys on my course at arm's length and embracing the opportunity I've been given, because my place at university had enabled me to break away from the life I'd lived before. Why would I when a miracle had happened? I walk faster, relishing the anticipation, the expectation, imagining the moment I'll open the door of the tutorial room and catch him looking up, offering that slow smile of his when he sees it's me, the same one he'd given at the end of our third week when he'd tucked a strand of hair behind my ear and whispered that he'd been looking for someone like me for a long time. Someone not just beautiful, but with a mind of her own and the ability to use it. It's embarrassing to me now, but the surprise I'd felt had not come from the fact he'd been looking, but from the sudden recognition that I'd been waiting a long time to be found. I'm late, an unusual thing for me, and the English group are already settled in their seats in the lecture theatre. As I slide into a vacant chair near the front, I will him to look up, to notice me, but he doesn't. He's leaning heavily on the table in front of him, hands either side of the computer he's studying, his preoccupied expression making me wonder if he's even noticed I hadn't been there. With a final tap at the keyboard, he straightens, points at the large monitor behind him, giving everyone ample time to read the words on it before speaking. "And this is why, ladies and gentlemen," he says, offering up a smile that melts me, "I invite you to reconsider your prejudices regarding texts you are not familiar with. You are here not to regurgitate, but to come to your own conclusions. Open your minds to the author's creativity. Open your souls, your hearts." I stare up at him from under my fringe, watching his lips move, barely listening to what he's saying as I'm lost in the way his eyes crease when he smiles, in the way he drags his fingers through his hair like one of the poets from the Romantic movement, Byron or Shelley. It's my first time in love, in lust. Free, at last, to make whatever stupid choices I want. And I want him. Professor Rutherford, specialist in the Romantics, Shakespeare, and modern poetry. A Cambridge graduate who'd spent 2 years at Harvard before returning to his old university to do a PhD. His list of credits before arriving here, a 2-year research fellowship at King's College, followed by 3 years as Director of Studies at Leeds. I know it all, everything about him, or think I do. Instead of writing my assignment, I'd stayed up late staring at his photograph on various alumni websites, reading his bios, reading anything I could find, choosing to ignore the parts that didn't fit into my happy ever after, like the fact that he's married and has been for 8 years, believing it has nothing to do with me, that if I don't think about her, she won't exist. Now, as I pretend to take notes, his name the only mark left by my pen on the pad in front of me, my heart is full of hope, my head full of dreams, the house we'd live in once I finished my degree, the interesting friends he'd introduce me to, and the children we'd have. I sit back in my chair and close my eyes, letting his beautiful voice wash over me, remembering the words he'd whispered in my ear that time. "Be careful what you wish for," was a favourite adage of my mum's, and one I should have listened to. Chapter 3. Becky. Now, the clinic's busy. Other mothers are here for their baby's health check, but I don't sit with them. Instead, I cross to the row of seats opposite, Leo bound tightly to my chest in his sling, and sit down, my fingers itching to get out my phone, to ring the adoption agency and find out why Faith's contact letter still hasn't arrived. I can't, though, as already I'm late, Leo having demanded a feed before we came out, so to distract myself, I watch the other mothers, marveling at how easy they find it to chat and laugh with people they don't know, or maybe they do know each other, and it's just me who's come here on my own. If there's a place to make friends, this is surely it. A name is called, and a girl who looks to be in her early 20s gets up from her seat opposite. She smiles at her neighbour, says a few words I can't hear, then wheels her pram into the room with the scales, leaving the seat vacant. My eyes slide to the young woman sitting beside the now empty chair. She seems nice, around my age, with dark hair tied up in a messy bun, the faint shadows under her eyes evidence that, like most of us, she's been up half the night with her child. I'd like her to look up, to smile and beckon me over to sit with her, but it doesn't happen. Instead, she turns to the girl on the other side of her and starts a conversation. They're talking about the local murder, how they no longer feel safe walking after dark, and whether it could happen again. I strain my ears to hear more, but their voices have dipped. I could go over, introduce myself, and join in with their chat. But what would I say? That yesterday, for one split second, I'd thought it was my partner's body they'd found by the riverbank. Or maybe I could tell them about my panic over the missing contact letter, the only way I have to check on Faith. How every night I cry tears of exhaustion and regret. Not for having had Leo, God forbid I'd think that, but for all those might-have-beens had I only made different choices. You've made your bed, now you'll have to... I press desperate hands to my ears. Can't you just shut up, Mum? With horror, I realize I've spoken the words aloud. I'd wanted the woman with the dark bun to notice me, but not in this way. She's staring at me now, her expression wary, clearly wondering who the crazy woman is who's talking to herself. I look away, fix my eyes on the notice board with its poster about childhood vaccinations, and another I recognize as the one that had come through my door, advertising the mother and baby app, Mum's the Word. I wish the room would swallow me up. There's no way I could talk to her now, even if I had the courage, even if I didn't feel so wretched. The loneliness is a heavy ache inside my chest, and I can no longer bear to be inside these four walls. When the doctor opens the door and calls my name, I've already gone. The screen on my phone bursts into colour, blues, greens, pinks. When I'd got in, I'd fished the Mum's the Word leaflet out of the recycling, downloaded the app, and now a woman with carefully waved dark hair and red lipstick smiles out at me from the introduction page. Her finger points to a rectangular box to the side of the screen where another woman, this one with fair hair, asks a question via a speech bubble. Fancy meeting for a coffee? It makes it look so easy, as though finding a friend is as simple as clicking on a link. Maybe it is. At the top of the screen is a red box with join written in it. Do I have the nerve? I think of the awkwardness in the clinic earlier, the way I'd rushed out and the heads I'd seen turn, aware of me at last. What would I even say if I did join? Because I've just clicked onto the instructions and found out I'll need to create a bio. My mug of coffee has gone cold, and I glance down at Leo. He's still asleep in his car seat, as I hadn't bothered taking him out, scared it might wake him. The postman has come and gone, and still there's been no letter. It's making me anxious, but at least if I try to write a bio, it might help take my mind off it. Getting up, I fetch a pad of paper and a pen from the kitchen drawer, then sit again, the end of the pen tapping against my chin. I scribble a few words, decide they sound stupid, then rip them from the pad and screw them into a ball. What can I say? The truth isn't an option, yet I don't want to lie either. Perhaps I should just stick to the basic facts, not try and be jokey or forced. After all, this isn't a dating site. Leo's eyes have opened. He's squirming, fretting for his feed. I lift him onto my lap and stare at the page. Think. How hard can it be to write a paragraph about myself? Slowly, painfully, I start to write. Hi, I'm Becky, and 3-month-old Leo is my second child. I stop, shocked at what I've just written, and scribble over the words until there's nothing to see except for the jagged black hole I've gouged into the page. I raise my head to the ceiling, screw my eyes up tight until the pain ebbs, then continue writing. Leo is my first child, and as well as looking after him, I like to read, walk, and listen to music. I live in Alford and would love to meet a local mother for chats and a coffee. Is that enough? The website guidance says to include a fun sentence to end the bio, but unlike the mother who had beamed out at me from the advert, looking as if she hadn't a care in the world, there's nothing fun about my life at the moment. If there was, I wouldn't be sitting here staring at this stupid screen. No, I'm done. They can take me or leave me. I upload a photograph of myself. It's one Ed had taken when I first knew I was pregnant, before I'd told him. I look happy, not the forced, wide-smiling happy of the woman in the advert, but content, my skin clear and bright from the pregnancy hormones, my hair shiny. Not that another mother should care about something like that, but a photo of me taken now might put them off at this early stage. Over the last year, since Ed left, I've lost weight, and the tears I still shed for him have left my eyes puffy and red. If I do have a match with one of the mothers on the site, I'll need to do something about that. But for now, the older photo will have to do. Registration complete, I lean forward and view my handiwork, surprised at the little flutter of anticipation in my stomach. Despite my misgivings, I'm excited to start. I scroll through photographs of the mothers, but there are too many, and the towns in which they live cover the length and breadth of the UK. Knowing I need to narrow it down, I fill in the boxes in the search menu. I'm looking for mothers in a 5-mile radius of where I live, with babies 1 to 3 months old. New photographs appear, and with ever-increasing excitement, I look at them, taking in the women's faces, their clothes, their hair, waiting for that moment when I'll know I've found the right person. A kindred spirit. My finger flips through the photographs, and then I stop. Push the phone away. What am I doing? Now I'm the one who's being superficial. What does it matter what the mother looks like?
The information under the photographs isn't a lot, just the mother's name, where they live, and the age of their baby. Wanting more, I tap on a photo at random, and the rest of the woman's bio pops up. Scarlett works in the city. She can't wait for her maternity leave to be over. I tap on another. Want to go clubbing? Searching for mums who want their life back. The final one makes me want to throw the phone across the room in frustration. Beth can only meet at 2:30 every other Tuesday. She has no hobbies, as she's never had time for them. Where are the normal mothers? The ones who want to meet for coffee and a chat about their baby's sleep patterns, or the book they've been trying to read for the last few weeks. The one whose characters they've forgotten, because every time they pick the book up, their baby cries. Returning to the search box, I widen my search to 10 miles, and a new lot of photographs appear. With waning enthusiasm, I swipe through them, my mind wandering to other things. What I'll eat for dinner, what my latest client's house will be like when I go to clean it tomorrow, why Faith's contact letter is so late arriving. On the fridge is a photograph of me and Ed, a selfie we'd taken a few days after I'd told him I was pregnant. Leo has stopped crying, and I settle him in his bouncy chair, then slide the picture from the magnet that holds it to the door. My fingers linger on Ed's face as I scrutinize it for signs of anxiety or irritation. Evidence that maybe, even in those early days, he was planning his escape. There's nothing to see, though. Ed's face is neutral, neither happy nor sad. No frown lines to give him away, no tension to see in his shoulders. Even though it was way too early for my pregnancy to show, my hand in the photo rests on my stomach, and the expression on my face makes me catch my breath. I'd always thought I looked happy in this photograph. It was the reason I'd stuck it to the fridge. But now I see something else, something I hadn't noticed before. That protective hand, that steel in my eyes. It makes me question myself, makes me question why I'm seeing it now. I put the photograph back on the fridge. Had my own mother looked this way when she knew she was carrying me? Was there a time when she'd loved me unconditionally and would have fought to the death anyone who had tried to take me from her? I can't imagine it. From as far back as I can remember, my mother's thoughts have been only for herself. Emotionally unavailable to me, her concerns had focused on what people thought of her. The man upstairs in particular, and I don't mean my father. God had been the only person she'd let into her heart after my dad had left her. "You'll never be an emotional orphan, my precious baby," I tell him, grazing my lips against his warm scalp. "I'll die before I let that happen." A heavy pain wells inside my chest. Despite the negative thoughts I have about my mum, something deep and primeval is pushing to come out. A child's instinct to turn to their mother when times are hard. Maybe I could go and see her. Who knows? The sight of her tiny grandson might melt her stony heart.
But of course it won't. I had, after all, tried that once before, and look where it had got me. The price I've paid for trusting her are the years spent with my toes curled over the edge of a void that even Leo hasn't been able to fill. Scared I'll fall, trying and failing to move on with my life. My brain constantly taking me back to that day in the ward, replaying it and replaying it even when I'm asleep. So, instead of finding my mother's phone number, I go back to my seat and continue to scroll through the photographs. I'm losing hope of ever finding a match when my finger stops, almost of its own accord. I take a sharp, involuntary inward breath, my eyes glued to the screen. With narrowed eyes, I study the serious-looking woman in the photograph in front of me. Something had caused my hand to still, but my brain is slow to catch up. I enlarge the picture, my rib cage tightening around my lungs, and still it takes a moment, as I look at her long, auburn hair, the pale, freckled skin, for realization to dawn. I've seen this woman before, but she's not any woman. The shock is so great my phone clatters onto the table. Leo starts to cry, and I pick him up, try to soothe him, but he can sense my agitation. The cry becomes louder. Please don't, Leo, not now. I rock him in my arms, but my mind is on other things. On the last time I saw the woman who stares out at me from the phone with her cool grey eyes. The past rushes towards me, unstoppable. She's handing her husband the car seat she's holding, and when he takes it from her, her eyes soften. The almost imperceptible drop of her shoulders, signaling she knows it's nearly over, that the baby will soon be theirs. Unaware of the young girl, 3 floors above her, who's watching from the hospital ward, dying inside. I force myself back to the present, look at the photo again. 10 years might have passed since then, but she hasn't changed much. This woman who's reaching out for a friend. This woman I was never meant to know. Chapter 4. Becky. Then I stand in the ladies' toilets at the end of the English department corridor, staring at the blue line, my hand pressed to my stomach, as though this simple act will make it feel real. Gooseflesh rising on my arms as the reality finally hits me. I'm having a baby. I'm having his baby. Jesus. I sink down on the cold toilet seat, my fingertips pressing into the hard plastic case of the pregnancy test. My head bent to it, as if the force of my stare can make the line disappear. This was not supposed to happen. He'd said he'd be careful, that there was no room in his life for mistakes, for slip-ups. There's a bang on the door. You all right in there? Yeah, I'm fine. I try to stop my voice from shaking. Bit of a dodgy tummy, that's all. Okay. 5 days late.
Only 5. Yet, deep down, in the very core of me, I think I already knew, as though even then my body was changing, adjusting, preparing for an event that wasn't supposed to happen yet. I rest my forehead on my hands, the tips of my fingers digging into my skin. I'm not ready for this. But I won't be doing this alone. He'll be by my side. He'll leave his wife, and we'll find a flat together then. After I've had the baby, I'll continue with my degree. Other people did it. I'd seen them wheeling their pushchairs through the door of the creche, so why couldn't I? As the toilet flushes in the cubicle next to mine, I try not to think of the way I judged those girls. The names I knew my mother would call them if she'd known. Names she'll, most likely, call me when, God forbid, I tell her. Shoving the test into my bag, I let myself out of the cubicle and wash my hands. Under the harsh lighting, the face reflected back at me in the mirror is pale, and it's not difficult to know why. I'd planned on getting a good degree, a good job, but now everything has changed, is ruined. I grip the edges of the cold porcelain and lean forward, staring into the eyes of the scared girl in front of me. Am I ready for what's coming? Am I? Someone comes in, the sound of the door banging against the wall beside me, shredding my nerves further. I stick my hands into the dryer, then, impatient at how slow it is, pull them out again and wipe them on my jeans. I dig in my pocket for my phone, look at it. He'll be coming out of the seminar room soon, a seminar I'd missed without explanation. I'd been hoping there might be a message from him asking where I was, but the screen had remained stubbornly blank. It shouldn't have surprised me.
He only messages when he wants to see me, and he'd made it clear from the start that I should never reply to them. Not that I'd need to. We both know I'll be there at the time and place he stipulated. We'll cancel plans if I have to. Knowing I can't put it off any longer, I put my phone away again, then walk to his office, disappointment mixing with relief when I see the lights are off. The door shut. I wait, my back against the cold stone wall, and as the minutes tick by, my confidence ebbs. What if he isn't happy? What if he suggests... But I can't go there. Already I'm starting to love my baby, or at least the idea of her, because something is already telling me it will be a girl. The sound of laughter echoes down the corridor, and I pull away from my thoughts. It's him. My heart gives a leap. Soon he'll know, and already I can hear his voice. What he'll say. Really? Oh my God, Becky, that's incredible. His eyes will soften, and he'll pull me to him. Tell me he loves me. Tell me he'll leave his wife. He's closer now. A second-year student I've seen around the campus walking beside him. She's laughing at something he's said, and his fingers are on the small of her back, guiding her towards his room. Fingers that have taught me so much. Touched me in places no one has touched me before. Well, hello. He draws away from her. You're one of my freshers, aren't you? Becky, isn't it? Yes, Becky. What can I do for you? It's a game we've played before. A necessity, he'd called it. Something that needs to be done if we don't want it to get out. I hadn't minded it before, deciding it added an element of excitement to our relationship, but now I shove my hands in my pockets, hating how I am with him when other people are around, how stupid I always feel. It doesn't matter. I can see you're busy. Don't mind me. The girl eyes me curiously. I've a lecture to get to. We both watch her leave, and then he turns to me, his brows pushing together, his mind already on the next lecture. Quickly then, what was it you wanted? My confidence ebbs away. Standing in that brightly lit corridor, with its functional blue carpet, I can't tell him the real reason I'm here. It was his hand that had done it, the proprietary way his fingers had guided the girl as they'd walked towards his office, knowing how that felt, recognizing it. I mutter something about needing another day's extension, leave him standing outside his door, but I feel his eyes on me as I walk away, wonder for one fleeting moment if he knows what I'd come to tell him. But how could he? The next day I see him with his wife. It's a Saturday, and I'm sitting in a cafe in the town centre. I'm reading one of the texts from the course, and when I look up and see them, the shock waves that run through my body cause my hand to shake so much I have to put my mug down. All I can see is his back, but she's facing me, this wife who doesn't understand him, this wife who gives him free rein to do what he likes as long as he's discreet. She's not anything like the picture he's painted for me. Instead, she looks normal, down to earth, not the highly strung, controlling woman he's led me to believe her to be. I'm half hidden by a pillar, but I can see enough. He puts down his cup and lifts her hand, kissing the knuckles with such tenderness I think I might cry. And when she smiles back at him, a trusting smile, a loving smile, the realization hits me that she doesn't know about her husband, had never known, that he's lied. And it's then I make up my mind. Although it kills me to do so, I promise my baby I'll never tell the man who sits a few tables away from me that he's the father of my child. Not ever. Chapter 5. Becky. Now her name is Rosemary, and her baby is called Felix. He's a month old. I stare at the name, trying it out in my mouth for size. The beginnings of a headache starting at the craziness of it being her. Each year on Faith's birthday, or if I passed a child who looked as I imagined she might, it would all come rushing back, that scene outside the hospital. In those moments, had I ever thought of the woman as a Rosemary? The name is pretty, slightly old-fashioned. If I'd given it any thought at all, I'd have believed it to be something harder, sharper, Zoe or Cat. Most of the time, though, she'd remained nameless, simply the woman who had taken Faith from me. I tap on the small amount of information under her picture and a full bio pops up. Hi, I'm Rosemary. I live in Bleak and I'm a stay-at-home mum to my baby, Felix, and his older sister. I'm finding it hard adjusting to motherhood after 10 years and would like to meet a like-minded friend for coffee and solidarity. Being a mum is hard. When I'm not feeding, changing nappies, or getting my baby to sleep, I like to read. What about you? Are you finding it as hard? The question is a surprise, and for a moment I imagine it's only me she's asking, as if she's looked into my soul, understood the insecure, tired, lonely person inside me, and reached out to her. If it was anyone but her, I'd write back immediately. I feel the same. But inside I'm numb, my little girl reduced to 3 vague words, his older sister, as if she doesn't deserve a name either. Her name is Faith, I shout the words, for, even now, 10 years on, my heart tugs at the thought of my daughter. Her fucking name is Faith! My anger flares as I realize something else. I'd set the search to a radius of 10 miles from where I live. All this time, all these years, their family has been living close to me. Less than 10 miles, in fact, as Bleak is only the other side of the motorway. A market town full of grand Victorian buildings, a high street with shops like White Stuff and Sea Salt, the cafes selling vegan croissants, the blackboards outside their doors boasting that their coffee is freshly roasted on site. A far cry from the Greggs at the end of my road, or the pound shops in the high street where I search for bargains when money is tight. Leo has finished feeding, and his eyes are almost closed. Positioning his muslin on my shoulder, I lift him against my chest and stand, the flat of my hand moving circles against his back. As I walk to his Moses basket and lower him into it, I'm aware of the phone I'd left on the table. Even though the screen is small, I feel Rosemary's presence, like she's in the room. They say time heals, and in a way they're right. Over the years, it's got easier, and I can go for days without thinking of Faith. I've dealt with my anger, haven't I? I stare at her face. Where's your letter? Don't you know how it's killing me not knowing how my daughter is? Not able to stand the waiting any longer, I pick up my phone and find the number of the adoption agency, breathing out a sigh of relief when, this time, it's answered quickly. I recognize the voice of Jane Simmons, the woman who's been my contact since the start. It's a while since we've spoken. Jane, it's Becky. Becky Young. Becky, how lovely to hear from you. Although what she's said is nice, I'm picking up on something in her voice. I'm just not sure what. I'm sorry I haven't been in contact. Please don't worry, though. I have to admit I was a little concerned when you decided not to go ahead with the counseling sessions after Leo was born. What can I do for you? All going okay with the new baby? Yes, he's fine. It wasn't Leo I was ringing about. It was Faith's contact letter. I haven't received it, and it's always been on time. I was wondering if you could get someone to check if it's been mislaid. It's been over a week now, and I'm getting a bit anxious. It's my only way of knowing how she is. I know that, Becky. There's a pause, and I understand. But the hold-up isn't at our end. I'm really sorry, but we haven't heard anything from the adoptive parents this year, and it's looking like we won't. My heart stands still. What, nothing? I'm afraid not, love. That can't be right. It's as if a light switch has been flicked, leaving me in total darkness. No emergency torch to see by. No fuse I can fix. If there's no letter, how can I know that she's happy? That she's being looked after properly? My voice is rising, but I can't help it. I'm filled with a terrible panic that's out of my control. Please, Becky, you need to calm down. It happens more often than you'd imagine, sadly. Even though she must be aware of how much I'm hurting, Jane's tone has become more matter-of-fact. But why? My voice is shaking. Why would she stop after all this time? Sometimes there isn't a good reason, not one you'd understand anyway. It's simply that it's hard to keep the letters going year after year, to find things to say. We spoke about this all those years ago. My mouth drops. It's as though she's talking about a pen pal who's been outgrown. I picture Rosemary at her computer, the sun streaming through the large bay windows of her Victorian house, her fingertips bunched to her forehead as she struggles with the wearisome chore of writing her annual letter. My daughter is sitting cross-legged on the polished oak floor, playing with some expensive toy that I would never have been able to afford. With a sigh, Rosemary turns to her husband, a man with no identifiable face, as the angle of my hospital window had only afforded me the view of his hand as he'd taken the car seat from her. "What shall I write, darling?" She looks at him with a pained expression. What on earth can I say that hasn't been said before? As if I cared what she said. Would take any crumbs she'd throw me. That my daughter's hair curled like mine, that she loved ice cream but hated broccoli as I did, that she missed me as much as I missed her. Can't you phone her? Ask her. There must be some law. I know it's hard, but there's nothing I can do. The letters were a voluntary arrangement, not something ordered by the courts. You have to accept your child is fine and that you did the right thing. My voice breaks. So, what you're saying is no news is good news. How can I know she's fine if the communication has broken down?
I answered every letter. I did everything that was expected of me. I burst into tears, unable to comprehend how it's happened. I know you did, love. Jane's voice has softened. She's not used to hearing me cry. But perhaps it's a sign that it might be time to let go, to move on with your life now that you've got another child to. I don't wait for her to finish, jab the button to end the call before angrily swiping at the tears streaming down my face with the heels of my hands. I'll never move on. Never. Desperate to feel close to Faith, I settle Leo's cellular blanket around him and carry the Moses basket to my bedroom. The bed I used to share with Ed is a divan with spacious drawers underneath, and kneeling down beside it, I shove back the duvet and pull at the nearest one. It slides out smoothly, and I push aside old clothes and bags, my hand reaching to the back to find what I'm searching for. It's been a grey day, but my bedroom faces south, and outside the window, diffused by the net curtains, the sun breaks through the cloud. I register it as I place the bundle of letters on my lap, no longer feeling as angry as I did when I was on the phone, because just their presence helps to keep Faith alive in my head, reinforces what I've always known, that she is still a part of me. There are 9 contact letters in all, 1 sent every year until now. The social worker had told me during one of our discussions that they would help me adjust to the situation I'd found myself in. I place my hand on the bundle, my finger and thumb playing with the loop of the bow that holds them together. What she'd really meant was help me stop feeling guilty. But that was impossible when the guilt I felt was as much a part of me as the appendix scar on my stomach or the birthmark on the small of my back. The letters are in date order, typed rather than handwritten, and I wonder whether swapping the pen for the computer had been a deliberate ploy. If Rosemary, had done it to take the emotion, the soul, out of the words, making it easier to keep me at a safe distance. A handshake rather than a kiss on the cheek. As though the adoption agency acting as an intermediary wasn't enough to achieve that aim. Picking one at random, I read it. Dear birth mother, thank you for your last letter, and I'm glad that you are well. Your birth daughter is now 5 years old and has just had her first week at infant school. She appears to like it very much, and her teacher has said she's settled in well. Her favourite activities are art and craft, music, and playing in the Wendy house. She seems to be making new friends, and I haven't had any problem leaving her in the mornings, which is a relief as several of the other children cling to their mothers when it's time to go inside. Today she came home with an invitation to a birthday party, which made us very happy as, although you hope for the best, you never know how the first school week will go. For our adopted daughter's birthday, we took her to see Frozen in London. We were a little worried she might be a bit young to sit through a full 2 hours and 15 minutes, but she was glued to the chair, her eyes never leaving the stage. I remember in one of your letters you told us you were quite artistic. Your birth daughter is too, and we think this must have come from you. I have included a picture she drew of her rabbit, Snowy. We think it's really good. We look forward to hearing your news. With all good wishes, your birth daughter's adoptive parents. Birth mother, adopted daughter. How I hated the formality. Proper nouns swapped for nouns, rendering us all nameless, faceless. The small snippets of information we chose to share, the only thing to go by, to help flesh out the people we were talking about. Did Rosemary feel that too? And if she did, is that why she stopped writing? The accompanying picture is indeed of a rabbit.
It's pretty good, white chalk on black paper. I hope Faith loves it, cherishes it, as I do her. Since then, I've received more pictures, each more detailed than the last as she's matured. How many times have I held them to my face and scrutinized them in the hope I've missed something? Some indication that she's written some words, then erased them. Drawn something that might give away where she lives or goes to school, so that I might go there. Watch her through the lit windows. That's all, no more than that. But there's been nothing. The rules are clear. Unless agreed to in the adoption order, do not include anything that will allow the recipient to know your name or where you live. Rosemary has stuck to that rigidly. I press my hands to my face and try to imagine Faith, struggling to add another year to the image of her I've created in my head. Because now the letters have stopped, it's as if my daughter's life has stopped with them, freezing her in time even though another birthday has been and gone since the last letter written. Faith is 10. How could that even be? Without any information, I'm finding it impossible to picture her, to imagine her life, and it fills me with panic. Lifting the photograph to my lips, I kiss it, my heart racing. I've spent the last years guessing how my child is, inventing names for new school friends and favorite teachers, imagining her at dance classes she's probably never attended. Sunlight falls on the white page, picking out the smudged letters where a tear has fallen. I blot at it with a tissue and think of my phone in the other room. Rosemary's face smiling out from the app. I don't have to sit here and accept that I'll never know my daughter. I have a choice, a chance to find out more, whether she's thriving or if my mother and the social workers had been wrong, that I might have done better. More importantly, I have the means to discover whether this woman, Rosemary, loves Faith as much as I do. I stand. I've been passive for too long, relying on what others have told me, doing what they think is best. But now it's time for action, for change. I retie the letters, drop them into the drawer, then go back to the kitchen and wake up the Mum's the Word app on my phone. What I'm going to do might be morally wrong, but this window of opportunity might never come again. Chapter 6. Becky. Now, hi Becky. It's really good to meet you. Well, not meet you as such, but you know what I mean. Sometimes I think I'll go mad if I have to look at another tin of baby formula or open another pack of nappies. Is it just me? I suck in my lips. So she's not breastfeeding then? Tell me about it, I type back. I don't mean the formula, as I'm feeding Leo myself, but about the nappies. I read that babies will get through over 2,000 nappies in their first year. It's crazy, she sends a laughing emoji. And why does no one tell you to keep a spare nappy handy when you're changing a little boy? The first time I did it, I got soaked. Me too. It must be an in-joke amongst those who had a boy first instead of a girl. I stop, shocked at what I've written, then delete the end of the sentence and rewrite it. Amongst those who are in the know. I stretch my legs out in front of me, cross my feet at the ankles. In a weird way, this is fun, and I have to force myself to remember this is Rosemary I'm talking to. I'm not here to be her friend. I'm here for information about Faith, my daughter. A glance over at Leo tells me he's still asleep, his eyes flickering beneath his translucent lids, a milk blister forming on his top lip. It amazes me how chilled I've been since his birth, even doing it all on my own, almost as if all my worry had been used up on Faith. I dip my head again and type, "What does your daughter think of her new brother?" Typing that is a dagger to my heart. She's my daughter, not Rosemary's. Oh, you know, she thought he was interesting for the first week. Now he's like a piece of the furniture to her, as though he's never not been there. That doesn't sound quite right, but you know what I mean. I breathe in deeply, feeling a surge of sadness. Faith will never get to think that about Leo, about her blood brother. She'll never know they're related. A strange sensation comes over me. It's like Faith is a cuckoo in another bird's nest. Does she even know she's adopted? The cursor blinks at me. The need to find out more is overpowering, but I have to control it. If I ask too much about Faith on here, it will look odd, suspicious. I need to remember that it's Leo Rosemary is interested in, and she'll presume I'm making contact because of her baby boy. Best to keep it that way. How about we meet for coffee? I hold my breath, wait for the answer. She comes back quickly. Great idea, would love that. I see there's a new cafe opened in Bleak, I continue. I can't picture myself eating vegan muffins, but what the hell? There's no way I want her to come here. Most of the shops in the high street are either closed or have been turned into charity shops or factory outlets, and I have my pride. I'm happy to drive over, I continue. Your little girl will be at school, of course. I dig my nails into my palms, hoping it's okay to have mentioned her, wondering if it would be odd to suggest going to the cafe later in the afternoon after she's picked her up. But of course it would be. Rosemary will be wanting to have a relaxing chat without a second child pulling on her arm, saying she's bored. My nerves are kicking in. Sitting back, I wait, but the chat box remains empty. No rippling dots to suggest Rosemary is typing. Come on, come on. I'm just about to give up waiting, start tidying the house before Leo wakes to distract myself, when she starts to write again, the words coming in fits and starts as though she's thinking about what to say, maybe typing and deleting as I did. My daughter doesn't go to school. Why don't you come to my house? How about next Monday? I'll give you my address. My skin prickles. Why doesn't she go to school? It's impossible to stop my mind from racing with all the possibilities. I want to ask more, but I can't. Next Monday is my hygienist appointment, and I'll cancel it. Seeing my daughter is more important, and perhaps I'll get some answers. I'm totally free that day, I write quickly. What time suits you? Shall we say 10? Felix can be unpredictable, but he often sleeps around that time. My fingers skim across the keyboard as though scared she'll change her mind. Perfect. I'll see you then. Look forward to meeting. My fingers stop. I'd wanted to put Faith, you all, likewise. She signs off with a smiley emoji, and I push my phone away, press my forehead into my palms, exhausted, like I've just completed a marathon. The sun that had shown its face earlier is now flooding through the kitchen window, glinting off the taps and the stainless steel sink, bathing Leo's Moses basket in a warm glow. He squirms and wriggles his legs, his fingers bunched into little fists above his head. I get up and go over to him, lift him out of his cover and kiss his neck, breathing in the warm, milky sweetness of him, my heart jumping wildly. In just a few days you'll be meeting Faith. I blink back tears of happiness. You'll be meeting your sister. Chapter 7. Becky. Then. The next few weeks of term are a blur. I carry on with my life as though nothing is different, walking from lecture to seminar room, eating lunch in the canteen, and speaking when I'm spoken to. In the evening, I go to music bars in packed, dark basements where I can get lost in the crowd, dance late into the night at clubs where the cheesy songs, blaring out of the speakers, drown out any thoughts I might have. Scared to be alone, scared to be with others, thinking that if I ignore my problem, for this is how I think of it, it will go away. But as the days draw on, it becomes harder to ignore the tightness at the waistband of my jeans, the tenderness in my breasts. In lectures, I no longer sit with my notebook closed, staring at his face as he talks of form and structure in poetry. Instead, I study his body language and that of the girls in the front row. See, now it's too late, how they lean forward in their seats in order that he might see a bit more cleavage, and how they draw their fingers through their thick hair, giggling to each other as though they are still at school. It should make me sick, but it doesn't. For despite the all-encompassing tiredness and the waves of sickness that come over me as I brush my teeth in the mornings, I know I have something they don't, a small part of him growing inside me, a secret I hold tight to me, a secret that grows alongside the lies I tell about my gaining weight. Instead of counting down the minutes until the seminars I attend are over, lingering after the others have gone to steal an illicit kiss, I leave when the others do, ignoring him when he calls me back under some pretext or other. I don't know what I thought I was going to do, but the situation can't stay this way forever. It won't be long before people start to question what I'm telling them. Wonder why I've swapped my jeans for joggers, and why, with each passing day, my t-shirts stretch tighter. Inevitably, as realization dawns, the questions will come. When are you due? Whose is it? What are you going to do? Questions I don't want to have to answer, don't know how to answer. Because, inside, I'm a mess, my dreams shattered, my life unraveling. And as for him, if I thought my seeming loss of interest in him would be met with indifference, I'm gravely mistaken. Keeping my distance from him has had the opposite effect. He's used to being the one to end relationships, and having it the other way around clearly intrigues him, makes him play the game harder. "You've been avoiding me." I'm on my way to the library when he catches me by the arm and draws me into the shadows of the English block. It's the first time we've spoken alone since the day I saw him in the cafe with his wife. Have I? I try to sound casual, though inside my ribcage my heart is thumping. Is it something I did? I look down at the paving, see how the weeds have sprouted through the joins. I squash one with the heel of my boot. No, of course not. Are you sure? The palms of his hands are flat against the brick wall either side of my head. I can feel his breath against my cheek. It should repulse me, the proprietorial way in which he approached me and is holding me captive between his outstretched arms. But it doesn't. I'd be lying if I said it did. At this moment, I want him to kiss me. My whole body is crying out for him. But it's no longer just about me. The dreams I'd once had are just that. Dreams. I turn my head. The shadows between the buildings where we stand, making the sunlit area of grass, where the students congregate before lectures, seem all the brighter, all the more cinematic. From the gloom, I watch as they chat and draw on their vapes, the groups forming and reforming, torn between want and self-preservation. When we were on our own, in his car or lying on a rolled-out sleeping bag on the floor of his office, his fingers in my hair and the imprint of his lips on my skin, he'd be loving, act as though I was a precious thing, reciting lines from his favorite poems before telling me I was beautiful. But I can no longer trust him, no longer believe what he says. Tell me what I've done. His hand is warm on my bare arm, and when I shiver, he gets the wrong idea, smiles. And I'll make it up to you. I already said. I don't think you did, Becky. Gently he turns my head until my eyes are locked with his. I search for the love in them, but all I can see is his wife, her gentle smile, the way she'd linked her fingers with his and held them across the cafe table. I can't be the person who helps break her heart. In time it will happen, of course. It will end for her the way it always does for women married to a man like that. One small doubt seeding another. A receipt found in a coat pocket for a meal for two she hadn't had. Her questions about an unknown number on his phone laughed at. The nights he's late too casually explained away. Doubts that will grow until one day they can no longer be contained or ignored. Yes, it will happen eventually, but I don't want to be the one to have sown that seed. I can't do it to her. So I duck my head, slip out from under his arm, and run over to where Ollie is standing with a group of his friends. A place where I'll be safe, where he won't dare to follow me. Garden Crime are playing at the Pit tonight, I say, my voice brighter than bright. Anyone interested? Ollie looks down at me through sandy lashes, considering. I'm up for it. Anyone else? That night, I'll drink too much, laugh too loudly, pretend I'm okay. I'll let Ollie do what he wants with me on the small bed in my room back at the halls of residence, not caring what he'll tell his friends in the morning, not caring about anything. Only when he's left will I allow the tears to fall. There are 10 students living on the same floor as me, sharing the kitchen and the communal living space. 40 in the block. Yet, I'll never feel so alone as I will that night. 3 in the morning will find me lying on top of the tangled covers of my bed, staring at the ceiling, one hand resting on my belly. And when I can't bear the silence any longer, despite the hour, I'll do what I vowed I'd never, ever do. I ring my mum. Chapter 8. Becky. Now the road I'm driving down is exactly how I imagined it to be. A wide avenue of detached Victorian villas, each one different to its neighbour. There are 1 or 2 roads like this in the town where I live, but those houses have either been converted into nursing homes and run-down B&Bs, or have been divided into flats. The faded labels beside the panel of doorbells telling anyone who's interested the names of the people who live behind the blank bay windows. These houses tell a different story. The polished brass knockers on the front doors glint in the sunlight, and the gardens behind the low walls that separate them from the pavement are well maintained with ornamental shrubs and trees. As I drive past, I imagine the people who live behind these elegant facades. Wonder what jobs they have that enable them to afford such places. Surgeons and financial directors, I imagine. Not people who scrape a living by cleaning other people's houses and sell handmade cards and framed photographs at their local Saturday craft market. Not that I sell much. In my town, the people who visit the market are looking for cheap cleaning products and knock-down clothes that look like they've come from a factory outlet, not a capture of a sunset over the sea. But it's something I do to make me feel that I'm more than just a single mum. Keeping alive the small flame of hope, the tiniest proof that the person I once was hasn't disappeared altogether. The road is long and surprisingly busy with parked cars. Most of the parking bays are for residents, and I have to park 2 streets down to find one that visitors can use. A glance at the sign shows I have 2 hours. It's not long, but depending on how this first meeting goes, I might be grateful of an excuse to leave. Anyway, the walk will calm my nerves and hopefully lull Leo to sleep. I get out and open the door of the back seat as quietly as I can. Leo's eyes are closed, and with luck, I'll be able to transfer him straight to the pram without waking him. I get the pram base out of the boot and set it up, then release Leo's car seat, slide it out and click it into place. He's still asleep and I smile. That's one thing that's gone right anyway. Taking my phone from my bag, I check the number of the house before remembering that it doesn't have one. Just a name. Victoria Lodge. Rosemary had said in her last message that it was one of the buildings at the end of the street, set back from the road. The name's on the gate so you can't miss it. What she hadn't said was which end of the street. I release the pram's brake and start to walk. When I reach Rosemary's Road, I see that the houses I'm walking past are a little smaller than the ones I'd driven by at the other end, and they're numbered rather than named. Despite the number of parked cars, the road is quiet. These must be the residents' second cars, their primary ones taking their owners to board meetings and operating theatres. I laugh to myself at the silliness, the juvenility of these thoughts. How could I possibly know anything about these people and their lives? After all, no one really knows what goes on behind closed doors. Instead of doctors and dentists, there might be lottery winners, rich widows, and people living off the proceeds of some heinous crime. At the thought of the word crime, I look over my shoulder. The murder on the news had been on the outskirts of Bleak, if I remember rightly. A young woman whose life had been lost because she'd been in the wrong place at the wrong time. Giving tragic meaning to the saying when fates collide. I shiver. Whoever did it has not yet been found, and I won't be the only one who will be looking over their shoulder until they are. As I walk, I count the house numbers as I pass them. 21, 22, 23. The last numbered house is 32, and then it's just names. Some printed in gold on the glass above the front doors. Some engraved on coloured plaques attached to the front wall. The Gables, Rosehill, Hollybank. The next one has a gate with ornate letters twisted into the metal, and I stop. Victoria Lodge. This is it. The thud of my heart is so loud I can hear it in my ears. In a few short minutes, the last 10 years of wondering what my daughter looks like, what she sounds like, will be over. I don't open the gate, but stand there, my hand on the latch, feeling the need to take it all in. This house, which Faith calls home. It's far bigger than I'd ever imagined the many times I tried to picture her somewhere. Asymmetric in design, the villa has 2 prominent front gables, with steeply pitched roofs and large bay windows, the ones on the first floor reflecting the clouds. What I can't take my eyes off, though, is the round windowed turret that rises above the roofline on its left-hand side. I stare at it in awe. The place is amazing, something from a movie or a fairy tale, though what stands before me is more Grimm's than Disney. Not somewhere I'd want to live despite the resale value. The brickwork of the house is red as dried blood. The details of the roof edges too fussy, and the rhododendron bushes and yews behind the wall too dark and dense. It leaves me cold. A glance at my watch tells me I'm early, my eagerness to be here having made me leave home way before I needed. Would it be rude to ring the brass doorbell 15 minutes before the time we arranged? My nerves are jangling, and I wonder whether it might be better to carry on walking, do a leisurely circle round the block, because the last thing I want to do when I arrive is give away how nervous I'm feeling. What if, God forbid, in my panic I give something away? Some small slip of the tongue signaling to Rosemary that I might not be who I say I am. For the first time, I'm glad that the rules of Faith's adoption state that neither birth nor adoptive mother can know the name or address of the other. At the time, it had felt unfair, weighted towards the adoptive parents as though I'd been cancelled out. But now, I see that this anonymity is the thing that has allowed me to be here today. Without it, Rosemary would most likely have phoned the adoption agency as soon as she saw my name on the Mums the Word site. Jane Simmons, my contact at the agency, would be on the phone like a shot, and stern words would be exchanged. Maybe worse, an injunction, a court order. I grip the handle of Leo's pram to dispel the terrible thought, and as I do, I see a movement at the window in the corner turret on the first floor. Tipping my head back, I shield my eyes with my hand, unsure if it's a pale face I see behind the glass or one of the clouds. Is it Rosemary who's standing in the upstairs bay? Is it Faith? Before I can decide, the face disappears again, and I'm left wondering if I'd imagined it. Chapter 9. Rosemary. The glass is cold on the skin of my forehead as I look down on the girl who's struggling with the latch on the gate. My driveway is long and gravelled, not easy to push a pram down, and there is plenty of time to observe her before she reaches the steps of the front porch. I thought she'd seen me, but now all her concentration is on getting the pram down the drive, and I smile at how she turns and scoots her foot behind her as she goes, to smooth the tracks of the wheels. I call her a girl because that's what she seems to me, but now that she's closer, right under my window in fact, I can see she must be early 30s at least. I wonder if she's nervous. I am. It's a long time since I've had a visitor to the house, unless you count the health visitor, and even longer since I've had a friend. I shake my head, wondering what makes me think this girl, who's struggling to get the pram up the porch step, would want to be friends with me. A woman at least a decade older who hasn't felt the sun on her face for a long time, whose child won't connect with her, and whose husband— My breath has steamed up the glass, and I wipe it with my hand, remembering the relief I'd felt as I'd watched Matthew's car pull out of the drive this morning, knowing I wouldn't have to see him for another few days, wouldn't have to feel his hands on my skin, his breath on my neck. I pull myself together. This girl, Becky, can't see me like this. Not if I want us to be friends, if it's to be a regular thing, this meeting. She's frowning now, and I know it's because she's wondering whether she ought to come in. My daughter has had instructions to open the door, but she's wary of strangers as I am. I stand on tiptoe and look down. The only thing I can see, the back of Becky's head as she pushes the pram through the front door. There's the patter of running footsteps on the stairs. I'm interested to see what my daughter's reaction will be to this young woman and her baby. What she'll make of her mum's new friend. Not that she'll tell me. Any thoughts she has on the matter will be sealed up inside her as they always are. It should worry me, but it doesn't. Who am I to cast stones when the four walls of my house are all I see when I wake up? All I see when I go to bed at night? My husband, Matthew, pretends he doesn't understand, but I know he does. His need to get away from the house is as great as mine is to stay within its walls. He doesn't know about Becky, or the friendship app, and he doesn't need to. He would, after all, only spoil things, so it's something I've kept to myself. A small nugget of gold in an otherwise drab world. I remember the relief I'd felt when the notification came through telling me I had a match. The surprise when Becky's message had popped up just a few moments later. I had joined the group with little expectation, but now here she is, this girl who wants to be my friend. Beside me is the baby monitor. I pick it up and look at the screen, watch Felix as he sleeps, chubby arms crooked above his head as though surrendering. He is my world, my reason for being, for staying with a husband I don't love, can't love. I look at the large room with its high corniced ceiling, the pendant lamp hanging from the decorative plaster rose, and the furniture that once belonged to his parents. Sometimes, I'm scared he'll leave me, file for divorce and fight me for custody of the children. But he'd never do that. Not the leaving or the custody battle. He needs me as much as I need him, and we both know it. At other times, though, I wish I'd never met him. There's a twisting sensation in my stomach, the same one I get if I open the door to a supermarket delivery person. It's because I'm nervous. I turn from the window, my eyes fixing on the door, and wait. Any minute now, Becky will enter my house and my life, and a new chapter will begin. If only I had a crystal ball to see how it will end. Chapter 10. Becky. Leo is fussing, his feet kicking at the covers. I bend to sort him out, and as I do, I sense something has changed to the left of me where the house is. There's no sound, no click of a latch or soft sweep of wood on carpet. It's not as if I've even seen something. Even so, I know without having to look that the front door that had been closed when I arrived is now open. I straighten, stare down the long front path and see that I'm right. The yawning gap is about a hand's width wide, not quite enough to see into the house or to ascertain if anyone is standing there. Maneuvering the pram round, I reach out a hand to open the iron front gate, then push Leo through, nerves sticking the plastic handle to my palms. The front door is sheltered by a roofed porch. I put the brake on the pram, then step up to it. Noticing how dirty the geometric tiles of the doorstep are compared to the neighbours, how the shrubs either side of the door are unwatered, barely holding on to life. This lack of attention is in odd contrast to the shiny glass windows, through which, now that I'm close up, I'm afforded a good view of the front rooms of the house. Placing a hand on one of the carved spindles that support the porch roof, I peer round it, the urge to see into Rosemary's house too strong to ignore. On my right is what looks like a formal dining room, if the heavy mahogany sideboard and dining table are anything to go by. On the other side is a living room, the windows framed by plush green drapes tied back with gold cord. I can just make out a large leather Chesterfield and an oil painting of two King Charles spaniels hanging above the ornately tiled Victorian fireplace. Despite the front door being open, there's no one there. It doesn't seem right to just walk in, so instead, I step back. Look up at the top window, half expecting the face to be there again, but there's nothing to see but shiny black glass. Rosemary and her husband must employ a window cleaner, but it doesn't explain why the elegant porch is so dirty, why the plants are neglected to the point of death. I can't just stand here though, so shaking out my hands to relieve the tension in them, I step forward again and, tentatively, push at the front door, surprised when it swings back easily to reveal a large hallway. I don't go in, just stand there, taking in the high ceiling with its ornate cornices, the plaster mouldings, and carved ceiling rows where a glass pendant light hangs. "Hello?" I call into the open space. I wait, my ears straining for an answering voice. Either side of the geometric black and white tiled floor are the rooms I'd seen through the windows, but their doors are closed. There are other doors too, but none of them open when I call again. "Hello? Is anyone there?" To my right is a staircase carved in dark wood, a brown strip of carpet with a striped edge running up its center. The forest green paneling that rises at waist height alongside it, and the heavy-looking black radiator to the left of the hall, giving another nod to the house's history. But where is everyone? Who opened the door? Not knowing what else to do, I step inside, walk across the hall to the staircase and look up, one hand on the newel post. "Rosemary? It's me, Becky. I'm a bit early. I hope you don't mind." At first, I hear nothing, just the ticking of the grandfather clock at the back of the hall. But then I hear a faint voice. "Hi, Becky. Come up. I hope you don't mind if I don't come down. You can leave the pram in the hall." No, of course I don't mind," I call back. "I'll bring it in." Relieved that I've come to the right house, I go back for the pram and turn it around, pushing on the handle to tilt it so I can get the front wheels up the step. When I'm inside, I shut the door. It feels like I've entered another world, a scene from a Victorian drama or a page from a book I might have studied for A-level. There is so much attention to period detail that for a moment I'm full of admiration. But then I remember whose house this is and the reason I'm here, and the awe I feel is quickly replaced by nerves. From what I've seen of it so far, this house in no way looks like somewhere I'd want to bring up a child. Knowing I can't stay downstairs forever, I bend to the tray under the pram, lift out Leo's change bag and put it on my shoulder. Then I scoop my sleeping baby out of his covers and hold him in the crook of my arm, his warm, biscuity smell centering me. Only then do I cross the tiled floor to the stairs. As I climb, my eyes slide to the pictures on the wall. A still life of flowers in a glass vase, another of exotic fruit, an understated watercolor of a lake, hazy, distant mountains in the background, a peacock with rich jewel-colored feathers, and a hunt scene, complete with beagles and a bugler. I don't like it. Can't imagine my child living here. But I can't explain why. I'm expecting Rosemary to meet me at the top of the stairs, but when I reach the first floor, the landing is empty. Nothing to see except for dark, polished floorboards and a richly patterned rug. "Hello? Which room are you in, Rosemary?" The hairs on my arms start to bristle, the quiet unsettling. Where is she? And where is my daughter? A baby's cry breaks the strange spell the house has cast over me. I've been so bound up with thoughts of faith that I'd completely forgotten about Felix, Rosemary's little boy. The reason for my being here in the first place. "I'm in here, Becky." Rosemary's voice comes from a room at the front of the house. "Come through. I'm sorry I couldn't let you in myself." Unlike the other doors, which are closed, this one is open, though I'm too far away to see inside. "Shall I take off my boots?" I call. I stare down at them. They're muddy, and the rug that runs the length of the landing looks expensive, a symmetrical pattern of songbirds and roses on a pale blue background. The last thing I want to do is make a bad impression on my first visit. "Good grief, no!" Her laugh is high, light as thistledown. "Not unless you want to, of course." I don't want to. In fact, I'm already imagining walking into her room in my socks, how vulnerable it would make me feel, at some sort of disadvantage. So, instead, I skirt around the edge of the rug, stop at the door and draw in a deep breath with the hope of steadying my breathing. "You are just someone who wants to make a new friend," I tell myself firmly, "so behave like it. It isn't as though I'm unused to lying, or rather keeping the truth to myself. And Rosemary is too. The contact letters that had passed between us via the adoption agency had given little away, no hint of the real relationship between my daughter and her adoptive mother, no clue as to whether Faith was truly happy or whether the words Rosemary typed were simply what she believed I wanted to hear. And what of this last lost year, the one I know nothing about? Had she really got weary of writing the letters, or was there another reason she'd stopped? Surely I have a right to know. "What should I do, Leo?" I whisper the words into the folds of my baby's neck, feeling like I'm standing on a precipice. If I go in now, things will never be the same again. Yet, if I don't, I'm behaving as though I have a choice, but I haven't. I never did. And I'm here now. I can't exactly walk out. Here goes. I kiss the top of Leo's head and take a step forward. At least I'll get to hear some answers. I step into the room, not knowing what to expect, a little afraid of what I'll find. I'm in a large bedroom, and like the hall downstairs, it's decorated in Victorian style. The heavy mahogany furniture making it feel oddly claustrophobic despite the two generous bay windows. "I'm delighted you came, Becky. I was scared you wouldn't. These friendship sites can be a little daunting, and I wondered if you'd maybe had second thoughts." There's a large bed with a heavy brocade coverlet to the left of where I'm standing, but that's not where Rosemary is. She's sitting on a padded window seat in the small hexagonal space on the other side of the room, the turret I'd seen when I walked down the path. Her face I'd seen at the glass. I wouldn't have had second thoughts. It's true, despite my nerves, nothing had been further from my mind. I've been looking forward to it. Leo has too. It's a silly thing to say, but seeing Rosemary after all these years has put me off my stride. The way she's dressed, it's not what I'd been expecting. She's in a calf-length tea dress made of thin cotton, the busy flower print on it making my eyes hurt. Her beautiful auburn hair is tied back in a scrunchie, her pale face devoid of makeup. She looks tired, dark shadows blooming under her eyes, and under the floaty sleeves of her dress, her arms seem too thin, the cords of her neck too pronounced. I try not to stare, but it's hard. She's nothing like the woman I saw from my hospital window that day. The one who'd been dressed in wide palazzo pants and a navy blazer, her face lightly tanned. But that was 10 years ago, and I mustn't forget she has, after all, recently had a baby. From here, I can see the fine white strands of hair that thread through the auburn hair near her temples, the deep creases that run from nose to either side of her mouth. She must be in her mid-40s, older than I'd thought. Little Felix must have been a late arrival, unless they'd adopted him too. It's something I'd like to ask, but I can't because, as far as Rosemary knows, I've no reason to believe either of her children are not her own. She smiles at me. "Do you like my reading nook? It's where I sit and think when things get a bit too much." Wondering if it's her baby she's referring to, I look around for him, but there's only Rosemary in the large bedroom. Faith isn't here either, and it occurs to me that it must have been the little girl who opened the front door to let me in. "Where's Felix?" "Felix?" For a moment, Rosemary sounds as though she doesn't know who I'm talking about, and then she smiles. Despite her tired eyes, it's a beautiful smile that wipes the years from her, and although I begrudge the thought as soon as it enters my head, I have to admit she's still very attractive. "Oh, he's asleep in the room next door. I have a monitor." She points to the white plastic object that's balanced on the windowsill. "He cried a few minutes ago and I thought he was waking up, but he must have settled again." I stand awkwardly, not wanting to sit until asked, unsure where I would sit anyway. Apart from the bed, a bulky chest of drawers, and a large walnut dressing table with 3 mirrors, the only furniture in the room is a stiff-looking nursing chair, upholstered in a thick cream fabric, the button back not looking very inviting. Seeing my discomfort, Rosemary waves a fine, long-fingered hand at me, and I try not to show my surprise at the nails that are bitten to the quick. "Please, sit where you like. I'm sorry that I had to invite you up here to my room, but I haven't been feeling well." "Oh, you poor thing. You should have said, and we could have made it another day." I fight the desire to step back. "Are the children okay?"
I hope they haven't caught whatever it is.
"It's nothing catching. I'm just tired all the time. Think I've overdone it. Anyway, the kids are hardly ever ill, thankfully." She smiles. "Must be their good genes." As she says it, my hackles rise. The number of times I'd been absent from school as a child through illness, negligible. But feeling this way isn't going to help my cause. I arrange my face to show a sympathy I'm already finding hard to feel. "I'm really sorry. I know how difficult it is to look after one child when you're under the weather, let alone 2. Knowing this is my chance to bring my daughter into the conversation, I steel myself for what I'm going to say, praying that my skin won't flush and give me away. This won't be easy as Rosemary gave no information at all about Faith in her online bio. All I know is what she told me in the contact letters. "Your daughter." I try to make my smile warm, despite the bitter taste in my mouth when I use the word your. "Is she old enough to be a help to you when you're poorly? If ever my mum was under the weather when I was young, she'd have me tidying up the living room, bringing down the washing and things like that. I never minded as I knew she had enough on her plate looking after my baby sister." I'm shocked at myself. I've been in the house less than 10 minutes and already I'm lying to Rosemary. "I don't have any siblings," was quite enough for my mum. Something she'd tell me often. But this family I've invented is my smokescreen, a way of ensuring the woman in the bay window will never have an inkling of who I really am. Besides, I've told so many lies in the last year, they're starting to come easily. My daughter does what she can. Rosemary worries a flake of loose skin on her lip with finger and thumb. Glances at the door, a crease forming between her brows. I don't want to put too much pressure on her. I feel as though there's something she's not telling me about Faith, but I'm not sure how to find out. Unsure of where to sit, I stay where I am, try to keep my voice neutral. Can I ask how old she is? How old? Yes. It hadn't felt like a strange thing to ask, but I'm so wound up I can no longer judge. She's 10, actually, but she can be very sensible when she wants to be. I have the urge to ask when her birthday is, just to be absolutely certain I haven't made a stupid mistake, but there's no way I can. Not without rousing her suspicion. I'd love to meet her. Really? Immediately, I regret having said it. I'm making it about Faith when really, it's Felix I should be asking about. I bet she loves having a baby brother, I carry on quickly, glad to be back on safer ground. I'm looking forward to having a cuddle with him when he wakes up. That's if he's happy to be held by strangers. Oh, he's more than happy. He's a little ray of sunshine. Rosemary's face lights up when she says it, and it gives me an odd feeling. Is she implying that Faith isn't? Seeing I'm still standing, despite the offer to sit, Rosemary gets up from the window seat and crosses the room. She sits on the edge of the bed, the cream coverlet wrinkling beneath her, and gestures with her hand for me to sit on the other side. Please, come and join me. I'm so sorry that we're not using the living room, but I've been so tired lately, it's easier to stay up here so I can nap when Felix is in his crib. I was like it during my pregnancy too, so tired in the mornings I could hardly keep my eyes open. Were you the same? If she's looking for me to agree, she'll be disappointed. Instead of leaving me exhausted, pregnancy had energized me, the hormones racing round my body, driving me to sort out cupboards, making me write endless to-do lists that I'd cross off at the end of each day. Not really. I think I was one of the lucky ones. Still am, despite the nighttime feeds. I walk over to the bed and perch on the edge, feeling how smooth the Egyptian cotton is under my fingertips. It feels odd to be sitting like this, too intimate. I glance at the plumped pillows, wondering about her husband. To me, he's just a hand reaching out for Faith's car seat, the gold signet ring on his little finger glinting in the sunlight. I've always had a thing for rings, believe they give away a little clue to their wearer's personality, their lifestyle. But to me, this man is still faceless, nameless. I can't imagine him sleeping here in this room. I look around. Note the lack of evidence that he shares this room with his wife. There's no dressing gown on the hook on the door, no trousers hung over the back of the chair, or stiff bristled brush on the dressing table. Maybe he and Rosemary are one of those couples who sleep in separate rooms, like royalty, coming together with a discreet knock on the door when the mood takes them. The thought amuses me, and I have to tamp down a smile. It's probably not like that at all, simply that Rosemary had tidied up before I arrived. If I opened the wardrobe doors, I expect I'd find his suits hanging there along with his ties. It makes me think of Ed, and the smile disappears as quickly as it had arrived. Are you all right, Becky? Yes, I'm fine. Reaching my arms behind my back, I loosen the ties that bind Leo to me and unwind them, lift him out of his fabric cocoon by his armpits. There you are, freedom, little man. Feels good, doesn't it? His cheek is pink and warm from where it was pressed against me, and I kiss it. No grizzling now. I lay him on the bed, praying he won't dribble or, worse still, sick up the milk I fed him before we left the car. Look how he's trying to hold his head up. It will be a while yet before Felix does that. Leo is such a lovely baby. There's an aura of calmness about him. She smiles. Really, he's gorgeous. You think? I place a hand on his stomach. Feel the rapid beat of his little heart beneath it. Don't be fooled. He can be a monster when he's overtired. You're not alone. Felix is the same. It would be easier if my husband was here to help, but... She gives a shrug. It is what it is. Anyway, what about your husband? Is he hands-on? I don't answer immediately, wondering why my daughter's foster father isn't as hands-on as I'd imagined him to be. Also, I hadn't expected to have to talk about Ed so early in our meeting and haven't had time to think about how I'll explain it. Not my husband, my partner. We weren't married. He's... My eyes flit to the window. Away at the moment. Her face breaks into a smile. Ditto. It can be bloody hard, can't it? Hardly a break from kids to feed and dress, not to mention entertain. Not that I'm complaining. The kids are my world, but Sometimes it feels like I'm a single parent. I nod. Me too. I was on my own for a long time before we got together, so I should be used to it. You will. When my husband first took the contract in Nottingham, it was hard, but it's got easier. I nod, happy to have an explanation for his lack of parenting. What does he do? It's rather boring, really. He's a management consultant, engineering. He had some clients that needed in-person support and took a short-term contract. He tries to come back most weekends, but it's not always possible. But enough about me. How did you and your partner meet, if you don't mind me asking? You say you'd been on your own for a while, so it was clearly meant to be. I feel the corners of my mouth tighten. I don't want to talk about Ed. It makes it all the more painful, but it would be rude not to. It was very unoriginal, I'm afraid. Girl walks into a pub. You know how it goes. He looked as if he had all the world on his shoulders, and I'm a sucker for a lost cause. So dejected, so lost. His smile when I'd asked him if he was okay, doing something stupid to my insides. The warning bells should have rung even then, but they hadn't. Being a mother can sometimes be the worst kind of lonely, can't it? Rosemary tucks her legs under her and smooths her dress. Looks across at Leo, who's kicking his legs. You're never by yourself, but, weirdly, you're always on your own. The good thing is, we're not alone now. Reaching across the bed, she puts a hand on my arm. We have each other. I return her smile, and for a moment, the real reason I came to Rosemary's house has gone out of my head. As though me being here, under such false pretenses, is perfectly normal. But it isn't. I didn't choose this woman out of all the faces on the mother and baby website so she could be my friend. I did it because I wanted to be close to my daughter, to see if Faith, if I ever get to meet her, feels that invisible cord that binds us as strongly as I do. I shift away from Rosemary, the bed springs creaking. However nice she is, it would serve me well not to forget it.
Chapter 11. Becky.
Then, amen to that. My mum is sitting at the desk in her study, nodding along to something the newsreader has just said on the radio. She's yet to ask me why I'm here, as though me turning up on her doorstep halfway through a term is something we've arranged. It isn't. The only thing fixed in her diary is the regular Sunday service at St. Stephen's, and woe betide anyone who tries to steer her from it. Only a natural disaster could do that job, and it has never happened yet. The truth is, since the day she'd grudgingly dropped me off at the campus, refusing to stay longer than was needed to empty the car of my bags, I've hardly spoken to her. Our only communication, a quick phone call from me to say I'd survived my first week. Her cool reply leaving me in little doubt of her lack of interest. And now, here I am, back in her house, the proverbial bad apple. I'd arrived late the previous night, unannounced. The weather forcing me to take a taxi from the station, although I couldn't really afford the luxury of it. She'd been in, as I knew she would be, the pale pink toweling dressing gown she was wearing as she opened the door, the same one she'd worn when I was a child. She'd let me in with a brief, perfunctory embrace, but no question as to why I was standing on her doorstep, rain dripping from the hood of my rain jacket. And I hadn't told her. Instead, I'd followed her up the stairs and waited as she pulled armfuls of bedding from the hall cupboard. I'd taken it from her and opened the door to the room that had once been mine, surprised that in only a matter of months it had been reduced to nothing more than a spare room. The ornaments I'd collected over the years gone from the shelves, the walls no longer covered with the cheap posters of impressionist art I'd bought in the card shop in town when I was 16, bold sunflowers in a vase, a lake of drifting lily pads, a woman with a parasol walking through a field of poppies, posters I'd chosen in the naive hope that waking up to their bright colours and abstract paint strokes might lift my mood. My mum's too, if I left the door open. But it hadn't happened, and now those posters are no longer there, most probably taken down and consigned to the recycling bin on my first night away. The pen and ink drawing of a cat I'd done at art club has also gone, replaced by a dark watercolour of a mill that had once hung in my mum's study. A picture I'd always hated, the cuckoo clock bought on a school trip to Austria that used to hang above my bed, swapped for a wooden crucifix which I'd lifted from its hook and put in the bedside drawer, so the eyes of Jesus beneath his crown of thorns wouldn't see my shame. A pointless action, because that night, as I twisted and turned in my childhood bed, it hadn't been shame that had filled me as my fingers pushed back against the first tiny fluttering in my stomach. Butterfly kisses that proved my baby was real, but a love so pure, so intense, it had reduced me to tears and made my mother's religious fervor pale in comparison. As the sounds of the house settled around me, the feeling stayed, grew in intensity if anything, filling me with a new and unexpected confidence. Surely it had been the same for my mother when she was pregnant with me. Surely she would understand. I'd vowed that, in the morning, I'd talk to her, not as child to mother, but as adult to adult. Together, we'd work things out. Things would be all right. If only that feeling had lasted. But things are never that simple. Now, as I wait for Mum to finish writing, in longhand, the talk she's to give to the local WY next week, it's as though I've travelled back in time. The way I'm standing, the tip of one socked foot tracing the pattern of the carpet, reminding me of when I'd come to her with a difficult homework question, or simply to ask what she wanted for dinner. And, with each minute that ticks by on the clock on the wall, with each scratch of the pen nib, it becomes increasingly clear that the way I'd felt the previous night, the confidence, the certainty that all would be well, had been nothing but smoke and mirrors, a cruel trick. Because, as I stare at my mother's back in its M&S cardigan, at the sharp cut of her hair around her ears, I am, if anything, even more nervous than before. Because I'll be starting this conversation from a position of disadvantage. By breaking away, choosing to go to university, I'd made myself no better than my father. In different ways, we'd both taken control of our futures, acted on our belief there might be a life different to the one my mum subscribed to. Sermons on a Sunday, and the dull and bigoted friends she invited round every Tuesday evening to discuss the state of the modern world. "Mum, I really need to talk to you." Only now her head turns, her annoyance at being interrupted written into the furrows of her brow. "What is it, Rebecca? Can't it wait?" Rebecca, a name only she ever calls me. To everyone else, I'm Becky. "You know I have to get this finished." The practiced impatience in her voice tells me she's far too busy for this, despite the fact that the last time we spoke was months ago. It's her way of putting me in my place, allowing the natural order of the house to re-establish itself. I fold my arms, my fingers gripping at my elbows. "No, I don't think it can. I have to go soon. My train leaves at 10, and I've a taxi booked." With a sigh, she puts down her pen. "Please make it quick then. I haven't all day." Her finger points to my foot. "And please stop doing that. You'll wear a hole in the carpet." The night before, I'd thought of the many ways I could tell her, dissecting each one, discarding them all, because, the truth was, there was no easy way of giving her the news. So, instead of pussyfooting around it, I stand my ground and simply tell her what she needs to know, before moving to the window beside her desk, watching the birds gathering on the bird table as I wait for the storm to rain down on me. And when it does, I'm surprised by how calm I am. Not because I don't believe that God will be looking down on me with newly disappointed eyes, or that my mum is wrong in saying I've brought shame upon her house, but because, for the first time in my life, true or not, I simply don't care. Chapter 12. Becky. Now, tell me about yourself, Becky. The friends I had before children have drifted away. They're at a different stage of life, their own children grown up, and we have nothing in common anymore. There's a tortoiseshell comb in the side of Rosemary's hair that, along with the simple, flower-sprigged tea dress, gives her the air of a film star from a past age. I study her face for a moment before answering, preoccupied with how pale, how luminous even, her skin is, as though it hasn't seen daylight in a while. She must burn easily, wear a high-factor sun cream when she's out. But that doesn't explain how the first time I'd seen her, her skin had been tanned. There's not a lot to tell. I'm on my guard, scared of giving too much away, yet knowing that, for this friendship, if that's what we're to call it, to work, I have to at least be seen to be opening up to her. I'm just a mum like you, doing the best I can. She smiles at that. "You're younger than you look in your photo. There must be a decade or so between us." But the age difference means nothing when we're going through the same thing with our babies, battling nappy rash and sore gums. Sleepless nights and not having a minute to ourselves, I add, with a tentative smile. Can you believe that yesterday it was midday before I got out of my pajamas? I can believe it, and it's a relief to have someone I can talk about this stuff with. Sometimes, I wonder why I even bother to get dressed at all. If it wasn't for my daughter, maybe I wouldn't. I take this as my cue. I still haven't seen Faith,
and I desperately want to know more about her.
You mentioned that she doesn't go to school. Do you mind me asking why? Her hesitation is so brief, it's almost imperceptible. Of course I don't mind. Matthew and I thought it would be for the best. Matthew's your husband? Yes. Usually he leaves any decisions about the children to me, but on this we were in agreement. Being at school all day was too much for her. The teachers didn't understand her needs. So I'm guessing she's homeschooled. That must be hard for you. What with Felix? She looks at me, then away again. I'll have to let you know. I haven't actually started yet. The laugh she gives is half-hearted. Please don't judge me. I felt we both needed a break before I put my teacher hat on. It's hard enough being a mother. I wouldn't dream of judging you, I say, although in my head I've already condemned her. Faith should be at school with her friends, not stuck in this mausoleum of a house. How can I know if this woman with her softly spoken voice and pale auburn hair can even tell the difference between an adjective and a verb? What qualifies her to teach my child? Rosemary presses a hand to her heart, the small diamonds in her engagement ring catching the light from the window. The band beneath it is thin, white gold, delicate like the woman who wears it. In contrast, the large tiger eye ring she wears on the other hand looks gaudy, out of character. I'm so relieved to hear that. You'd be surprised how many people do, judge, that is, but it's mainly those who haven't had kids of their own. She gives a hollow laugh. Or those that have and have forgotten what it's like, how hard it is to do the right thing. I swallow down the bile that's risen in my throat at the thought of what I'm about to say. You are her parents. I'm sure you and Matthew had very good reasons for making your choice. No one would make such a life change without giving it a lot of thought.
Don't let them get to you.
Rosemary shifts her weight on the bed and looks me in the eye. I don't want you to judge my little girl either. I'm shocked at her words. How could she even say that? There's nothing Faith could be or do that would make me love her any less. Nothing. Of course not. Why would I? I hold my breath, waiting, and this time I'm rewarded. For a moment, I empathize with this woman who seems so desperate to have someone to confide in. Rosemary steeples her fingers, presses the tips of them to her forehead. She's always been a quiet girl, introverted, happy to play by herself. Even as a baby, she barely cried. I wondered sometimes if something was wrong, but the health visitor said there was nothing to worry about, that some babies cried less than others, and that I should count myself lucky. You know how it is, though. She gives me a half smile. When you're a first-time mother, you worry about everything. Every cough, every sneeze, every minute they go after the time they usually wake from their sleep. Tell me about it. I stare at the bedspread, remembering my younger self. The flat of one hand placed on Faith's tiny chest to check for its rise and fall. It will be easier if you decide to have another one. She looks at the baby monitor on the window seat. Sometimes I feel like I've used up all my worrying on Felix's sister. Not that I'm implying you should have another baby. Not everyone wants more than one. I fight against the heavy pain that's lodged in my chest, one that's come from nowhere. I won't be having any more. You don't know that. No one can contemplate giving birth again after they've just done it. Give it a year or two. No, I mean it. My partner left me. I freeze. I hadn't meant to tell her. Have been careful not to let anyone know. What made me blurt it out like that? Oh, Becky, I'm so sorry. How awful for you. Does he still see? He's never seen him. He left soon after I told him I was pregnant. We'd had a row, and I thought he'd come crawling back, that we'd be able to work things out, but he didn't. It's fine, though, I say quickly. We are fine. He wasn't around much anyway. And you're okay? I feel the warmth of her hand as it covers mine. Bloody men. The stab of irritation at her question surprises me. Yes, I'm fine. It's not as if I'm the first person to bring up a baby alone. If only I'd had the strength, the courage to do it before. With Faith. Of course you're not. Honestly, Becky, I had no idea, or I would never have said anything. From what you've told me, you're doing an amazing job, partner or no partner. Leo is starting to fuss, and I know he's going to want to have another feed soon. I lift my t-shirt, and with one hand try to unclip my nursing bra, but it's difficult when he's wriggling. You don't mind me feeding him here, do you? I've remembered that Felix is bottle-fed, and hope she won't find it awkward. Don't be silly, of course I don't. Here, let me take Leo, then you can sort yourself out. Slipping off the bed, she comes round to my side and reaches for him. I freeze. The sight of those outstretched arms makes everything come flooding back. The social worker's soft voice. You need to give her to me now, Becky. It's time. No! Rosemary takes a step back. I'm sorry, I was only... The look on her face brings me back to my senses. I can't lose it like this. Of course, if we are to become friends, Rosemary will want to hold my baby. It doesn't mean anything. No one's going to take him away. No, it's me who should be sorry. I breathe in deeply through my nose, force my heartbeat to slow itself. That thing you said about new mothers, you forgot to mention that it makes you paranoid. We get it into our heads that we are the only people who can care for our babies properly. After Leo was born, I didn't want anyone to hold him except me. Not even your mother. I look away. I don't see her. Anyway, it would be a great help if you could take him. These things are so fiddly. With pleasure. Rosemary leans over and takes Leo from my arms. My teeth are clenched tight as I release him to her. But once she has him, I realize it wasn't so bad. I didn't die as I thought I might, and it certainly is a lot easier to unclip my feeding bra without juggling Leo at the same time. Yet seeing her cradle him makes me feel uncomfortable, vulnerable, and as soon as I've sorted myself out, I take him back, carry him to the cream buttoned-back chair to feed him. Usually, Leo settles to his feed easily, but today he's fighting it, pulling away, his face screwing up as though angry with me. I've read that babies are attuned to their mother's moods. Can he sense my tension? Rosemary has returned to the window seat and is resting her forehead against the glass. She looks wistfully out across the front garden to the street beyond, and I wonder what she's thinking. Is she glad I'm here? Or has she decided this has been a mistake and wishes I'd swiped past her profile, chosen someone else to befriend? The thought that she might not want us to meet again panics me. I haven't even seen Faith yet, and I have so many unanswered questions. Uppermost, why Rosemary and her husband took her out of her school. It makes me worried about my daughter. You never finished telling me, Rosemary, why... I'm about to say Faith, but stop myself, remembering just in time that Rosemary has never told me her name. There's no way I could know it. About your little girl. I keep my voice light, conversational. Why you've chosen to homeschool her. I wait for her to answer, but before she can, there's a small knock at the door. My heart leaps. The only person it could be is Faith. I turn and look, registering my heart's crazy rhythm beneath my ribcage. But as the door opens and the little girl comes in, it's not the sight of her that threatens to stop its beat. It's Rosemary's words. Octavia, darling, I'd like you to meet my new friend, Becky. Chapter 13. Becky. Octavia? It's as if the name has never existed before, or that I'm speaking a foreign language. The vowels and consonants alien on my lips. It's wrong. All wrong. It's not Octavia who stands in the doorway, her pale, freckled face tense and alert, as though she's reading the atmosphere in the room. This is my daughter, Faith. I'm horrified, want to call Rosemary out and ask her what she's playing at, but how can I when I'm not supposed to know who the child is? I force my lips to move. It's a very pretty name, but not as pretty as Faith, the name I'd given her. Why had I not been told they'd changed it? Did Rosemary and her husband have the name Octavia in their minds the day they collected her? Had Rosemary reached across and touched a finger to the cheek of the baby secured in the car seat next to her as they'd driven away from the hospital? We'll be home soon, Octavia. Leo has only fed from one side, but I'm too distracted to continue. So I fix my nursing bra and lift him to my shoulder, my palm rubbing circles on his back to bring up any wind. "It's lovely to meet you, Octavia. How pretty your dress is and what beautiful hair you have." Although my comment has a hint of the wolf in Red Riding Hood, I mean every word. Her hair is indeed lovely, the same pale auburn as Rosemary's. Her skin is white, the freckles on the bridge of her nose swimming like tadpoles across her cheeks, spreading out under the surface of her skin and dispersing as they reach the serious line of her mouth. She's beautiful. She takes after her father, not me. I expect her to say something in reply, a simple thank you maybe, but nothing is forthcoming. She stands in silence, her pale grey eyes taking me in. I try again. "Would you like to meet my baby, Leo?" The soft dome of his head beneath my cupped hand is warm. Lifting him away from my chest, I kiss him, then maneuver his little body so he's in the crook of my arm and carry him over to her. The child takes a step closer to her mother, her eyes wary, and I feel a deep, aching pain within me at the rejection of both me and my baby. How is it she can't feel that invisible pull when all I want to do is sweep her into my arms and hug her tight, tell her I've missed her? Rosemary puts a hand on the back of the girl's head, smooths down her hair, and my heart lifts when I see how she pulls away a little. "There's nothing to be worried about, darling. Becky and Leo have just come round for coffee." At the word coffee, her hand rises to her mouth. "Oh goodness, Becky, you must think me so rude. I never got round to offering you one. It's fine, honestly." "No, it isn't." She shakes her head in shame, the action making her auburn waves ripple across her shoulders. "I'm a terrible hostess. If I keep on like this, you won't want to come back another time." "Don't be silly. It's just coffee. Maybe I could pop down and make it." I think of the kitchen somewhere below us. Now she's standing. Rosemary looks so fragile, so willowy. I can't imagine her making it down the stairs, let alone up again. "Oh, no need to go downstairs. I have everything here." She points to the chest of drawers behind the chair where I'd sat to feed Leo. On it is a kettle, a jar of coffee, a thermos that I'm guessing contains milk, and an unopened packet of biscuits. There's also a sterilizer for Felix's bottles and a tin of formula. As if knowing my thoughts have moved on to him, the baby monitor on the window seat emits a loud cry. Rosemary's baby, Felix, has finally woken from his nap. She smiles. "Well, that's the end of the piece. It sounds like it's my turn for a cuddle with your little one now. I can't wait to introduce Leo to him. We can have coffee later." I feign excitement at the thought of it, but, as I speak, my eyes are still on my daughter. "Does your brother look like you?"
Octavia. It's difficult for me to say her name aloud, but if I'm to retain my anonymity, I'm going to have to push the name Faith from my mind. Think of her as Octavia and call her by that name, if only while I'm here, because if I don't, there's every chance I'll slip up. My question remains unanswered, and I realize it was a stupid one anyway. Why would Felix look like Octavia when they don't share the same parents? It makes me wonder again if Rosemary has told Octavia she's adopted. Actually, he does look a lot like her. Rosemary stands, her arms snaking around Octavia's shoulders. "Doesn't he, Octavia? Very much so, in fact. I'll get him up, then you can see for yourself." "Yes, of course." I feel a pang of jealousy as, despite sharing my genes, Octavia looks nothing like either me or Leo. She has her father's pale, freckled complexion, whereas Leo's skin has an olive hue like mine. I won't be a moment. Letting her arm slip from Octavia's shoulders, Rosemary crosses to the door at the back of the bedroom and opens it. The crying gets louder, and as she goes in, I catch a glimpse of a crib on a metal stand. A low chest of drawers next to it, on which sit a changing mat and a wicker basket full of nappies. Octavia's eyes flip to the open door leading onto the landing and back to me. She looks terrified, as though she wants to flee the room. But I'm desperate for her not to leave. These few minutes while Rosemary is seeing to Felix might be the only ones we get alone. I need to make the most of them. I go over to the window and make a pretense of looking out, when really, it's her reflection in the glass my eyes are fixed on. "You have a lovely garden, Octavia. It must be full of birds in the summer. The winter, too. Do you have a favorite?" I'm thinking of the sketches and pictures Rosemary included in my contact letters, many of them of animals.
It's as good a place to start as any. Octavia stands in the middle of the room, her hands bunched into fists at her sides, and when I turn, there's something in her expression that I recognize. It takes a minute to realize it's one I've seen on my own face when I've looked in the mirror. My heart thuds wildly. It's as if the last 10 years never happened, as though I've known her all her short life. I know you, I think. I know you only as a mother can. Octavia's eyes are roving my face as though trying to read me. It's in turn fascinating and unnerving. Was it you who opened the door to me when I arrived? I'm so used to her silence that I'm almost not expecting an answer, but then she nods, a small gesture of chin to chest that I nearly miss. Well, I'm very glad you did. It's wonderful to meet you. And your family, I add quickly, especially as Mummy isn't feeling too well today. In Felix's room, I can hear Rosemary singing, some lullaby I haven't heard before, and I wonder whether it was one she once sang to my daughter when she was a baby. I steal a look, see how she's rocking Felix in her arms, her lips lowered to his neck, and I lower my voice. Is Mummy often poorly? I know it's wrong to ask such a personal question, but something tells me it's important to know. If Rosemary is ill, how can she look after her children properly? From the way things are set up in here, it looks as if she's been confined to her room. Octavia says nothing, but she's watching me warily, as though she knows I'm trying to catch her out. Not that I am. Not really. I just want to know everything's okay. Nothing more. I wait, hoping for some sort of answer, but Octavia's eyes are no longer on mine, but back on the door, making me wonder if she's afraid to answer me, afraid of saying the wrong thing in her mother's earshot. It's all right. You don't have to tell me if you don't want to. The important thing is that we're spending time together. Rosemary has come out of Felix's room, and my cheeks warm at the prospect of her having heard. How odd it would sound. All of us, I mean. I'm flustered now. We'll have to pay more attention to what I'm saying in the future. It's been lovely meeting you today, Rosemary, and if we all get on, it's the cherry on the cake, like one big family. I cringe inside, but if I'm acting strangely, Rosemary doesn't seem to have noticed. I like the sound of that. She walks over to the kettle. I promise I'll make that coffee in a minute, but I need this water for Felix's bottle. I boiled it before you arrived. You don't mind, do you? Not at all. Your baby's needs are greater than mine. Felix is crying louder now, his little face screwing up, and Rosemary jiggles him. You're not wrong there. Can you have him for a minute, Octavia? She hands Felix to the girl, then busies herself making his bottle. There we go. She screws the teat onto the bottle, then covers it with the lid and gives it a shake. When she's happy all the formula has dissolved, she tests the temperature of the milk on her wrist, then takes it over to the chair I'd vacated earlier. Okay, I'll have him back now. Octavia moves closer and Rosemary takes him from her. As the teat touches the baby's lips, he starts to suck, and I register the look on the girl's face. She seems anxious, unhappy to have relinquished him. I move back to the bed, perch on the end of it and beckon Octavia over. Do you want to hold Leo instead? I smile down at my child. He won't mind. He likes other people. Octavia takes a few steps towards me, then looks across to Rosemary as though needing her permission. It's only when Rosemary nods her assent that she comes over to my side and pushes herself up onto the bed next to me. His neck's a lot stronger than Felix's, but you'll still need to support his head. Even though she's used to babies, has a baby brother of her own, I can't help myself. It's a habit I can't shake. There you are. What do you think? There's a half smile on her lips and I take comfort from it. Now that Leo is in her arms, I wonder whether there might be some primal instinct buried deep within her that has awakened. An innate understanding that she and the baby she's rocking share the same genes. Octavia? I lower my voice. Turn my back to Rosemary so she won't hear. I asked what you think of him. I need to know she likes him, even though there's no one I can tell who'd understand. But still she says nothing, just bends her head to his, her lips grazing the down on the top of his head. Despite her silence, I'm filled with a deep joy. She loves her brother, I can tell. Don't expect my daughter to answer you, Becky. I jerk my head round, look away from Octavia. Rosemary is watching us from the nursing chair. She must have heard after all. Why not? I frown. Shyness isn't something that runs in my family. Holding Felix under the chin with one hand, Rosemary pats his back with the other. Smiles when his little body releases a burp. Because my little girl is mute. I can't hide the shock. Mute? Yes. She closes her eyes, the pain of it washing over her. She hasn't said a word to me or anyone else in almost a year, and I have no idea why. Chapter 14. Becky. Then I'm lying on my single bed, my hands resting on my belly, staring up at the ceiling. Downstairs I can hear my mum. Today she has two ladies from the WI round to discuss the results of the Brexit vote. I can hear them laughing. Wonder what they're saying, though it's probably best not to know. Reverend James Foxton's sermons about welcoming into the fold those less fortunate than yourself are something my mother is happy to ignore if it threatens to impact on her own life. My baby kicks and I turn my face to the wall, the tear that's running down the side of my nose, dampening my pillow, smudging my mascara. I should have gone back to university when I still could, taken the train as I said I would, and left behind this small and miserable life to which I'd vowed I'd never return. But as I'd picked up my bag and headed for the door that day, it wasn't my mother who had stopped me, but the face of my baby's father. How he'd look at me when I next walked into one of his lectures, his expression mirroring his amusement. Certain that despite what I'd said when I'd last seen him, I still felt the same way about him. And he'd be right. Soon he'd reel me in, just as he had before. Loving the game, the cat and mouse chase. In his office, he'd turn me away from him as he liked to do, kiss my neck, his hand creeping under my t-shirt, his fingers freezing with shock at what he felt. Because that's when he'd know. That's when he'd reject not just me, but the child growing inside. At the thought of it, my hand had dropped from the door handle, the front door remaining closed, all thoughts of escape gone, because the hurt of what might be was already with me, and I knew I had to protect myself from it. He could never know. Never. So instead of slamming the door on my old life, I returned to it, watching daytime TV to pass the terrible, lonely hours when my mum was out at work, staying in my room as much as I could when she returned, something we were both relieved about. And even though I knew there was a way to get my life back, one that under the circumstances might have been the most sensible course of action, I couldn't make that decision alone. So, instead, I'd ignored the nagging voice that told me time was running out, until it was too late. I wonder what he's doing now. The book that lies open on my stomach rides the crest of an amniotic wave, and I save it as it slides from my distended stomach, shagging some other naive student, no doubt. A girl who's been taken in by his looks, his smooth talk, flattered enough to open her legs because he's noticed her. There's a knock on the door and, to my surprise, Mum walks in without invitation. I hadn't heard her come home and I push myself up, ashamed to be caught lying down in the middle of the day. She doesn't sit but stands beside the bed, arms folded. The way she's looking at me, so unnerving, I'm glad when she goes to the window and drags open the curtains. This can't go on, Rebecca. Her voice is dry, matter of fact. She lifts her hand and massages her forehead with the heel of it. This isn't good for either of us. I look at her, digesting her words. I know, I say at last. We have to decide what to do. After... She points to my stomach as though an alien is growing there, not her first grandchild, breathes in noisily through her nose. After you've given birth. The way she says it makes it sound like something dirty, sordid. I suspect she thinks she's covered it well, but she hasn't. What are you saying, Mum? What I'm saying is I don't want you thinking it's all right to bring up the child here. In this house. I've done with all that. I've a life too, you know. You mean you want me to leave? My voice catches, and I clear my throat to cover it up. Before the baby's born. I have no money, nowhere to go. I know I should have got a job, but the dark depression that had descended on me, once I'd made my decision to stay, had robbed me of any ability to act. It was enough to drag myself out of bed each day, to get myself dressed. I looked down at my pajamas, something I'd not managed today. That's not what I'm saying. Mum fusses with the bottom of the curtain, straightening it. Not what I'm saying at all. I've been speaking with Reverend James. I swing my legs round on the bed and stand, one hand on my belly. What has any of this to do with him? She ignores my question, carries on. I think he should come round so you can talk about the situation. It's a baby, not a situation. I look down at my growing stomach. This is your grandchild, for Christ's sake. She frowns. In this house, we don't take the Lord's name in vain. I shove my palms at her in exasperation.
What do you expect me to do when you're clearly going to force his views down my throat? I haven't been to church in years. What could Reverend James possibly say that would interest me? I lift a finger. No, don't answer that. More than likely he'll suggest I give my baby away to some God-fearing parishioner who can't get pregnant. I wait for her to contradict me, and when she doesn't, I realize I've hit the nail on the head. You have to be kidding me. Adoption is nothing to be ashamed of. Despite her words, she makes it sound as though it's something that should be said in a hushed tone behind a hand, something dark and slightly shady. Lots of women do it. What had I expected? That Mum would continue to support us once the baby was born, would help bath the baby and take turns with the nappy changes. I swallow down the lump that's formed in my throat, the size of it forcing me to confront the truth. That despite everything, it was exactly what I'd imagined. Now, though, the bubble has burst, and I see it for what it really is. Another hopeless fairy tale. I'm not lots of women, I'm your daughter. Though despair has seized me, I refuse to give in to it. Pull myself up, trying not to think about how I'd ever be able to support myself and my baby without her help, where I could possibly afford to live. But after what she's just said, the thought of staying here is equally impossible. You can stay until you've had the child. Then after... Mum trails off, looks away, a flush running up her neck. After it's done with, you'll see it was the right thing to do. You can finish your studies like you wanted to, get yourself a good job and forget this ever happened. There are hundreds of poor women out there who would give their right arm for a child. Women who have a stable home, a husband, a job. All I ask is you think about it. I cover my face with my hands, not wanting to look at her.
I'm not giving my child away to some stranger. She moves away from the window, stands beside the bed, and puts a hand on my shoulder. What choice do you have, Rebecca? It's for the best, and, in time, you'll come to understand that. I shrug her hand away, hating her in that moment, because not only is she uncharitable, she's wrong. I'll never give my baby away. Never. Chapter 15. Rosemary. The window pane is cold against my forehead as I look down from my turret. Becky is leaving now, dragging the pram behind her, not bothering to rearrange the stones as she had on the way in. The reason she'd given was she was parked in a 2-hour bay, but I wonder if it's true. Maybe it was something about Octavia that had spooked her. Her silence and the way she has of staring into your eyes, of looking into your soul. I shift my position on the window seat to see better and watch her retreat down the street, envious of the way she can come and go as she pleases. As the wind blows her hair, I remember what its cool breath felt like on my face the last time I went out, how the weak sunlight had warmed my skin. I wish I could feel it again, but I can't. As Becky disappears out of sight, I run through everything that happened. What I said, what she had said in her turn, and how she'd acted. The girl had seemed relaxed, but I've never been a good judge of these things. Her friendliness, her ease, might have been simply an act. Octavia is watching me from behind her long hair, and it makes me uncomfortable. I know our situation here is far from normal, and I wonder now if Becky had found her strange. If she did, it might make her hesitant to come back another time, and I'd hate that. Not that I'd offered up another invitation. I'd been too afraid my eagerness to see her again might have come across as desperate. And that's something I'm not. Well, not in the way she would think anyway. It's cold in the window bay, and I get up from the seat and cross the room. Felix is lying on his back on a rug under his baby Jim, and as I go past, I bend and tap the plump felt elephant. My reward, the kick of his legs. So different from Octavia. She's gone to her room now, and I know she'll be rereading the books she loves, fairy tales and stories set in faraway places, books that are too young for her. It makes me wonder what's going on in that head of hers. Makes me scared to find out. Sometimes I wish she'd have tantrums like other people's children. Anything would be better than this cold, chilling silence. I leave the bedroom and walk down the landing to the back of the house where her room is. Knock on her door. "Octavia, can I come in?" Even though I know she won't answer, I ask anyway, because I'm wary, not wanting to surprise her. She's sitting at the mahogany desk in the alcove, her waterfall of pale auburn hair flowing down her back. She doesn't turn, but carries on with what she's doing, her head bent, the pencil she's holding etching lines onto the page of her drawing book. "That's nice." I point to the daffodil she's drawn. "When you finish it, we can put it on your wall." I want her to smile, for things to be as they once were. But she won't look at me, concentrates on shading in the flower's long, sharp leaf. "What did you think of my new friend? What did you think of Becky?" After a year of her silence, you'd think I'd have got used to asking closed questions instead of open ones like this one. Questions she can answer with a nod or shake of her head, but I haven't. It's like I'm testing her, trying to catch her out, and I think she knows it. "Did you hear me, Octavia? Did you think she was nice?" In the quiet room with its window looking onto the large back garden, the only sound is the scratch of graphite on paper. But slowly, the movement barely visible, she nods. "And Leo? He would make a great playmate for Felix when he gets older, wouldn't he?" That tiny inclination of her head again. Barely there, but enough. I leave her and hurry back to the bedroom. My phone is on the bed. I pick it up, waken the Mum's the Word app, and start to type. "Had a lovely time this morning. So great to meet you and Leo. How about we do it again sometime?" I hold my breath, wondering what I'll do if she says no, what I'll do next. But the answer comes quicker than I'd expected. "Great idea. How about next Monday? Same time?" My heart races as I tap my reply. "Perfect. See you then." I go to Felix and pick him up, kiss his cheeks although they're damp with dribble. "She likes us," I whisper into his neck. "I really think she likes us." But when I turn, Octavia is in the doorway and my elation fades. Chapter 16. Becky. My spine has stiffened and I've the beginnings of a headache. Pressing my thumbs into the hollows at the small of my back, I massage it, wondering how long I've been hunched over my computer. When I started my research, it was still daylight outside, but now there's nothing to see outside the kitchen window except for the reflection of the light above my head and the row of kitchen cupboards behind me. I pull my coffee towards me and take a sip, screwing up my face and spitting it back into the mug when I realize it's stone cold. Either side of me, the granite effect laminate of the breakfast bar is a sea of paper. Notes, scribbled, words and phrases underlined heavily or crossed out. The baby monitor is quiet, and I look at my watch, trying to remember when I last fed Leo. It's nearly 11. Soon, he'll be waking up and I need to finish. I pick up my pen again and turn back to the computer, but I'm so tired the words split apart and slide across the screen. I blink, once, twice, and when the letters have realigned once more, I continue where I left off, my hand reaching for a fresh sheet of paper. The rise and fall of my pen nib across the blank page mirroring my rapid heartbeat. The more I read, the more I worry. Left untreated, selective mutism can lead to isolation, low self-esteem, and social anxiety. Since leaving Rosemary's house, I haven't stopped thinking about it, worrying about it. Unable to believe I hadn't known. My eyes fill with tears. It's not that I don't understand in theory why I hadn't. After all, the contact letters had stopped, and the adoption agency weren't obliged to fill me in. It's just that the first thing I'd learnt today about selective mutism is that it's an anxiety disorder, and I'd always believed that if anything serious was troubling my child, I'd feel it in my heart. That our mother and daughter bond would remain even after separation. I'd given Faith away so she might have a better life than the one I'd endured growing up with my mother. A safe life, one where she could flourish. I'd thought it was the right thing, but now I've seen her with my own eyes. seen her own strange family setup? I'm no longer sure. I remember my first impression as she'd walked in the door. She'd been so pale, so quiet, her eyes flicking from me to her mother before settling on the ground. As though in that gloomy, Victorian villa with its chintzy furnishings and dark panelling, it was the only safe place to look. I've come to the end of the article I'm reading and log off. Think about what I've learnt in the hours since I've been home. The current thought is that Faith isn't refusing to speak, it's literally that she's unable to, the expectation that she might, triggering a freeze response, eliciting feelings of anxiety and panic. I think of the questions I'd fired at her when she'd first come into the room. Were you downstairs? Was it you who opened the door? Is Mummy often poorly? And it fills me with guilt. From my research, I now know I'd reacted to her silence in the worst way possible. But how could I have known? How could I possibly have known? It's Rosemary's fault. She should have told me about Faith before I came to her house, given me more than she has a few problems. Yet, even as I'm thinking it, I know I'm being stupid. Why would she tell me when she believes I'm just a mum wanting to chat about her baby over coffee? In Rosemary's eyes, the meeting was all about Leo and Felix. I close my computer and gather up the scattered pages, banging them on the worktop to straighten them as a newsreader might. I'd read that sometimes a child with Faith's disorder might speak freely to a family member or a close friend while remaining silent to others. But Rosemary had implied the little girl was silent in front of her too, and if Faith is no longer attending school, it's unlikely she'd see any of her former classmates. Might not have any friends at all. The thought saddens me. But it's not just friends. There's her father to consider. Thinking about him brings back a memory of the disembodied hand with its gold signet ring, the way it had caught the sunlight as he'd taken the car seat from his wife. I feel again the frustration at not being able to see him properly, at being unable to complete the picture of my baby's new family. The only thing Rosemary had told me about him was that he works away a lot, and it's got me wondering what job could be so important that it would take him away from his wife and children. A struggling mother, a daughter who so clearly needs him. On the screen of the baby monitor, I can just make out Leo, his body curled into a question mark, one little arm covering his face. The desire to hold him is so intense it takes me by surprise, makes my breath catch, and I reckon it's because my little boy represents something I understand. His needs so basic, I can fulfill them. Faith is different. I feel as though I know nothing about her, and seeing her for the first time since she was 6 weeks old, although thrilling, has made me deeply unsettled. I press my fingers to my lips, trying to work out what it was, other than the obvious, that had so unnerved me. Coming, finally, to the conclusion that it wasn't one thing, but everything. From the minute I'd seen the house, nothing had felt right, and when I'd said my goodbyes and wheeled Leo's pram back onto the front path, I'd been left with more questions than answers. Despite the warm room, I shiver and rub at my arms. It must be because I'm remembering the cold hallway with its black and white tiled floor, the downstairs rooms with their closed doors. I've no idea why, and for how long, Rosemary has been living upstairs or what exactly is wrong with her. I should have asked, but it had seemed rude on a first visit. I slip down from the stool and go into my bedroom. It's dark, but a sliver of light from the street lamp on the road outside has found its way through the gap in the curtain, cutting across Leo's cot. He's fast asleep, and I don't want him to wake until he's ready. Being as quiet as I can, I cross over to my bed and slide open the drawer in the divan and lift out the bundle of letters. My baby doesn't stir as I tiptoe past the cot and leave the room, pulling the door shut behind me. I go into the living room and make myself comfortable on the settee. I've read these contact letters so many times in the years since I let Faith go, but this time it's different. Tonight, I'll be looking at them with new eyes, fresh eyes, scanning each one for clues as to what might have caused my little girl to stop speaking. I slide the last one I received out of its envelope and unfold it. It's a year old, and the edges have softened from the number of times I've performed this ritual. My lips move as I read the words I almost know by heart. Dear birth mother, thank you for your last letter and the happy news of your pregnancy. We hope you are well. Of course you'll be wanting an update on your birth daughter. We've been having a think about her primary education, and, although she's happy at her school, she's a bright girl, and we don't feel she's being stretched. There are also one or two disruptive elements in the class who we're not happy about. With this in mind, we've been researching some of the fee-paying schools in the area and have found one a few miles from our home that we like the look of. It has a good reputation, and I don't think she'll have any trouble passing the entrance exams. We're even keeping our fingers crossed for a scholarship. I'm sure you'll agree that it's important to give her the best chance in life. In other news, I put the contact letter on my lap. There's nothing there to give me any indication of why Rosemary had stopped writing them. Had I been too informal in my last letter? Maybe I shouldn't have mentioned the pregnancy. Perhaps it was that which had made her back off. Or was it something to do with Faith? I've no idea if my daughter started at the new school, and if she did, whether she'd enjoyed it there. It's something I'd asked Rosemary in my return letter, but of course, there'd been no reply. Rosemary has invited me back to her house, and I'm thankful for that, as it will give me a chance to find out more. The problem is, there are things Becky the birth mother knows which the Becky Rosemary met today does not, and I'm getting confused. It feels as though I'm two people, and in a way, I am. I'm the one Rosemary wrote to in her letterbox contact letters, and I'm also the mother she sat with over coffee this morning, a new friend to chat and swap baby stories with. Yes, two people, and it must stay that way if I'm to discover more. There's something odd going on at Victoria Lodge, something I can't put my finger on, and I need to know that I did the right thing 10 years ago when I gave Faith up. Need to be sure it's not been for nothing. Leo is stirring, his small cry coming to me through the baby monitor. Soon it will be loud enough to wake the neighbors. I push myself up and go back into the bedroom, put the letters away and pick up my son. When I'm settled with him on my bed, I don't bother to switch on the light but reach across to the bedside table and turn on the radio, hoping I'll find some music that will lift my mood. Instead, I catch the end of the news. After she was reported missing this morning, she was last seen near Eccleston railway station wearing a knee-length black woolen coat and a yellow scarf. My ears prick up. A woman's missing, but I've missed the part where they've said her name. I rub at the tiny raised hairs on my forearms. Eccleston is only a few miles from here. It's where the lifeless body of a young woman was found last year, and the sober way they've said it makes me think they're expecting to find another any time soon. Police are urging anyone with any information to contact. I shift on the bed to get more comfortable, feeling foolish as I remember my reaction last time I heard the news. How quickly I jumped to conclusions. Thought of Ed. I switch the radio off again. The thought that someone might be out there preying on women only now beginning to affect me. I hold Leo closer, look out into the dark night. For the first time, my being alone in the flat has taken on new meaning. It hadn't bothered me before, but now it does. But it's worse for Rosemary, alone in her Victorian villa with its dark panelling and large, high-ceilinged rooms. Is she scared? It's times like this when I wish Ed was still here. I think of his face when I'd shown him the pregnancy test with its blue line. The resignation that had settled there, as though it was confirmation I'd trapped him. He thought he knew me, but he hadn't. There are things I never told him, like how I'd left university rather than wreck a marriage, how I'd lost my child to a stranger. Would he have loved me more or less if he'd known? Would it have made a difference? I'd thought Ed would be by my side through the pregnancy with Leo, and certainly hadn't planned to go it alone. But our relationship had always been complicated, punctuated with rows and recrimination. One evening, when he was out at the pub, I found out what he'd been doing on his computer. When the shock had turned to anger, I'd confronted him, given him an ultimatum, change or leave, and if I believed he'd come back after making his choice, I was sorely mistaken. But despite the heartache of losing him, the fear of bringing up a baby alone, I vowed to be strong. I was 10 years older than I'd been when I'd had Faith, and no longer under my mum's toxic influence. I could do it, would do it. I'd prove myself worthy of the task, prove everyone who doubted me before wrong. Why then, as I cradle Leo in my arms, do I hold him tighter than usual? Whisper words of comfort in his ear that I know are meant for me. I look around the room at the dark shadows, The sway of the branches I can see through the thin bedroom curtains. It's because the newsreader's words have got to me, reminded me it's a perilous world out there. This whole business has made me aware that there are dangers in the world from which I might not be able to protect my little boy. My love not enough to shield him. It leaves me feeling vulnerable, alone. I sit in the darkened bedroom and wonder what Rosemary is doing, if she feels that too. And what about my daughter? There's something off about the house where she's been brought up these last 10 years that raises goosebumps on my arms. Something that has caused Faith to stop speaking. I don't know what it is, but I need to find out. Chapter 17. Becky. Then I'm sitting on my own in my mum's living room, and the woman sitting opposite me is called Jane Simmons. She's nice, punctuating the end of each piece of information she's given me with a smile, but it does nothing to dispel my anxiety. So you're... She looks at her notes, adjusts her glasses. 6.5 months, give or take. I nod. Look anywhere but at her, as though this simple action might make her disappear.
And you say you've spoken to Reverend James, and that it was he who gave you the number of our agency.
I nod again, not trusting myself to speak, trying not to remember how he'd dropped biscuit crumbs down the front of his jumper, how he'd talked to me as though the decision had already been made. Worst of all, though, was how I'd sat, docile as a lamb, allowing his arguments against keeping the baby to join forces with my mother's. Too tired to argue, to fight for what was rightfully mine. I shift position in my seat, stretching out my back. These last few months have been the worst of my life. Slowly but surely my mother had done what she set out to do the moment I told her I was pregnant. Worn me down with her vision of a future containing nothing but the poverty and hardship I'd suffer if I was to keep the baby and bring it up alone, as she'd done. And when I'd asked why she'd not done the same as she was suggesting for me, her answer had been simple. I had Jesus to guide me, Rebecca. And a husband. That's the difference. Jane glances at the door, leans forward. This has to be your decision, love, not your mother's, not Reverend James's. You know that, don't you? I push down the ball of pain in my chest, raise my eyes to hers. It's what I want. It's for the best. And why do you think that is, Rebecca? It's Becky. Only my mother calls me Rebecca. Oh, I hadn't realized. She pushes her glasses up her nose, smiles apologetically. Becky it is then. The clock on the mantelpiece ticks down the minutes, and I hate that I've given so much of myself away. She'll be wondering about my relationship with my mother and whether I've been coerced into making the choice I've made. Despite the truth in it, my stupid pride won't let me admit to not having made the decision myself. My baby will be better off with someone else. I blink rapidly, hating the tears that are stinging my eyes. I'm not ready for this. I want to continue with my studies, continue with my life. It sounds harsh, as though I have no heart, but Jane doesn't seem shocked. I guess she's heard it all in her job. Having a baby doesn't mean the end of your life, Becky. It would be a different life, that's all. Over the last few weeks, I've turned off my emotions, but her kindness is threatening to prise open the armor I've built around myself to stop me thinking too much, feeling too much. I'll regret it, I continue quickly. I'll resent the baby. My mother's words fall from my lips like a ventriloquist's dummy. It should shock me, but it doesn't. The insidious drip of them every day has permeated my being until I no longer know which are her thoughts and which my own. Please, just give me the information. Tell me what will happen. The baby kicks and, as if it has a will of its own, my hand moves to my stomach. Realizing what I've done, I move it away again, hoping she hasn't noticed, but of course she has. Jane sighs, sits back in her seat again, and takes a sip of the tea Mum made for her. I think I see disappointment in her eyes, but it could be my imagination. Of course I'll tell you if that's what you want, but before I do, it's important you know you can change your mind at any time. Right up until the baby is 6 weeks old, in fact. Really? I hadn't known that. It was something Reverend James had conveniently forgotten to mention. Despite everything, it's as though a glimmer of sunlight has found its way through a gap in the clouds. Yes, It's to make sure important decisions aren't made under any emotional distress you might feel after the birth. That smile again. But that's a long way off yet, and leading up to that time, we can offer you counseling and support. I know, I read the leaflet. I just want to know the facts, the process. Well, firstly, you would voluntarily agree to place the baby for adoption once it's born. But as I said, legal consent cannot be given until the baby reaches 6 weeks.
You say you don't know who the father is?
No. I blink his face away. I have no idea.
Then only your formal consent would be needed at that time.
And the adoptive parents? How would they be chosen?
I feel sick at the thought of it, my hand back on my stomach. We, as an approved adoption agency, would assess the situation and match the child with prospective parents. I'm afraid you would have no say in this, Becky. You do understand that, don't you?
Yes.
I bite the inside of my cheek, wishing I didn't. The emphasis she'd put on that final sentence makes me realize the question of who the adoptive parents will be is one she's been asked 100 times before, one she'd wanted to preempt. I know I'm not coming over well, that to this compassionate woman with her polyester blouse and kind smile, I must appear cold, emotionally detached. She won't see that it's my only way of coping, that if I dare to think, to feel too much, the floodgates could open, dragging me away, pulling me under and never letting me resurface. What happens, after? Like my mother, I can't say it. After the birth, you mean? I nod, unable to lend my voice to the small word that will confirm it. There are a few alternatives. While in the hospital, you'll be encouraged to look after your baby, feed and change it. But whether you do is entirely your choice, of course. The idea is that these things help the birth mother to bond, help them know they've made the right decision. Then, when it's time to leave the hospital, he or she might be placed in temporary foster care while the adoption is being finalized. She presses her hands between her knees and looks directly at me. Do you know the sex of the baby? You don't have to tell me if you don't want to. It's a girl. Now it's her turn to nod, and I wonder if it's because she's contemplating my decision to find out at the scan. Although I'm not sure why, as the sonographer had run the probe over the gel on my stomach, and the image had appeared on the screen, it had felt important that I know. But foster care isn't always the best option, Becky. If there are no concerns for the baby's safety, then you, as the birth mother, would have the right to take your child home for a few weeks. Her expression is serious. Just to be sure. My breath catches in shock. I don't want to. What if I changed my mind? The thought of my life turning into my mother's terrifies me. I don't want to be her. Jane hands me another leaflet. You may think that now, but it's an option. This gives you information on how social workers might give you support, how they can help you understand the legal and emotional implications of the adoption procedure. And all this time the adoptive parents are having to wait too? It's hard to comprehend. That's right. It would all be explained to them. No adoptive parent would want to adopt a child if they didn't feel the birth mother was 100% happy with their decision. The law is there to protect both parties. Jane puts her reading glasses in their case and snaps it shut. Then she gets up, holds out her hand to me. It's been a pleasure getting to know you. She points to the leaflets in my lap. I'll leave those with you, and if you have any questions, my number is on this card. She hands it to me and gives a final smile. There is one other thing I forgot to mention when we were talking about what happens after the birth. Although fostering is usually the way forward until the contract is signed, occasionally the baby might be placed directly with the adoptive parents under a fostering for adoption arrangement. She hesitates. That would only be with your consent, though, and that's something we can talk through another time. I'll leave you now. You have a lot to think about. Don't worry about seeing me out. She leaves me, the numerous information leaflets in my lap, patchworking my dungarees, and soon I hear my mum's voice in the hall, the slam of the front door. Well? She's in the doorway now, her head on one side. How did it go? I get up,
the leaflets fluttering to the floor. "Fine." She tuts as I brush past her, but I don't care. Jane's words are still in my head. The baby might be placed directly with the adoptive parents. Despite my willingness for the process to happen, this feels a step too far, as though they might come into the birthing room and cut the baby's umbilical cord themselves. That's never going to happen, I mutter to myself. It's crazy, I know, but in that moment, it's as if I'm thinking of those faceless, nameless people as the enemy. As if already I'm wondering if they can be trusted with my newborn. Chapter 18. Becky. Now Rosemary is sitting on the window seat, as she had been before. Once again, it had been Faith, or rather Octavia, who'd opened the front door to me. But this time she'd not run away. Just stood there, one hand on the door, her long hair that looked as though it hadn't been brushed in a while, falling across her face. I'd been itching to get my travel brush from my bag, draw its bristles through the strands until they shone like copper, but I couldn't. In my role as her mother's new friend, it wasn't my place. So instead, I'd thanked her and pushed Leo's pram through the doorway into the hall, followed her upstairs into Rosemary's bedroom, trying not to stare at the girl, trying not to give myself away. "It's great to see you, Becky." Rosemary stands. She looks a little unsteady, her hand reaching for the wall to keep her balance, and I wonder if she's been drinking. My eyes skim across the room for a clue that she has, but there's nothing, just an empty water glass beside her bed. "Please." I put Leo down on the rug under Felix's baby gym and gesture for her to sit down. "There's no need to get up on my account."
"Is your little one asleep?"
"Yes, he's a dream. He might wake a lot, but he nods off as soon as I've fed him and doesn't wake when I put him into his crib. In that respect, I know I'm really lucky." Her eyes flick to Octavia, who's sitting by the door, her arms folded, and I hear the end of the sentence in her unspoken words. "Unlike first time around." "You are. Sometimes it takes an age for Leo to settle." There's a radio on the bedside table, one of those retro-looking ones with the mesh front. It's playing at half volume, the tune melancholy, fitting the grey sky outside the window and the rain I'd driven through to get here that the wipers had fought a losing battle to clear. Hopefully, by the time I leave, it will have stopped. "Did you hear a woman's gone missing?" Rosemary turns worried eyes to the window. It wasn't far from here. I stare at her, the hand I'd reached out to one of the stuffed animals to swing, dropping back to my side. I hadn't expected her to mention it. Once more, a picture of Ed's face comes into my head, and I wonder why it's been so long since I heard from him. Yes, it was on the radio. I won't sleep well until he's caught. There's no knowing who might be murdered next. Rosemary closes her eyes, as if in pain, and I take a step forward, worried she might faint. She really doesn't look well. As before, she's wearing a dress in a thin, summery material, the butterfly sleeves accentuating her slender, bare arms where goosebumps have risen. On a damp, grey day like today, her choice of clothing seems inappropriate. But it's Rosemary's house and, as her guest, it's not something I can question without sounding rude. The comment feels a bit of an overreaction, but I gloss over it. There could be any number of reasons why someone might disappear. People walk out of their homes all the time. It's not as if they've found a body. I think of Ed and the cold-hearted way he'd left me. I have evidence of that. It's like she hasn't heard, though.
There's a catch in her voice.
"Not yet. You read about these things all the time in the news, hear it on the radio and get blasé. It's different when it's so close to home." Rosemary presses a palm to the cold glass, and my eyes are drawn to her long, slim fingers. The simple gold band on the ring finger of her left hand. She reminds me of someone, but I can't think who. Then it comes to me. It's not someone I know, but the face of the woman in the famous painting by John William Waterhouse. The Lady of Shalott, if I remember rightly. Not the one where she's lying in the boat, auburn hair spread around her, but the one in the tower. And now her face has turned away from the window, as though she knows there's something out there to fear. The resemblance is even stronger. "Are you all right, Rosemary?" I sit beside her on the window seat. "Is there anything I can get you? You don't look well at all." I'd noticed how pale her skin was the last time I'd visited, but today it's paler still. a faint sheen on her forehead as though she might be running a temperature. She opens her eyes again, forces a smile. "Oh, look at me being all pathetic. I'll be fine. Nothing a strong shot of caffeine won't fix. I just had a disturbed night, that's all." She starts to get up, but I put out my hand to stop her. Surprised at how fine the bones beneath the skin of her forearm are under my fingertips. "Don't you dare." I move my hand away. "You stay right where you are. I'll make it." "Was it Felix who kept you awake? I've read a musical mobile can work wonders." "No, it was Octavia." She turns her back on her daughter and lowers her voice to a whisper. "Sometimes she gets nightmares." "Oh." Getting up again, I go over to the kettle on the side and flick the switch. It's another thing I didn't know about Faith. "She's Octavia," I remind myself, tapping the tips of my fingers against my forehead. I've got to get it into my head that, in this house at least, it's my daughter's name. Octavia. 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 "Would you like anything to drink, Octavia?" I try to keep my voice normal, turn and hold out the carton I'm holding for the girl to see. "Milk?" The gratification I feel when she acknowledges the question, even though it's a shake of the head, gives me courage. "Orange squash?" The small nod she gives makes me smile. Quickly, I smother it, not wanting Rosemary to see. I pour an inch of squash into a tumbler and add water from the jug next to the kettle. I take it over to Octavia, wondering, as I hand it to her, what she thinks of this talk of murder, of missing women, and whether her mother and I should have even been speaking of it with the girl in the room. It would be enough to give anyone nightmares. Delving inside Leo's change bag, I find the packet of chocolate-covered biscuits I'd brought with me to have with our coffee. "Chocolate biscuit, anyone?" Octavia looks at her mother, but she shakes her head. "That's kind of you, Becky, but Octavia is allergic to chocolate." "Really?" "Most dairy, actually. It's like the wind has been punched out of me. What else haven't I been told?" I have a sudden urge to shake Rosemary, but it's not her fault. She'd followed the guidelines, that's all. Only told me things that wouldn't worry me, wouldn't hurt me. Never knowing that one day, 10 years down the line, I'd see it for myself, hear it from her own lips. And it's not as though I hadn't done the same. My innocuous replies to Rosemary's letters had been confined to practical things like my market stall and my daily routine. I'd written nothing that would give away how I really felt. The pain that grew with the passing of another Mother's Day, another birthday. No mention made of the numbness of loss that had never left me, even after Leo had been born, or how each milestone, the first feed, the first nappy change, the first smile, brought back a tidal wave of feelings. I'd kept to myself what was really in my heart, that I'd never stopped thinking about my daughter, never stopped loving her. Followed the guidelines as Rosemary had. "So your husband's away again?" Desperate to change the subject, I put the biscuits back in the bag, turned back to making the coffee. "Yes, he went last night." It's impossible to know from the tone of her voice how she feels about this. "He'll be back on Friday." Presumably, he'll have heard the news. "What does he think about, you know?" I motion my head towards Octavia, not wanting to voice it as I had before. What we were talking about earlier. "He's not happy. Worries a lot." Rosemary leans her head against the wall of the window recess. "It's why he prefers it if I stay in the house while he's not here. He likes to know I'm safe." She laughs, and I wonder if it's to cover up for the strange things she's said. "It started when they found the young woman in the woods last year. In a Cleston forest, found by a dog walker?" "That's the one. That was almost a year ago." I look at her curiously. "So, are you saying you don't go out at all, Rosemary?" She fiddles with one of the tiny buttons on the front of her dress. "I don't mind. I've never been a big one for socializing or shopping. I'm happy inside the house, and with my health not being all it should, it's probably a good thing. I've never liked the cold, and this wet weather has seemed endless." "You're right there. But aren't there things you miss? People?" "Not really. Like I said, my old friends have their own lives." "Family, then?" "My dad died 5 years ago, and my mother is in a home 50 miles away. Dementia. She wouldn't recognize me if she saw me." What she's said has unsettled me, but I try not to show it. It's her life, after all. None of my business, really. I'm in much the same boat. I haven't seen my dad in years, and my mum, well, I doubt she'd want to see me. Or I her. Parenting without support is so tough. Rosemary nods, and I hand her the coffee mug, seeing how she balks a little at the smell. I can get you something else if you prefer. No, don't be silly. She takes a sip, smiles bravely. I feel so bad. I should be the one looking after you, not the other way round. I am the host, after all. Whatever must you think of me? I think you're unwell. Despite everything, I'm surprised how concerned I am. Is it because this woman has been so nice to me, or is it because I'm worried she won't be able to look after my daughter? Have you seen a doctor? She sits up straighter. I don't need a doctor. I'm tired, that's all. I'm used to it being just me and the children, so when Matthew's home, it rather upsets my routine. Really? I would have thought it would have been easier with her husband home to help her. As if reading my thoughts, she qualifies her statement. Let's just say, he likes things done a certain way. Typical man. I try to make light of it, but I'm uncertain as to what she means. Under Felix's baby gym, Leo is fussing. Putting down my mug, I bend to him and scoop him up, feeling awkward at the turn the conversation has taken. It's as though I've walked into a room and witnessed the two of them arguing. Ridiculous, I know, because Rosemary has hardly said anything at all. So, what if Matthew likes things done a certain way? That doesn't make him a bad husband. A bad dad? Ed had much worse traits, not that he'd ever actually experienced fatherhood. If he had, perhaps he'd have liked things done a certain way too. The thought makes me sad. He hadn't given it a chance, hadn't given us a chance. I've been thinking, it must be so difficult to have quality time with your husband when you have children to think about. I'm a pretty good cook. How about I make you both a meal one night, then keep an eye on the kids? A babysitter with perks. I couldn't ask you to do that. Honestly, I'd enjoy it. It gets lonely sometimes sitting in my flat on my own. We're both new mothers. We need to take care of each other. It's true, but not the only reason. Coming over one evening would also give me the chance to meet this absent husband of hers, the father who has little time for his wife and children. My eyes slide over to the little girl who's not moved since she came in. She's sitting with her back to us, facing the door as though guarding it, an unopened book in her lap. Does she even know she's adopted? I don't know. Rosemary's voice breaks into my thoughts. She looks uncomfortable. It might not be a good idea. Seeing my disappointed face, she continues. Look, I know that might seem odd, but although he knows I made a friend on the Mum's the Word app, he doesn't know you've been round. She gives an embarrassed laugh. It's been my guilty secret. You don't mind, do you? It's hard not to show my surprise. Well, no, but... I'm lying, though. Why wouldn't she tell Matthew? Doesn't he want her to have friends? I carry Leo over to the window seat and sit beside Rosemary again, enjoying the weight of my baby on my chest, his knees raised frog-like, either side of his body, the top of his head grazing my chin. I kiss the soft fuzz. I hope you don't mind me asking, but is there a reason you didn't tell him? She doesn't answer but looks over at Octavia and gives a small shake of her head. Whatever it is, she doesn't want her daughter to hear, and it intrigues me. Worries me a little. I'd kept plenty from Ed, and the things he'd kept from me had sealed our fate when I'd found out. It's the reason why I'm on my own again. You can tell me later. I need to respect her wishes. This is not something we should discuss in front of the child. Only if you want to, of course. Despite my desire to find out more, I'll have to be patient. But there's something else I want to know. The thorny question of whether Octavia's been told about her adoption. I can't come right out and ask her. It's impossible when there's no reason why I'd know, but there are other ways of finding out. Feeling guilty, I launch into my question, worried that I won't ask if I have time to think about it. It feels wrong to trick Rosemary, but it's important I know. I lean back against the window and rub circles on Leo's back. I had a rough time giving birth to this one, I lie. In truth, It had happened so quickly, I'd hardly had time to get to the hospital. But it was worth it. Was it easier for you with Felix, being second time around? Behind our heads, water beads and runs down the window like tears. Easier? Rosemary's eyelids close as though too heavy for her to keep open. She's so close to me, I can see the tiny blue veins beneath the translucent skin, the faintest pulse of a nerve at the outer corner of her eye. Yes, I suppose it was. She looks at me now, as though unsure whether to say more. I'm just wondering if I should say something to encourage her when she speaks again. I lost a child, then two more, between Octavia and Felix. We'd struggled to get pregnant before having Octavia, so hadn't expected it to happen again, especially so soon after. As you can imagine, we were overjoyed. She takes a jagged breath in, but it wasn't to be. A voice in my head is screaming, "But you were never pregnant with Octavia." I want to shout it out loud, but after what she's just told me, it would be cruel. It's not Rosemary's fault her little girl's birth mother has tricked her way into her life, that she's sitting here listening to her lies. And she's suffered loss too. "I'm sorry," I say instead. "That must have been terribly hard for you." It was. But you know what, Becky? I have my darling boy now, and I count my blessings. Our miracle baby, we call him. Worth the wait. Worth the tears. Did they say what caused? There's a movement on the other side of the room. Octavia is looking at us now, her face half hidden behind the strands of pale auburn hair that fall across it. And I wonder if we should be talking about it in front of her. It also pains me to think she's been lied to. Wonder when Rosemary plans on telling her she's been adopted. If she plans on telling her. Felix's cries can be heard through the baby monitor, and Rosemary gets unsteadily to her feet. I watch as she walks to his door. Each item of furniture she passes, the bedpost, the nursing chair, the chest of drawers, providing a welcome place for her to rest a hand, to steady herself. I feel sorry that she's unwell, but angry too. She is a liar. And one thing is clear, my daughter isn't safe here. Chapter 19. Becky. What do you like to do, Octavia? Now you're home all day. Rosemary has fed Felix and is now in his room changing his nappy. I don't expect Octavia to answer, but it's vital I communicate with her, even if it's a one-way conversation. I need her to know that I'm a good person, that my being here could be good for her too, so I can get her to open up and trust me. Do you like watching TV? My original question was silly. After all the research I've done, I should know that closed questions are the way to go. To start with, at least. Open ones are unlikely to elicit a response until she learns she can trust me. But does this house even have a television? There isn't one in Rosemary's bedroom, but I've not seen any of the downstairs rooms on my 2 visits. There's probably one in the living room. The thought of that dark, panelled hallway, the solid, closed doors, gives me the creeps. The air as I'd stepped through the front door had been chill, and the smell as I'd lifted Leo from his pram and walked to the stairs had reminded me of an old house my class had visited years ago as part of a history project. The heavy wood and patterned rug that ran the length of it, giving off a musty smell that you never get in newer homes. Well, none that I'd been in anyway. It's as though the ground floor of Rosemary's house isn't used, but Rosemary must go down there sometimes, if only to make Octavia her lunch. The kitchen will be behind one of the solid doors, at the back of the house most likely, and I try to imagine her descending the stairs with Felix, the slim fingers of her free hand gripping the wooden banister, Octavia trailing behind her. But I can't imagine it. Yet, food doesn't cook itself. Clothes don't clean themselves by magic. Someone must shove Matthew's shirts, Octavia's dresses, and Felix's baby grows into the washing machine. Someone must hang them from the line in the back garden to dry, or push them into a spin dryer. All these domestic things. Who does them? I think back on our conversations, but there's been no mention of a cleaner or a home help. It must be Rosemary who does it. Or Matthew, the man I've never seen, never met. An image of Matthew comes into my head. Just the back of him, Sitting on his own at the large mahogany table in the dining room I'd seen through the window the first time I'd come here. A single slice of toast on his plate, a dish of butter, and another of marmalade by the side of it. No radio to cheer the morning. No child's voice asking him to check her homework before school. Because Octavia doesn't go to school. Octavia doesn't speak. And what does my daughter do all day after her father has gone to work? And in the days when he's away and she's at home with a mother who can't, or won't, leave the house? To my surprise, Octavia is looking at me expectantly, and I wonder whether it's because she's bored, stuck in this house with just her mother and baby brother for company. Perhaps I'd been a ray of sunlight in this dark world of hers. Not wanting to lose the advantage I have, I make the question I asked more specific. I've been watching The Masked Singer. I love their wacky costumes and the way it's impossible to guess who the person inside them is. Well, impossible for me.
Have you ever seen it? The daughter of one of the women whose houses I clean is around your age, and she loves it. I give her my widest smile, but it drops a little when Octavia shakes her head. Maybe Rosemary and Matthew don't approve of the program, or of TV in general. I try another tack. What about reading? Is that something you enjoy? Again, the shake of the head. Drawing, then? I'm beginning to run out of ideas. It was something I loved at your age, something I still love. Octavia's eyes widen a little. There's the ghost of a smile. All those sketches I used to do upstairs in my bedroom when my mum was entertaining her church group. All the photographs I took at university. I might have given my child away, but she hadn't lost me entirely. A tiny part of me went with her in the unique blueprint that had been passed down from both me and her father in her genes. My daughter might not look like me, but there are other things that link us. Traits and characteristics shared, like our love of drawing. My heart is fit to burst at the thought. I need to see them. I glance at Felix's door, see through the opening that Rosemary is still tending to him. I kneel on the floor next to Octavia and lower my voice. I'd love to see something you've drawn. Would that be okay? Her face changes. She looks wary, as though I've asked her to read me a page of her diary or tell me a secret. Not everything, of course. Just your favorites. Octavia's eyes meet mine, then slide away again. She gives the ghost of a nod. Great. Do you have them here? She points to the door. They must be in her room. Let's have a look then, shall we? I push myself up, then hold out my hand to pull Octavia to her feet. Her fingers curl around mine, and as our palms meet, I'm filled with an irrepressible joy. I blink hard to stop the tears from forming. This is the first time I've touched my child since she was 6 weeks old, but I have to act as though nothing out of the ordinary has happened. I mustn't let my emotions run away with me. Letting go of her hand, I gesture at the half-open door leading to the landing. After you. I'm unsure whether I'm doing the right thing, and worried what Rosemary will think when she comes out of Felix's room to find us gone, but there's no reason for her to think it's odd. I follow Octavia out of the room, and we walk down the landing past several closed doors. Hers is the last one. It's at the back of the house, and I wait as she opens the door, my heart thumping at the thought of seeing where she sleeps, where she probably spends most of her time. She steps aside to let me in, and I move past her, my hungry eyes greedy for glimpses of her life. The room is large, with 2 bay windows overlooking the huge area of back lawn. I go closer to look. Wow, Octavia, this is a wonderful room. There's a single bed with a rose-patterned quilt, an ornate walnut dressing table and matching chest of drawers with brass handles. I look down at the garden. There's a large cedar tree in the middle and paved paths that disappear through wooden arbors twisted with branches. What a sight it must look when the wisteria is out in early summer. With a sickening lurch, I'm reminded that this isn't anything I could have given my little girl. If I'm ever to move on, it's something I need to remember. But how can I move on, now that I've met her? At the foot of Octavia's bed is a large box with a padded seat in the same rose design as her quilt. She lifts the lid and reaches in, draws out a sketch pad. I pull myself away from the window and go to her, take the book from her hands and open it. I feel my daughter's eyes on me.
She's waiting expectantly for me to speak, to tell her what I think, but I can't. I'm too shocked. Not because of the sketch I'm looking at, the garden below the window that I've just been gazing down upon, but because the picture could have been drawn with my own 10-year-old hand. The sweep of the pencil that leads the eye to the garden's secret places, the shading on the wooden bench that encloses it, inviting the viewer to sit. I recognize it all. You have such talent, Octavia. Turning the page, I see she's drawn a cat, its front legs straight, its tail curled around its body. It's staring out from the page with wide eyes, and I know I'd have photographed it had I been the one to catch it in its pool of sunlight. Does your mum like to draw? I know what I want my answer to be. Want to keep this gift she has for myself. But before she has time to nod or shake her answer, the door opens and Rosemary's standing there, her baby cradled to her. His face is red from crying, the front of his sleep suit damp with his tears. I close the sketchbook, my cheeks pink with guilt, place my hand on the cover. Octavia was showing me her drawings. You don't mind, do you? You were busy with Felix and... I stop. I've been so keen to cover myself I've neglected to take in what's in front of me. It's not her own baby Rosemary's holding, not Felix, but mine. The stripy sleep suit he's wearing, one I'd hurriedly dressed him in that morning. You left him alone in my bedroom. I heard him crying and thought you were trying to comfort him. But when I came out, he was on his own. I put Felix back in his crib and came to look for you. There's a hint of something in her voice. Not criticism exactly, but something akin to disappointment. I'm racked with guilt for my son. How could I have left my baby unattended? Except I do know how. My need to bond with Octavia had taken over everything, my maternal love for my firstborn eclipsing my common sense, blinding me to everything else. I thought I'd only be a moment. I struggle to articulate my defense, knowing there's nothing I can say that will absolve me. I thought, it's easily done. Unexpected sunlight floods through the window, throwing a pattern of window panes across the polished floorboards. It's as though I've woken from a bad dream or broken free from a spell I hadn't known had been cast. Rosemary's absolution everything. Her hand is on the back of Leo's head, her fingers moving over his soft down of hair. He's quietening now, his body relaxing into her. Stepping forward, I take my son from her, cover Leo's damp face with kisses. Octavia is watching us with interest, but at this moment, the only thing in my head is the baby in my arms, and the twist of the knife in my gut at the memory of Rosemary cradling him. Chapter 20. Becky. Then, the nurse is standing at the foot of the bed, cradling my baby. The name on the badge that's pinned to her uniform says, Morag Craven. It's a good solid name, and it suits her. As she rocks from foot to foot, I watch her through a fog of pain. The paracetamol I was given earlier is wearing off, but it will be another hour before I can have more. I decide she's around the same age as my mother, though. Unlike Mum's, her eyes are kind. The two harsh lines absent from between her brows. I haven't held Faith yet, and I don't know if I want to. I'm sore from the stitches, shattered from the long hours in labor that ended in an episiotomy and the threat of forceps that made me push harder. I don't remember much about the birth except for the overwhelming relief I experienced when it was finally over, knowing that soon I'd be able to put it all behind me, move on with my life and resume my studies, forget it had ever happened. Until I'd looked at her, that is, seen the fine hair darkened by the blood of her traumatic entrance, her tiny fists bunched as though ready to take on the world. I hadn't expected the rush of emotion, the stab to my heart that had made me look away again and tell the midwife I was too tired to take her. Morag is at my side now. She moves closer to the bed, holds Faith out for me to see. It's not the first time she's done this, and I can tell by her expression that it won't be the last. I don't want to. I close my eyes, hoping the other mothers on the ward haven't heard. Roll over onto my side so my back is to her, scared that if I take the baby from her, the wall I've so carefully built around me will crumble. I can't force you, Becky. With her free hand, she pulls the orange plastic chair that's next to the bed round so it's facing me and sits. But I need you to look at her. You might think it's counterintuitive if you're not keeping the baby, but studies show that it can help with the acceptance process. I register the word if. Wonder if it's some sort of trick. The paperwork is done, is ready and waiting for me to sign in 6 weeks' time. Faith's adoptive parents waiting expectantly for the gift I'm offering. If you remain in denial, there can be no real acceptance. Morag's voice is calm, patient. Do you understand what I'm saying? She puts a hand on my shoulder, and I want to shrug it away. But she'd been with me for the whole of the labor and birth. Refused to leave once her shift was over. I owe it to her to at least try. I roll over, wince as I push myself up and punch the pillow to get comfy. No one is looking at me. I can do this. Give her to me then. I hold out my arms. But I don't want to feed her. The colostrum you produce in the first few days is important for Faith's development. I already expressed some. She smiles and gets up, lowers the baby into my arms. I know you did, and that's a very good thing. Let me know if you change your mind if you'd like to give Faith her bottle. Babies feed a lot when they're new, and if you don't want to now, there will be plenty more opportunities. Okay. She's so tiny, but I can feel the warmth of her body through the thin sheet. I don't want to look at her, but I don't want to let Morag down either, so I make myself take in each feature, pretending I'm composing a photograph, seeking out the light and shade, the angles of her nose, her cheek, keeping it dispassionate.
Objective. There's a slight depression in her chin. Her father has it too. My heart lurches. How is it that, despite everything, I haven't stopped loving him, haven't stopped wanting him? She's a little doll. Morag leans in, smooths Faith's pale hair. How tiny their hands are. It's surprising how strong their grip is. The skin of Faith's hand is dry and flaky, the fine red mottling on its back as delicate as lace. Without thinking, I put my finger to her palm, feel the fingers curl around it. Unable to help myself, I laugh. You're not kidding. Why are her hands so cold? Her body's still learning to regulate its temperature. It's nothing to worry about. Even though I know Faith's eyes can't focus yet, she's looking up at me, like she trusts me, and I can't bear it. Take her, please. The girl in the bed next to me looks up from her book, but I keep my gaze turned away, not wanting to see her expression. Of course. Morag reaches for Faith, pretending not to notice the tears that are streaming down my face. It will be supper time soon anyway. I bet you're starving. I'm grateful for her compassion, for the lifeline she's thrown me, as though the reason I handed my baby back was due simply to hunger. She carries Faith over to the plastic cot, picks up the blanket, and with expert hands swaddles the child before laying her on her back. I'll be back soon. Please, can't you just... But she's gone, and I feel again the panic I've had each time I've been left alone with my baby. The overwhelming feeling that there's been a mistake, that I've been left in charge of someone else's precious possession with not a clue what to do with her. I'd hoped Faith would sleep, but her face is screwed up, the pale skin rapidly changing to a deep red. She gives a whimper, not loud, but it soon will be. It must be because she hasn't had her feed. My eyes search for the nurse call button beside my bed, but I can't press it. Not so soon after Morag has left.
There's no emergency. Only the one I've created in my head. My baby is hungry, that's all. I look at the other mothers on the ward. 2 are feeding their babies. Another is bent over her child's transparent crib. As I watch, the woman by the window grimaces as she slides her feet out of the bed and paddles the floor for her slippers before shuffling out to the toilets. Please don't cry. Please don't cry. But, despite my silent pleas, Faith's mouth opens and she lets out a wail. Aren't you going to pick her up? The woman holds her dressing gown together with one hand. Her expression isn't unkind, but I wish she'd go away. Leave me alone and tend to her own baby. Look at the way she's sucking her fist. She's hungry. I know. It comes out too loud, and I feel the heat rush to my cheeks. I lower my voice. I know. I just wanted to wait a moment to see if she'd settle. The woman smiles. Good luck with that. This is my 3rd, and one thing I can tell you is when a kid is hungry, they're going to let you know in the loudest possible way. Anyway, I'll leave you to it. My bladder's fit to burst. She moves off, her feet scuffing on the linoleum, and my shoulders sag with relief. But my ordeal isn't over yet. The baby's cries getting louder. Other mothers are looking at me, wondering why I'm not doing anything about it. The cot is on wheels. Reaching over, I grip the side and move it an inch or two, then back again, hoping it might lull her to sleep. After a minute or so, I reluctantly admit to myself that it's not working. Faith's head turns one way then another, her face wet and scrunched. The fist that's worked its way out of her blanket jammed into her mouth. I can't leave her like this. I slide my legs out of the bed, grimacing at the pain, push myself to my feet and lean over the cot. Gingerly, I lift her out of it and work my way back onto the bed, settle back against the pillow. Instantly, she's quiet. The mother next to me catches my eye and smiles. Her own baby is breastfeeding, the book she'd been reading earlier now face down on the covers. Faith is lying across my lap. Hesitantly, I lift the warm bundle and move her closer to me until her head is in the crook of my left arm, my right hand cupping her head. She's looking up at me as she had before, and without thinking, I raise my thumb, stroking the damp velvet skin of her cheek. Instantly, she turns her head towards me, her eyes closing, lips searching, and I don't know what to do. There's a strange tingling in my breast, and instinct takes over. I lift the bottom of the t-shirt I'm wearing and bring her closer, feel the warmth of her lips as they latch on. I don't know whether this is right, but I don't care, because for this one moment, the two of us are at peace. It means nothing. My eyes close, and it's as though it's just the two of us in the ward. The other sounds, the mother's voices, the scrape of curtain rings on rails, the nurses' feet as they come and go, all muted out. I don't know how long we sit like this, but when I open my eyes again, Morag is looking at me through the glass panel of the door, and I think I see her smile.
Chapter 21. Rosemary. I'm feeling better today, as I knew I would. Stronger, more alert. Matthew has been gone from the house 2 days now, and with each day, each hour, each second, I feel his absence less. Relish it. Felix had only woken once in the night, and I feel reborn, my mind sparking, my body reminding me of the crocuses in the front garden that have sprung up everywhere, pushing through the earth's cold, dark crust to greet the world. I'm drawn to the window where, after what seems like endless cold rain, the sky is blue, buds of pale pink blossom bursting from the ornamental cherry next to the front path. For the first time in months, I'm happy. But it's not because of the sunlight that's falling across my face or the thought of my children sleeping in their beds in our beautiful house. It's because I feel like I might finally have a friend. My mind drifts back to the school gates. The other younger mothers chatting in easy groups, their circles never opening wide enough to let me in. They were civil, yes, always said hello, but their bright good mornings never extended to invitations for coffee or lunchtime meetups in the local pub garden. I go to the door of Felix's room, watch in the dim morning light that diffuses through the thin curtains the rise and fall of his chest. He's fast asleep after his early morning feed, and I lean over him, kiss his warm cheek. The son shall not bear the guilt of their father, I whisper to him, unsure of where I've heard it, only that it's true. I love my son more than life itself. My daughter too, if only she'd let me. I think back on Becky's visit yesterday, how I'd found her in Octavia's bedroom, her head bent to my daughter's sketchbook. She'd been so engrossed in it that she hadn't heard me come in, hadn't registered the concern on my face, or the fact that the child I was cradling was hers, not mine. I'd wanted to shout at her, demand how she could leave her precious son alone on the floor. What if he'd choked? What if he'd... But I don't want to go there. I'm glad I'd bitten back my comments and merely stated that she'd left him alone in my bedroom. No recriminations, no blame. Because I want her friendship, need it. It's been too long. Plus, with Becky and Leo here, the house seems more alive. I feel more alive. I leave Felix and go back to my room. At the mirror of the dressing table, I pick up my brush and draw it through my hair, enjoying how the sunlight picks out the gold and the copper hues. When Matthew and I were first married, he'd brush my hair for me, lift strands of it to his cheek, and talk about the beautiful children we'd have. Not now, though.
These days he hardly says a word to me when he's home, unless it's to criticize. He says it's to help me, hides it behind a guise of concern, but I know better. He thinks I'm a bad mother, but what does he know? He's never here. Preferring to spend his nights in the one-bedroom flat we purchased when the company he works for decided he was needed at the Midlands office 4 days a week. I used to think it was me he was avoiding, but now I wonder if it's Octavia. My mind slips back to 10 years ago, to the small office where Matthew and I had sat side by side on grey plastic chairs, the wooden table separating us from the social worker whose head was bent to the thick folder in front of her, filled with months of paperwork. I remember Matthew's face as she looked up at us and smiled. It's official. The adoption has been approved. Many congratulations to you both. The way his fingers had tightened around mine, and my love for him as he'd blinked back tears of relief and joy. Because the years before this had been hard. So many false alarms, the elation fading to despair each time my period came. My own fingers shook as I'd added my signature to Matthew's. My heart fit to burst. We were to become parents at last. All we'd ever wanted. Now I fight back tears at how everything has changed. The way Octavia is around my husband, flinching whenever he speaks to her, her mouth clamping shut if he even looks her way. Not that it's always been like this. She used to love him, would hang onto his hand when he left for work, pull him back and beg him to stay. Now it feels like she can't wait for him to leave. That makes 2 of us. Octavia, can you come here? I step out onto the landing, call again, and this time her face appears at her bedroom door. She's still in her pajamas, white fur slippers on her feet. I look at them. Those feet. The only part of me she doesn't share. How thrilled I'd been when I'd met her for the first time. How relieved when I knew she'd be mistaken for my own flesh and blood. Her pale auburn hair falls in straggles around her shoulders. I hold up the brush that's still in my hand. Do you want me to brush your hair for you, darling? She shakes her head and closes the door, so her face is the only thing showing. I try not to show my disappointment. Get yourself dressed then. Today we're going to have our first lesson. Downstairs in the living room, I think. Isn't that exciting? Octavia's face doesn't change. She doesn't look excited, but I am. I think of the pile of teaching guides that arrived at my door yesterday, with their shiny covers and printable worksheets. I spent all yesterday evening poring over them, deciding to start with English. I just hope I'm up to the job. But I have to be. Octavia has shown that school is not the place for her. It's safer for her to be at home with me and Felix. So what do you think, love? Shall we give it a go? Though she still looks wary, she nods her head, and I'm relieved. I saw the surprise on Becky's face when I said I'd taken her out of school and can't have my new friend thinking badly of me. Besides, it will be something to talk about when she next comes round, something to share with her. I smile at the thought. Only 2 days, I think to myself, remembering the last message Becky had sent. Only 2 short days before they'll be here again. Once I'd counted down the days until my husband came home, but now it's Becky who makes life feel worthwhile again. Ever since she sent her first message on the app, I've had the feeling she's going to change my life. Matthew, if he knew, would say for the worse, but I know it will be in a good way, a great way. I just hope Becky thinks so too. Chapter 22. Becky. Rosemary's smile is wide as she holds the door open for me. Come in. I cover my surprise by bending my head to Leo's pram, fussing with his cover. I've never seen Rosemary downstairs, and she looks so different today. A touch of lipstick and a hint of blusher, abolishing the paleness of our previous meetings. She's still wearing one of the tea dresses I've come to expect, but she's teamed it with a citrus lemon cardigan and some matching wooden hooped earrings. Wow, you look great! I blush, realizing this could be misconstrued. Not that you don't normally, it's just... Rosemary laughs. Please, there's no reason to explain. I know I must have looked horrendous the last time you came here. I was struggling more than I realized, I think. She looks at me with concern. Are you okay? Yes, we're absolutely fine. Leo has kicked his blanket completely off again, but I don't bother to adjust it. Had I been staring off into space? What made her ask that? I thought I had a bit of a cold this morning, but it was a false alarm. This little man is as strong as an ox. I usually get whatever's going, but Leo takes after his dad. He's not had one single sniffle or a cough since the day he was born. Felix neither. She helps lift the pram over the doorstep. We're both very lucky. We certainly are. Anyway, I'm glad you're better. Me too. I'd miss our get-togethers. The way she's said it is as if we've known each other for ages, that we've hung out together at her house for months, rather than the 2 times I've been. It's odd, but I rather like it. It means she's comfortable with me being here, that I've managed to keep my true identity hidden from her. Same, I say quickly, aware of the prick of guilt at my deception. But I'm doing nothing wrong. No one would blame me for wanting to keep my daughter in close sight, for wanting to make sure she's okay. It's what any mother would do, isn't it? I parked the pram in the hall. Today I've come late afternoon as I'd had 2 houses to clean in the morning and one at 3:30. I pull Leo's change bag from the tray underneath and put it on my shoulder. I'm about to lift Leo from his covers when I feel Rosemary's hand on my arm. I thought you might want to bring him through in his car seat today. I give an embarrassed laugh, knowing she's remembering how I'd left Leo on the floor under Felix's baby gym, how I'd walked away with Octavia without giving the dangers of leaving him so much as a second thought. Yes, of course, that's a good idea. I clip him back in, unlock the car seat from the pram frame, and lift it off. I'm heading for the stairs when Rosemary calls after me. Oh, I forgot to say, Becky, we're down here today. Really? This is unexpected. Rosemary is certainly surprising me today. Yes, I've turned the living room into a classroom for Octavia. After a lot of procrastination, I've finally got around to preparing some lessons. The skin on her neck flushes. I'd have struggled if she'd been in secondary education, but the Year 5 work I think I can manage. It was quite fun, actually. She waits for me to say something, but I'm not sure how to reply. As far as I'm concerned, the best environment for a child to learn is in a classroom, with a qualified teacher and other children the same age to bounce ideas off. And does she... I clear my throat. Start again. Will she like home learning?
You don't think that with her disability? Inside, I cringe with embarrassment. Rosemary might not want her child's mutism to be described in this way, but I carry on anyway. With her lack of speech, it might be better to have someone teaching her who's trained to deal with the things that might cause her problems. Have I said too much? Will Rosemary take offense, seeing it as a criticism of her ability to do this job? I hope not. I need to keep her on my side. Rosemary crosses the wide, dark hall where, as before, the doors are all shut. There's a lack of funding. The SEN teacher at her school had a wealth of problems to deal with. There's no hint of any indignation at what I've just said, and I'm relieved. With all the will in the world, she could hardly be expected to be an expert in all of them. At best, Octavia would have had a few hours of her help, but being at home, she'll have continuity. One-to-one help with the person who knows her best. I frown. If Rosemary had known her so well, how is it that she has no explanation for why her daughter stopped speaking? Or maybe she does, and she's just not telling me. It brings it home to me that, to her, I'm nothing more than an acquaintance with whom she's hit it off. Our 2 meetings not nearly enough to give her the trust, the security, to open up to me. And why would she? Trust is a 2-way thing that has to be earned, something I've yet to do. She stopped at the first door on the left, and after a quick knock, opens it. I walk over and look in, surprised to see Octavia sitting at a round table in the center of the room. It's covered with a white cloth with a lacy edge, and there are 2 A4-sized books open in front of her. Unlike the dining room I'd seen through the bay window on the other side of the house, this room is more homely. The walls are deep red, papered in a busy print. The patterned rug on which the table stands, fighting with it for prominence. To the right of the tiled Victorian fireplace is a solid-looking piano, and to the left of where I'm standing is the leather Chesterfield I'd seen through the window on my first visit. Despite its size, I find the room claustrophobic. The patterned walls and floor, the ornaments on the shelves and the dark, heavy-framed pictures threatening to bring on one of my migraines. Again, I have the strange feeling that I've stepped back in time, have to fight the impulse to leave, to go back to my flat where, despite the mess and the lack of space, I feel comfortable. But I can't. My work here isn't done. There is too much I don't understand about my daughter
and her life here with Rosemary and Matthew. So, instead, I take a step towards the table, Leo's car seat swinging from my hand. "Hello, Octavia." This time the name comes out more naturally. "It's nice to see you again. This is the best classroom I've been in. Lucky you." The girl looks up from her book, a ghost of a smile on her lips, and my heart sings. It seems I hadn't imagined the connection we'd made over her drawings the other day, and it makes me excited about the ones of my own I've brought to show her. Rosemary is bent to the bouncy chair that's next to Octavia. "Thank you for keeping an eye on Felix for me, love." The girl's foot presses down on the padded front of the chair to keep it bouncing, and as I watch, mesmerized by the motion, a thought occurs to me. Although it's designed for a newborn and perfectly safe, if something bad had occurred while Rosemary was out of the room, how would Octavia have been able to let her mother know? Would an accident be enough to prompt her to call out? The possibility that it wouldn't angers me. I'd been made to feel irresponsible the other day when I'd left Leo. Surely this was no different. I put Leo's car seat down beside Felix, crouching next to Rosemary to tickle her baby's cheek. "Have you heard from Matthew? I bet you miss him." "Matthew?" Something passes over Rosemary's face, and she glances at the window. "No, not really." I look up at her. "No?" She folds her arms. "My husband's a busy man and not one for chit-chat. Whether he's here or away, I spend a lot of my time alone with the children. What would he say if he did ring? It's only a few days and he knows I'm safe here." Safe here. It is an odd thing for her to say. I'd been thinking more along the lines of him asking how his children were, what his wife had been up to during his absence. But maybe Rosemary's right, and he feels he has no need. It's not as if Rosemary ever leaves the house, and with Octavia no longer at school, there wouldn't be a lot to talk about. It's not even as though he knows about me. As Rosemary hasn't said anything to the contrary, I can only presume I'm still her little secret. But it's better that way. If I was to meet Matthew, it would be one more person to have to pretend to, and I'm finding it hard enough as it is. Rosemary had seemed happy when I arrived, but since the mention of her husband, her demeanor has changed. The light gone from her eyes, and a frown line etched across her brow. It worries me. I stand. "Can I ask you something, Rosemary?" She pulls herself together, pastes on a smile. "Of course, ask away. I hope you won't take this the wrong way, but when was the last time you went outside? I don't mean to empty the bin or to sweep the doorstep, but properly outside. To a shop or the cinema. A walk, even." Rosemary's hand slides across her stomach to grasp hold of her other arm, the fine wool of her cardigan wrinkling under her fingertips. At the round table, I sense, rather than see, Octavia's head raise. Is she watching us? Waiting for her mother to answer, to see if she'll tell the truth? "I don't really remember." She rubs at her sleeve. "It's been a while." "But what about before, when Octavia was still going to school?" "You must have taken her." "A friend's mother picked her up and dropped her home." "And what about Felix? He's only a few months old. You must have left the house to have him. Which hospital?" "It was a home birth." Rosemary's voice is matter-of-fact. "He came so quickly we didn't have any choice." "Oh, I see. But that doesn't account for what happened before the birth and after. The antenatal checks, the scans. Did her doctor know about her problem? Could it be she was visited at home?" Another thought follows hot on its heels. There must have been a reason Rosemary and Matthew opted for adoption for their first child. I'd presumed it was due to infertility, and if that was the case, Felix's conception would have involved trips to the fertility clinic. I need to find out more. My eyes fall on Octavia, on the pale, freckled hand that turns the page of her book. If the adoption center knew she was mute, her mother confined to the house, would she be allowed to remain living here? I picture my daughter in my flat, that same pale hand bouncing Leo's chair, me at the electric hob cooking our supper, and a smile forms on my lips. Leo hiccups, bringing me back to the present. The spell is broken, but the question remains. Would they believe this was a safe home for a vulnerable child? Or is there the tiniest chance they might consider she'd be better off with me? Chapter 23. Becky. I place my knife and fork together and wipe a spot of pasta sauce from the kitchen table with my serviette. "Thank you, that was lovely." Unlike the rest of the house, the few rooms I've seen anyway, The kitchen is bright. The units on either side of the oak table, modern, their shiny doors and worktops reflecting the overhead light. I prefer it in here to the time-slip room with its round mahogany table set aside for Octavia's studies, or the high-ceilinged bedrooms with their elaborate plaster cornices and overly patterned rugs and wallpaper. Rosemary smiles. "You're welcome."
I'm glad you could stay. Luckily, the supermarket delivery came yesterday, so there was plenty of food. I'd been surprised when she'd issued her invitation, more surprised still at her skill in making a simple pasta dish taste divine. It was certainly better than the fish fingers I'd been planning to have from the freezer at home. "Do you get lonely when Matthew's away?" I stop, seeing how Octavia's eyes have turned to Rosemary, how she grips her fork a little tighter. "It's just that I know whenever Ed—" I stop, shocked at how I've choked up as his face comes into my head. I'd thought I was over him, but clearly I'm not. It seems that leaving us as he did, without a word, isn't enough to make me hate him. Rosemary reaches across the table and places her hand on mine. "Are you all right?" I sniff back the tears. "Yeah, I'm sorry. Thinking about him just caught me off guard, that's all. Stupid, isn't it?" "Of course it's not stupid. He's the father of your child. It's only natural you'd miss him." I catch the hint of relief in her voice and wonder if it's because my unexpected display of emotion has moved the conversation away from her husband. I know, but I thought that after what he'd done— I stop, remembering I haven't told her everything. All Rosemary knows is Ed and I had an argument, and he left. I'm not ready to tell her the truth, not when after all these months it's still so raw. Still hurts. I give an embarrassed laugh. "Look, forget I said anything. I'm just having a bad day, that's all. This little monkey has hardly slept a wink today." I lift him out of the car seat beside me and cradle him in my arms, kissing his head to hide my embarrassment. "Well, you know we're here for you if ever you want to let off some steam. It's why Mum's the word is so good. Without it, we'd never have met each other and would have had to cope with our frustrations on our own. Venting is something we all need to do from time to time, or we wouldn't be human." I laugh. Although venting isn't something Rosemary has done a lot of, considering the problems she's had with Octavia. "No, we wouldn't, would we? We'd be like my mother." Rosemary raises a quizzical eyebrow. "Your mother?" "Really, you don't want to know." I don't want to tarnish our burgeoning friendship with thoughts of her. The way she'd worn her years of long suffering like a yoke across her shoulders. No words needed, on the few occasions I'd seen her, to remind me of the trouble I'd caused her when I was younger. Her size and lack of eye contact, enough evidence of that. At the end of the table, Octavia has folded her napkin and placed it beside her empty plate. All through the meal, her table manners have been impeccable, and a part of me wishes they hadn't. I study her from behind the water glass lifted to my lips. She doesn't act like a normal child, her actions too careful, too mindful. It makes me wonder again what caused her to be like that, how she can stand to be so silent. Did something happen at school, or, and I hate that I'm thinking this way, could it be Matthew who's made her like this? Might he have done something to frighten her? The thought makes me uneasy, and I cast my mind back, desperately trying to remember more about the day he and his wife had taken my daughter away. Searching my memory for something that will connect me to him, and, as always, coming up with nothing but the large hand that gripped the handle of the car seat, the glint of the signet ring on his finger. If only I knew what he looked like, because, in the absence of a memory or photographs of him in Rosemary's house, my imagination has run riot, painting its own picture of him, one I don't like. It's true I've never met the man, and of course I'm biased, but to anyone entering this odd household, it would be obvious how much hold the absent husband and father has over the two people sitting at the table with me. Their expressions changing any time his name is mentioned, as though there's something about his presence that scares them. I look at my watch, push back my chair. I really do need to be going. I have to be up early for my stall tomorrow, and if Leo doesn't settle tonight, I'm done for. Let me help clear the table. It's the least I can do. Rosemary holds up a hand. No, really, I can do this after you've gone. It's not as if I have anything better to do.
other than feed and change this little guy. She looks at me straight. You know Matthew didn't have to carry on working in Nottingham. When his contract there ended, he could have come back, but I didn't encourage him. In the end, he renewed it. The money was better. Really? I try to hide my surprise. Yes, I found I preferred it when he was away. When he was here, it was suffocating, fussing me, questioning me. Does that make me a bad wife? It makes you honest. All partnerships are different. Who am I to say what's right or wrong? Rosemary looks relieved. She bends to Felix, who's asleep in his Moses basket by her chair, and gives a doting smile. Both babies have been very good this evening, haven't they? Hardly a peep out of them. You're clearly a calming influence, Becky. You must come more often. She turns to Octavia, who's tracing the grain on the wooden table with her finger, eyes lowered. You'd like that too, wouldn't you? The girl nods, and it's as if the kitchen is suddenly filled with sunshine. She must like me, just a little. Maybe Tuesday? I venture, the fingers of one hand crossed on my lap. Absolutely, that would be lovely. Perfect. I stand and lift the carrying handle of Leo's car seat. It's a date then. It certainly is. Rosemary stands as well and begins to collect up our dirty plates. Do you want to see Becky out, Octavia? It will be another chance to be alone with my daughter, but I can't appear too pleased at the suggestion, or it will look odd. So instead, I moderate my smile and thank Rosemary for a lovely meal. You're welcome. One of many, I hope. I hope so too. I walk to the door and go out, leaving Rosemary to her clearing. After the warmth of the brightly lit kitchen, the wooden-panelled hall with its heavy-framed pictures and imposing staircase is chilly and unwelcoming, the heavy cast-iron radiators not doing their job. I sense Octavia behind me. Throughout the meal, until I'd mentioned her father, that is, she'd seemed more relaxed than the previous times I'd seen her, but when the kitchen door slams behind us, she jumps back. Her audible gasp, the first sound she's uttered. I stop walking, Leo's car seat swinging from my arm. It's just the draft, Octavia? This house is over 100 years old, and the windows and doors look like they're the originals. I put the car seat down and put a comforting arm around her. Okay now? In the gloomy light, her face is pale. Something's the matter, but I know she's not going to tell me what. So, instead of trying, I pick the car seat up again, move across the hall. But, when I look back, Octavia hasn't followed me. She's still standing where she was before, her head turned towards the stairs, eyes on something only she can see. I go back to her, wondering what she can see that I can't. What is it, love? Light from the porch throws fractured, stained glass patterns from the rectangular panel in the front door onto the tiled floor in front of us. It's grown dark outside while we've been eating, and I wonder if that's the problem. Whether I should have searched for the light switch rather than navigate the hallway in the half-light. There's a red triangle of light on her pale cheek, a green diamond on her shoulder. They move and reposition as she presses herself into the wall. Octavia? The girl remains silent, her thin arms now bent across her eyes, her hands clasping the top of her head, and I can't bear to see it. My child is scared, and all I want to do is fold her in my arms and comfort her. But how can I when she doesn't know who I really am? Let's get some light in here. I put Leo's seat down and go over to the front door. Feel along the wall beside it until I find the light switch. Octavia hasn't moved and my eyes follow hers. Navigating the dark wooden balusters, the forest green panelling below them, and the heavy black radiator on the far wall. Finding nothing out of the ordinary, they slide back to a wide panelled space below the stairs. And that's when I see it, the thin outline of a door, its hinges and handle painted in the same dark green. What's behind that door, Octavia? I take a step forward, but she grasps at my arm again, pulls it back. What is it, love? I look down at her pinched face. There's nothing to be frightened of. But whatever it is, I'm feeling it now too. The strange chill of the hall, the sense that time has stood still. She releases her grip on my arm, and I walk over to the panelled door. The handle is painted metal, and I twist it, pull sharply, but it doesn't budge. It's then I see the keyhole below and realize it's locked. I look at my daughter. What I want to do is ask her if she knows where the key is, but common sense prevails. It really is none of my business. This isn't my house. It's Rosemary's, and I shouldn't even be here. Chapter 24. Rosemary. The kitchen door opens and I look up from stacking the dishwasher. Becky is standing there, Octavia's hand in hers, the car seat in the crook of the other arm. I'd thought she'd gone, and I'm not sure why she's back. She looks worried, and I hope it wasn't my cooking, my conversation, because I need her in my life. Becky? Is anything wrong? Did you leave something? No, I didn't leave anything, but... She looks down at my daughter, and I get the feeling she's thinking about how to voice whatever it is she wants to say.
But I couldn't leave without asking you something. I straighten, close the dishwasher door. What could she possibly want to ask me that had been so important she'd not made it to the front door? My stomach churns with the possibilities. I'd worry that it was Matthew, but they've never met, so it can't be that. Of course, ask away. Is it about the boys? It's nice that we have each other to use as sounding boards. Octavia's hand is still in hers, and I consider the wisdom of letting her see Becky out. Since Becky came into our lives, my daughter has been acting ever more strangely, and I wonder if the young woman is the reason for it. It's not the boys, it's Octavia. I know it sounds silly, and it's really none of my business, but that door in the paneling under your stairs, there's something about it that really scares her, and I wondered if you knew what it was. Oh, that. I look at my daughter, then go over to her, hating how her shoulders stiffen when I kneel in front of her and place my hands on them. We've talked about this before, darling. You really must get over it. What must she get over? Becky glances back into the hall. What's in there? I stand again, lean my back against the wooden table. Nothing much of interest, just stairs that lead down to the cellar. Most of the Victorian houses in our street have them. We keep ours for storage mainly. The thing is, and I'm embarrassed to say this, we have a bit of a rat problem, and Octavia's terrified of them, aren't you, darling? Though there really isn't any need. They get in through the drains, we think, and, although we set traps, humane ones you'll be pleased to hear, they keep coming back. I really should get someone from pest control round to deal with it, but they'll use poison, and I don't think I could cope with that. I think of their beady black eyes, their thick tails, and fight back a wave of sickness. I must hate them as much as Octavia does, but Becky is looking at me strangely. It's as though she doesn't believe what I've told her, and it makes me uncomfortable. I've given her no reason to think I'd lie to her. I'll show you if you like, but there's not a lot to see. She looks awkward. It's not necessary. I understand now why the thought of the cellar freaked her out. I hear her words, but there's a part of me that's still unsure she believes me. Sliding open a drawer in the kitchen table, I take out the cellar key, let it swing from my finger. Come and see what I have to contend with. Matthew says I'm overreacting, but what would he know? He's never here. Octavia will keep an eye on Leo. Without giving her time to object, I go into the hall and cross to the cellar door, the key grinding in the lock as I turn it. As the door swings open, I can't help wondering if I'm doing the right thing showing Becky. If the traps are full of desiccated dead rats, what will she think of me? But I have to show her. She needs to know that Octavia's fear is unfounded. I flick the switch on the wall, and the lights in the cellar below me snap on. Becky is behind me, her curiosity having got the better of her. Careful on the steps. We've never got around to carpeting them. No point, really. I lead the way down, one hand on the brick wall to steady myself. Hear her behind me. It smells a bit mouldy, I'm afraid. It's because there are no windows as we're below ground level, and we hardly ever use this room. It was once a coal cellar. We should probably make better use of it. I know someone down the road who's turned theirs into a gym. I stop at the bottom, look around me. The place is as it was when I last came in here to reset the traps. Nothing out of place. The trap closest to me is empty, the one over by the far wall too. The peanut butter I use as bait, solidifying at the end of the Perspex oblong tube. I pick it up, cock my head on one side. Nothing here. They're getting wilier.
I turn to look at Becky. She's standing at the bottom of the steps,
her eyes roving the space in front of her. And I see it as she does. The workbench and lathe I'd bought for Matthew one birthday, having mistakenly thought it would rekindle his love of carpentry. The bags of Octavia's outgrown clothes, which I'd take to the charity shop if I could leave the house. The chest freezer, covered in an old blanket that we'd bought when we'd first moved here, imagining we'd need it for the overspill of food required for the dinners, family gatherings, and New Year's Eve parties we'd pictured ourselves hosting. How different our life is from the one we'd imagined. You can tell Octavia there are no rats here today, that there's nothing to be frightened of. I hope Becky hasn't seen the one that's tucked behind the chest freezer. The dead rat's body contorted from where it's tried to escape and failed. What would the girl think of me if she knew I haven't been down to check the traps in months? Hating the mildew smell and the spiders that lurk in the corners as much as my daughter does. I put the empty trap down, and when I see that Becky is already halfway up the stairs, I follow her, flicking the cellar light off as I reach the top. As I close the door and lock it again, I give an involuntary shiver. It's not only Octavia who hates the place. Becky has gone back to the kitchen. She's saying something to my daughter, her hand on her shoulder, and as I watch, Octavia's head dips in a nod. I guess she must have told her about the empty trap, told her there's nothing to fear. She picks up Leo's car seat and meets me by the front door. Thank you for a lovely meal, Rosemary. I mean it. I had a great time. You're welcome. We must do it again. We must. I start to close the door, but Becky doesn't move, is looking at something behind me. I turn and see my daughter. Her face is lit by the front porch light, her fingers pressed to her lips, as you might if you were about to blow a kiss. Becky turns abruptly, but not before I see the tears in her eyes.
I watch her walk down the dark path to the front gate, confused. What memories has my daughter stirred in her? What dark place has she returned to? Chapter 25. Becky. Then, I've changed my mind. My mother looks at me with horror. What do you mean, changed your mind? She hadn't been happy when I told her at visiting time that I'd be taking Faith home with me, looking after her until the 6 weeks were up and I could legally sign the adoption contract. Morag had told me it would be the best thing for me and my baby, a way of knowing for sure that the adoption was what I wanted, and that I'd have no regrets when the time came to hand Faith over to her new family. Faith is asleep in her cot. I press my fingers to my lips and touch them to her head, the touch light so I don't wake her. I'm not letting her go. I want to be Faith's mother. Give me strength. She says it to the wall in front of her. Since Faith was born, she hasn't looked at her. It's as if the word shame is written in invisible ink across her tiny forehead. You have no idea how to look after her. The child screams half the night. She knows, babies are clever like that. I want to ask what it is Faith is supposed to know, but stop myself. Without my mother on board, I don't know if I'll have the strength to go through with this. This last week, as I'd paced my small bedroom, I'd prayed that my baby's cries wouldn't filter through to her bedroom on the other side of mine. Had fed her until my nipples were red and sore in the hope she'd sleep. But it was as though Faith's body clock was out of kilter, her eyes only closing as the sun started to seep between the curtains. And when I'd come down to make myself a drink, eyes swollen from crying and tiredness, knowing it would only be an hour or so before Faith woke again, I'd find an empty kitchen. My mum already out somewhere, avoiding me.
Avoiding us. You're a selfish girl, you know that, don't you? Her eyes flash her disapproval. Those poor parents, all these months waiting for their child. No way of knowing that you'd be planning on stealing her from them. She lowers her lids as though the weight of them is too much to bear, shakes her head in disgust. After all the discussions, after all the advice from Reverend James, how could you be so cruel? My eyes grow hot, but I won't cry in front of her. I won't. Faith is my baby, Mum. I look down at her, my heart quickening. I carried her for 9 months, gave birth to her. That woman has never even seen the child. How can I steal something that's never been hers? Like a curtain opening on a tragic play,
My mum's eyelids raise again. Her sigh is deep, wounded. You should have let that poor couple take her straight after she was born. Agreed to the foster for adoption arrangement you were told about. If you had, then we wouldn't be in this ridiculous situation now. You agreed with Reverend James, you agreed with me, that allowing a mature couple to become her parents, people with the means to give the child the best in life, would be the best for all involved. I look at her, shocked. All involved. It's a child's life we're talking about, not a business transaction. But it's not just Faith's life. Did you for 1 minute consider me in all this? How I might be feeling? She turns her head to the window. You made your bed. You made my fucking bed, Mum. You and that man who pretends to have his parishioners' best interests at heart. You must have known how confused I was, how scared. I let the two of you push me into doing this, but it's not too late. It's regrettable, yes, but the agency will find another baby for the couple to adopt. I force down my guilt at the thought of it. The bravado coming from my lips remaining outside my body.
Probably one they'll love even more than mine. Just listen to yourself. My mother sits on the bed heavily, her forehead resting on the heels of her hands. Why they let you home with her, I'll never know. If you do this, Rebecca, you do it on your own. Then I will. The mirthless laugh she gives chills me. You have no job. Where do you think you'll live? I thought I'd made myself clear from the beginning. I'll find something. People do. You have a good home here, the chance to go back to university, to study whatever you like. Not everyone has those chances, you know. She looks sideways at me. You could have been someone, made something of your life, but instead, you're going to throw it all away. And for what? She stands, looks at Faith, really looks at her, and I wonder if this is the moment she'll soften. But her face has tightened, her fingers gripping the sides of the cot. For a lifetime of that. She means Faith, and I won't listen to any more of her vileness. Get out. She stares at me. I beg your pardon? I mean it. Get out of my room, you've said enough. To my surprise and relief, she does as I ask, and I slam the door behind her, the picture on the wall shaking on its hook. The noise has woken Faith, and I lift her from her cot, feed her and change her, as I've done every day since I brought her home from the hospital, because I believe I can be a good mother. I just need to make a plan. I lay Faith on the bed and sit next to her, a hand on her tummy, forcing myself to think. Finding accommodation with no deposit and no job feels like an impossible task. Taking my phone out of my bag, I find the number I'm looking for. Then, with the mobile pressed to my ear, I wait, my heart rate increasing until it's answered. I'd like to speak to Jane Simmons, please. I take a deep breath to center myself. Yes, I can hold. I wedge my mobile between my shoulder and my chin and lift Faith into my arms, being careful to support her head. Taking her to the window, I part the curtains and look out at the narrow street with its line of cars parked either side. Remembering how I'd sit here as a child, hands over my ears to block out the sound of my parents' voices as the incriminations and accusations filtered through from the room next to me. But there's no time to dwell on it, as someone is speaking to me. Hello, Jane Simmons here. Settling Faith in the crook of my arm, I drop the curtain and put the phone to my ear. I'm sorry to bother you. It's Becky Young. Becky? It's like she's trying to place me. Yes, I gave birth to my daughter, Faith, 2 weeks ago, and I've been looking after her at home. Oh, Becky, I'm so sorry. My head's still in the meeting I've just been in. She pauses long enough for me to wonder if that meeting had been about me. How are you getting on? I screw up my eyes. I need to speak to you about something important. Yes, of course, I'll help you with the adoption process in any way I can. It's what I'm here for. A sudden panic grips me. You don't understand. I've made a terrible mistake. It's out now, and the relief is physical, a sudden calmness washing over me. But it doesn't last. There's a silence on the other end of the phone. I swallow, look down at my daughter. I want to keep her. I know it's wrong. I know I'm letting the couple who want to adopt her down, but I can't go through with it. No one can make me, can they? No. Jane's voice changes, softens, and I realize the way I'd blurted things out had caught her off guard. No one can make you.
It's why they have the 6-week rule. From the moment she'd been assigned to me, I'd found her to be kind, patient, never pressuring me to act one way or another, simply giving me the facts and letting me work things out for myself. If I could hug her, I would. But are you sure about this? There's a pause, and I wonder if she's writing notes.
Has something happened to make you change your mind? I look down at my child, watch her eyes as they try to focus on my face. I became a mother, I say, as I bend and kiss Faith's little fist. That's what happened. Chapter 26. Becky. Now outside Rosemary's house, it's darker than I expected, and as the front door closes behind me, I wish I was still in Rosemary's brightly lit kitchen, rather than in her eerie garden. I wheel Leo's pram down the path, past the large pampas grass that rustles in the wind, the white-maned heads picked out by the moon, past the bird bath with its stone cherubs that I'd, on first sight, thought cute, but which now give me the creeps. At the gate, I turn and look back at the house, wondering what Rosemary's doing. There's a dark shape at the window of the turret in her bedroom, and I wonder if she's gone up, positioned herself on the window seat to watch me, to make sure I leave. But why would she do that? The strange thought makes me shiver. She's only ever been nice to me, made me feel welcome in her house, and yet, when I'm there, I can't let myself relax. It's because I know who she is, know I'm an imposter, and it colors everything. In case I'm right and she's looking at me, I raise my hand in farewell, then turn my back on the house and push down on the latch of the gate. It's heavy, stiff, and as I struggle to open it, a weird, panicky sensation comes over me. A moment ago, I'd been wishing I could stay longer, but now I want the opposite, to be as far away from this place as possible. The gate gives, and I push the pram through, telling myself I'm being stupid. Of course I can't relax inside that mausoleum of a house. How can I when every minute I'm there, I'm conscious that I'm watching, listening, searching for clues as to why Octavia is so silent and why her mother never leaves the house. But it's not just that. There's a pressure when I'm there to constantly be on my best behavior, to have my daughter like me, to like Leo, the brother she doesn't know she has. My feet slow and I look back at the house. It's a relief to be out of there, but it feels wrong to have left Faith behind. Is it safe for her there? Is her fear of the cellar really just because of the rats? Something doesn't feel right, but I'm not sure what. All I know is my instinct is telling me to get Faith away from that place, if only I knew how. "You'd better not sleep in the car, little man," I whisper to the hum of Leo's covers as I wheel him along the pavement. "I need more than 4 hours tonight." The street is empty, lights on behind curtains, families I've never met doing whatever it is they do on a weekday evening. Without warning, an overwhelming sadness crashes in on me. Even though Ed was constantly glued to his phone or tapping at his computer, his presence was something I'd got used to as I made the dinner or stacked the dishwasher. Although they're more in body than spirit, I never dreamt I'd miss him so much once he was gone. I guess it was the familiarity of him, the way he always sat in the same chair, head bent in the same way to whatever he was doing. The mug with the elephant on the side, that contained whiskey as often as it contained the Earl Grey tea he favoured, constantly on the table by his side. As I wheel the pram down the tree-lined street, the moon slipping in and out from between the branches, there's an emptiness inside me. I'm feeling Ed's absence like a lead weight, and since the day my daughter was taken from me, I've never felt so alone. I think of Rosemary at the window. She's alone a lot too, but even though Matthew sounds far from the perfect husband, at least she has him. At least he comes home to her at the end of the week. But he also insisted she not go out while he was away. That can't be normal behavior, can it? A gust of wind blows the branches above us, scattering raindrops onto Leo's cover, and I feel uneasy. I'm remembering the body of the woman dragged out of the river, thinking about the one who recently went missing, and I'm very much aware I'm a woman on my own, a pram no barrier to someone desperate. Imagining a sudden hand clamped over my mouth, I walk faster. Look over my shoulder to see if anyone is behind me, but the street is empty. The only movement, the trees and the sudden dart of a cat as it runs across the road before disappearing over a wall into someone's garden.
I'm not normally a nervous person, but tonight, since I've left Rosemary's, it's like my senses are on red alert. The car is only in the next road, but it doesn't stop my heart from racing. I'm no longer bothering to steer the pram around the puddles. Ignore the muddy splatters that I'll have to clean off my shoes in the morning. And when I hear the footsteps somewhere behind me, I tell myself it's my imagination. I checked, seen the empty street. No one could catch up with me that quickly. Even so, when I turn the corner into the road where I parked the car, I find myself running the last few meters to it. My fingers fumble with the key fob, and I hear the comforting click as the lock releases. I fling the passenger door open and struggle to unclip the car seat from its base. Struggle as it jams. Come on, come on. I wasn't imagining it. I can hear the footsteps on the wet pavement clearly now. They haven't reached the road I've turned into yet, but they will soon. I clip Leo's seat onto its anchoring points, then run round to collapse and throw the pram frame into the boot. Slam the boot closed. I look over my shoulder, see that the man, for that's who it is, has turned into the road where we are. It could be anyone, someone out for an evening walk, someone walking to the pub. But there's something about the way he's looking straight at me that makes my skin grow cold. There's an intention in that stare that wouldn't be there if he was just taking the air. I run to the driver's door, throw it open and get in. With hindsight, perhaps I should have shouted, searched for my phone, but the only idea in my head is to get out of here. And by the time I think of it, try to close the door, it's too late. His hand is forcing it open, and he's leaning in. What has she been saying to you? I shrink back in my seat, try not to show how scared I am. Get away from my car. If you touch me, I'll scream. He draws back, runs a hand down his face with his free hand. I'm not going to hurt you. I'm Rosemary's husband. Just answer the fucking question. What did she tell you about me? So this is Matthew. He's going nowhere, and I have no choice but to look at him now. He's in his mid-40s, hair close cropped to his head, eyes boring into me. I look at the arm that's stretched behind him, at the fingers that are gripping the door. Feel sick when I see the gold signet ring, the one I'd seen from the window of the ward as he'd taken my child's car seat. Knowing who he is should reassure me, but, strangely, it doesn't. She didn't say anything, only that you were away. I didn't. Are you that one from the mother and baby app? Did she invite you? He looks pained. Fucking hell. Rosemary's allowed to have friends, isn't she? She's lonely, struggling to bring up 2 children on her own. You're her husband, and from what she told me, you're never there. Despite my bravado, there's a tremor in my voice that I hope he hasn't heard. His confrontation and the way he's trapped me in my car, putting me at a disadvantage. He looks at me, assessing me, his expression cold. I'm here now, aren't I? He straightens, points a finger at me. I mean it. You'd better stay away. In the back of the car, Leo starts to cry. Matthew's dark eyes break away from mine, and I realize I don't want him to look at my baby. Your wife's lonely. It's not good her being cooped up in that big house. Anyway, you haven't said why I shouldn't see her, I say quickly, hoping to bring his attention back. What harm is it doing? His eyes pull back to mine. My wife's not well, and visitors will make her worse. I'd suggest you do as I say. He points to Leo in the back of the car. If not for your sake, then for the kids. With a sharp movement, he slams the car door shut and walks away. I watch him in the rear-view mirror, my heart still pounding. It's only when he's rounded the corner that my hand responds to my brain's command and I turn on the ignition. Chapter 27. Becky. I sit in bed, the mug of tea in my hand warming my legs through the covers. I take a sip of it, then return it to the coaster on the bedside table. Pick up my phone and begin to write. Hi, Rosemary. Thank you for a lovely meal last week. I know we made an arrangement to meet Tuesday, but I've had a client cancel suddenly and wondered if I could come over today instead. Please don't worry if it's not convenient. I wait for her reply, my fingernails tapping on the phone's screen. All weekend I've been unable to settle to anything. Miles away when I should have been touting my wares at my stall at the weekly market. jumping each time a customer inquired about the cost of a photograph or asked for the name of a reliable picture framer, because all I could think about was Rosemary, the passing of time making me more desperate to speak to her. Yet, each time I'd picked up the phone, my uncertainty as to what to say had made me put it down again, my fear of giving myself away outweighing everything else. This morning, though, I'd woken from a dream. I was in Rosemary's house, and my daughter was trying to tell me something, her mouth opening and closing over words that had no sound. As Matthew had dragged her away, his signet ring glinting in the overhead light of the kitchen, I'd begged Rosemary to help me, but she'd made no move to intervene, locked inside some fear of her own. It's then I knew I'd have to act, the dream haunting me the next day.
What had happened when he'd let himself into the house? Might he have hurt Rosemary?
I can't shake the feeling my daughter's mutism is something to do with him, and need confirmation that everything is okay in Victoria Lodge. But what if he's still there? I look at the phone in my hand. The message I wrote remains unread. Deciding to leave it 20 minutes before trying again, it's only 10 when my fingers betray me, tapping out more words. Is everything all right? I don't write anything else, unsure whether Matthew will have mentioned what happened, whether he's told his wife what he said to me after he followed me to my car, or if it's something he's kept to himself. The same way Rosemary had kept her meetings with me a secret from him. I wait, but like the first message, it remains unread. Picking up my mug, I take another mouthful of my tea, put it down again when I realize it's cold. I can't sit in bed waiting all day. Despite what I told Rosemary, I have 2 clients waiting for their houses to be cleaned, and I can't cancel them unless I'm sure. With fingers crossed that Leo will stay asleep while I get ready, I shower and pull on jeans and an old top. I make sure everything I need to clean my clients' houses is packed away in my box, load it into the boot of the car, and by the time I get back in, Leo's cry is coming through the intercom. Before going to him, I grab a banana and a breakfast bar. It will have to do. The phone's still blank when I carry Leo out to the car, and I try, as I have a million times before, to imagine what went on in Victoria Lodge after I'd left. I turn on the radio and fiddle with the dial to find a station I like. I need music, something catchy that will take my mind off my unread messages. Finding what I'm looking for, I turn the volume up, then twist round to look at my son. Chart music okay for you, little man? I've caught the end of the news, but I don't change the channel as I know it will soon go back to the music.
At the far edges of my attention, the newsreader's voice drones on. The missing woman still hasn't turned up. I'm not really listening, too busy navigating through the early morning traffic to take it in. Her husband is out of his mind with worry. The neighbors are giving an interview. By the time I've left the busiest part of town behind me, the radio is playing music again. It's something from my younger years, and a memory comes back to me. I'm dancing in a dark basement, though I can't recall where it was. Off my head with rum and coke or vodka Red Bull. All I remember was how I'd pretended to myself and to anyone else who might have noticed my weight gain that I wasn't pregnant. The growing life inside me zipped into jeans that bit into my flesh, my swollen breasts hidden behind baggy tops. I pushed the memory away, ashamed at how I'd tried to deny faith all those years ago. But like my guilt, her face keeps forcing its way back to me, and it makes me wonder, by allowing myself to call the silent girl who lives with Rosemary and Matthew Octavia, am I denying my daughter a second time? While all this is in my head, we've arrived at my client's house. Taking out the key with its yellow fob, I unlock the door, then go back for Leo's seat and my box of cleaning products. Most of my clients prefer me to clean while they're at work, and it suits me just fine. Having someone watch me as I work reminds me of my mother, makes me feel as though they're waiting for me to make a mistake, wanting it. I set to work, hoovering the downstairs rooms, cleaning the kitchen and the downstairs loo to the standard the owner expects. When I've finished, I click the switch on the kettle and make myself a drink using the mug she always leaves out for me before tackling the upstairs. As I blow on my coffee, waiting for it to be cool enough to drink, I remain standing, phone in hand. There's still been no word from Rosemary, and my concern is growing.
In the past, she's replied straight away, so why hasn't she today? The only difference I can see is that Matthew is home. I have a sudden thought. Is he the one stopping her from replying? Has he taken her phone? Frustration rising, I tap away. "Hi, Rosemary, me again. Please answer so I know you're okay." I'm terrified of what Matthew might have done when he got home, imagining his accusations that Rosemary had gone against his wishes. The 4th degree he'd have given her over what she'd been telling me about him. Then I picture Octavia cowering in her room, her pillow over her ears to block out her parents' fight. Has he told Rosemary not to see me again? Logic says I'm overreacting, but my heart tells me I'm not. I turn my phone onto vibrate, shove it into my back pocket, and carry the vacuum cleaner upstairs before coming back for Leo's car seat. At this age, the sound of the carpets being hoovered soothes him, lulls him to sleep as often as not. But once he's older, is more awake and mobile, I don't know how I'll cope. Daren't think about it. But that's the future. This is now. Cleaning other people's houses and my pitch at the craft market is just enough to keep the wolf from the door, and that's all that matters for the moment. There's no point in dwelling on what will happen after. By the time I've finished and am ready to go on to my next appointment, Leo is wanting another feed. All the time I'd been upstairs, my phone has stayed mute, no vibration through the denim of my pocket. Even so, I take it out now, willing her reply to be there, no longer surprised when it's not. As Leo feeds, I settle back in the chair and close my eyes. Without warning, fragments of the news report on the radio float into my head. 5 foot 9 inches tall, auburn hair, found the house empty when he returned. My eyes shoot open and Leo jolts, whimpers. I soothe him and latch him back on. Why hadn't I paid more attention to the radio? A search of my memory for more brings up nothing. Those recent murders. They were only a few miles from where we both live. Evidence of it in the increased police presence in the area. Rosemary has auburn hair. What if that's his thing? For the first time in years, I find myself praying, "Please, God, let her be all right." Not because of any bond we might have formed in the few short times we've met, but because, if something's happened to her, who will look after my child? Not Matthew. Please, not him. Without thinking any more, I search through the contacts on my phone and press call. When it answers, I make my own voice sound as feeble as possible. "I'm really sorry, Natalie, but I'm not going to make it to yours today. I think I'm coming down with flu or something. Could hardly drag myself out of bed. Could I do Friday instead, if I feel up to it?" My concern over what went on in Rosemary's house is greater than the wave of guilt that washes over me at Natalie's kindness and concern when she agrees. I need to get over to Victoria Lodge, find out for myself what's going on. Placing Leo back in his car seat, I hurry out to the car and strap him in the back. Then I throw my box into the boot, slam it shut, and drive away. As the housing estate recedes behind me, I check my watch. I'll be passing my house, and Leo could really do with a nappy change. But I dare not stop, for who knows what's going on in Victoria Lodge. I should be in Bleak in half an hour, less if I put my foot down. Either side of me, the houses blur. In the back, Leo is crying, unsettled by the hasty way I bundled him into the car. I ignore him, fix my eyes on the road, my brain concentrating on the road and the fastest route. It's why it's only at the last minute, but I swerve to avoid the cat that's sitting in the street. Why I don't see the police car parked outside my house until I've driven past. Chapter 28. Rosemary. My phone is on silent, but I see Becky's name flash up. I glance at Matthew. He's standing at the kitchen window, looking out at I don't know what. When I'd heard his key in the lock, so soon after Becky had left the house, my fingers had tightened around the drying up cloth I was holding. Knowing it was him, for who else would it be at that hour? Yet, not understanding why he was home. He told me he wouldn't be back until the weekend, so what had changed his mind? I'd quickly turned to Octavia to tell her to go to her room, but she'd already gone. Must have heard his car as it pulled up in front of the house, or else some sixth sense had alerted her to the fact that her father was home. At the thought of what might have, what should have, been, I'm overcome with an immense sadness. She should be embracing him at the front door, having missed him all week. It's not how I'd imagined things would turn out when we adopted her. Tell me again why she was here. Matthew turns, looks me in the eye. What you said to her. The truth, Rosemary. I look at him blankly, thinking for a moment that he means Octavia. My mind still in the adoption agency, my finger tracing the outline of her face on the photograph in front of us. My heart ready to burst with love. Seeing my expression, he points to the window. The girl I saw sneaking out of the house. I'm exhausted. We've been over it 100 times this weekend. I didn't tell her anything. I press the back of my hand to my forehead. Done with it all. She's a friend, that's all. Everyone needs friends, especially when they have a young baby. Where's the harm in it? I thought you said it was just going to be online chat. I need more, Matthew, can't you understand that? I don't want to push him too far, but it's true. As I think this, my phone flashes Becky's name again, and my finger itches to answer it. I need her as much as she appears to need me. More, probably. This girl, this Becky, she's a lot younger than you. Why choose her? What could you possibly have in common? Children, of course. And for your information, I didn't choose her. She chose me. What difference does a few years make anyway? We're both mothers, aren't we? Trying to keep it all together while our partners are out of the picture. I study my hands, always slender but now showing signs of the passing years. Notice how the bones of my knuckles press sharply through the fragile freckled skin, the blue veins looking like they've been traced on tissue paper. Now he's put it in my head, I can't help wondering if Becky minds that there's more than a decade between us. Wouldn't she rather go to a bar, have fun with someone her own age? He looks hurt, a shadow passing over his face. What do you mean, out of the picture? I bite my lip, realizing my mistake. It was a terrible choice of words, and I don't want to make him angry. I just meant that you both work away a lot. The fact that Becky's partner left her is none of Matthew's business, so I keep it to myself. And sometimes I need someone to talk to. You can understand that, can't you? His face slackens, and I wonder if he does. You know very well that I do what I do to make enough money to keep us in this bloody house. It's what you wanted, isn't it? If I'd had my way, I'd never have accepted the second contract in Nottingham. I'd be here full-time with you and the kids, sold the house and moved somewhere we could properly afford. But oh no, your obsession with this mausoleum means I drive hundreds of miles a week and hardly get to see them. He points an accusing finger at me. I do it for you, Rosemary. I fucking do it for you. I know. I put a placating hand on his arm, unable to tell him I hate this house as much as he does, that it's his fault I can't leave it. And I'm grateful. Well, you have a funny way of showing it. He walks over to the table, pulls a grape from the bunch in the fruit bowl and pops it into his mouth. Keeping things from me, inviting strangers round without telling me about it. She could be anyone. For all we know, that husband of hers, he's her partner, not her husband. He draws in a breath. All right, her partner. What do you even know about him? For all you know, he could be... He scratches his head. The one taking women, killing them. His stare is so intense I have to look away. There's been another, you know. They haven't found a body, but someone else has been reported as missing. You need to be careful who you befriend. Your judgment isn't always... He doesn't finish, and I wonder what he was going to say. He's clutching at straws with these accusations, and he knows it. Isn't what? It doesn't matter. The casual way he's said it makes my stomach tighten. Doesn't he know how scared I am? Why do you say that? He doesn't answer, but cocks his head at the fruit bowl. These are good, you know. You should buy them more often, not just when you have visitors. Breaking a handful of grapes from the bunch, he studies their bloom, then tips back his head and hovers them above his mouth like a Roman emperor. After a second or two, he bites one off its stalk and chews thoughtfully. I know you worry about me, Matthew, but you don't need to. Don't I? He tosses the empty stalk back into the fruit bowl. All I ask is you make sure the doors and windows are always locked when I'm away. You have the children to think of too. His face changes. He looks uncertain. Have you phoned that number I gave you? Not this again. It's something I've tried to avoid, but he won't let it go. I'll do it next week. It's important, Rosemary. If we're to... I said I'd do it. I just need to find the right time. He comes over to me and pushes a strand of hair back behind my ear, the touch of his fingers making my skin crawl. I love you. You know that, don't you? I pull away. You don't need to worry. We're fine. I look down at Felix, who's asleep in his chair, desperate to change the subject. He's filling out, isn't he? It's not Felix who concerns me. It's Octavia. He points at the ceiling. Maybe I should ditch the contract and come home. For good. No. Our marriage is only working because I don't have to see him every day, don't have to sleep in the same bed. We need the money, Matthew, you know that. He frowns, runs a hand round the back of his neck. I never know what's going on in that head of hers. Why she stopped talking so suddenly, do you? I look at him, wondering if he really has no idea. The answer is there on my tongue, ready to be spoken, but I bite it back. We knew it might be like this, and I accepted it years ago. It's just eating me up more than ever now I've met Becky and have a slice of normalcy in my life. And the longer Octavia goes without speaking... I'm tired, Matthew. I'm going up for a nap. He leans against the kitchen table, pinches the bridge of his nose, then looks up at me with a worried expression. You're not ill, are you? I stiffen. Of course not. I'm anxious and sleep-deprived. And you don't have to keep fucking asking me that, I want to say, but don't. Is it any wonder I have a headache? I note how his forehead creases. I'll bring you up some tablets. Thank you, I'll take Felix up with me. I lift my sleeping child out of his chair and put him on my shoulder. Just an hour or so. Hopefully I'll feel better then. Matthew says nothing in reply, and it's only as I'm climbing the stairs that I realize I never asked him why he came home a day earlier than he'd said he would. A horrible thought occurs to me, and I stop, the fingers of my free hand gripping the banister. Might it be so he can spy on me? My phone vibrates in my pocket. With Matthew home so unexpectedly, I'd almost forgotten about the missed calls from Becky. The messages that with Matthew always hovering, I haven't been able to read. This must be the 5th time she's rung. It's got to be something important. I hurry to my bedroom, switching on the petal-shaped alabaster wall lights rather than the larger one hanging from the ceiling rose. Felix is still asleep, and thankfully, transferring him to his Moses basket is easier than I'd expected. I cover him with his cellular blanket and go to the window seat. Then, with my legs drawn up and my chin on my knees, I look at my phone. I was right. 5 missed calls. Desperate to know why she's rung, but not wanting to ring her back, I stare at the room. On this dismal, wet afternoon, it feels too vast, too empty. The few pieces of heavy furniture we'd chosen from an antique shop when we first bought the house, looking pretentious rather than authentic. I'd fallen in love with its high ceilings and tiled floors when we'd first viewed the property, loved its sense of history. But recently it's felt as if the ghosts of all those who lived here, who died here, have been awakened. It's why I can't sleep. Perhaps Matthew's right and we should move. But he knows as well as I do that it won't happen. He saw how bad it was the last time I tried to leave the house, how ill it had made me. I shiver and rub my arms just as the phone vibrates again. This time I answer it. Becky? With my finger, I draw a face in the condensation on the window glass. Is something wrong? Oh, thank God you answered. She makes a strange choking noise, as though something is caught in her throat, and I realize with surprise that she's crying. I sit up straighter. What is it? What's happened? I'm sorry, Rosemary. Her voice catches. I had no one else to tell. The police have been at my house asking questions. The police? I draw a teardrop on the face with the tip of my finger, then, flattening my hand, rub the whole lot out. What sort of questions? About the missing woman they've been talking about on the news. You must have heard about it. She sounds in shock, her voice trembling. Jesus, Rosemary, I know her. I press the phone closer to my ear, look at the door that I'd thankfully remembered to close. Know her how? Seconds pass as I wait. Come on, Becky. I can't help you if you don't tell me. Who is it that's missing, and why are they asking you about it? Yes, I'm fine. Through my mobile, Becky is calling out to someone, the police probably, her voice muffled as though she's holding her phone away from her. I'll be down in a minute. She's back, her voice clearer now, urgent. I'm sorry, Rosemary. I've got to go. I'll have to tell you about it later. What? No, wait, don't go. Tell me now. The missing woman. It's Michelle. Becky lowers her voice so I can hardly hear it. Michelle? I rack my brains, trying to remember if she mentioned someone with that name to me. Yes. Her voice is shaking and I hear the worry, hear the fear. Ed's ex-wife. Chapter 29. Becky. I go back into the living room, Leo in my arms. He was my excuse to get away, to phone Rosemary, and this visit from the police has shown me that, despite my concerns, her friendship means something to me. Sorry I was so long. Now that the shock of seeing their patrol car outside my house is fading, and I've spoken to Rosemary, I feel more able to compose myself. He needed a nappy change. Not a problem. The young officer who had introduced himself as Police Constable Andrews slides his long legs out in front of him. It must be hard doing this on your own. His words are a reminder of the past, and my hackles raise. I do fine. Being a single parent is no big deal. Seeing his female colleagues frown, PC Andrews' neck reddens. Sorry for any offense. What I meant was that I know kids that age can be demanding. He doesn't look old enough to have children of his own, but who knows? I was young when I had faith. It's fine, don't worry about it. He flips his notebook, reads what he's written there. So, to recap, you say you never met your partner's wife, Michelle. No, he was divorced when I met him. They'd not had children together, so there wasn't any reason to. They'd both moved on. It's as near to the truth as I can make it. Next to him on the settee, D.S. Barton leans forward. And how would you describe Ed's relationship with his wife? I feel flustered. I don't know. We never really talked about her. What? Not ever? My answer clearly hasn't satisfied her. Even in the early days? If it was me, I'd definitely be curious about my new partner's ex, what she was like and why they split up. Wouldn't you? Her last comment is directed at her colleague as though needing him to back her up, and when he only gives a shrug of his shoulders, she carries on. Maybe it's a female thing. To ensure he wasn't planning on going back to her, it would be perfectly natural. She gives a small laugh. The wanting to be sure, I mean. Not the going back to her bit, though it has been known. She gives a sniff, and I wonder if she's speaking from experience. Unsettled, I lay Leo under his baby gym, glad to have my back to her while I consider my answer. I suppose I might have asked him why they broke up. I don't really remember. I turn my head. Look, what has any of this got to do with me? I told you I don't know her. Shouldn't you be out there looking for whoever's done this? Done what, Becky? I feel myself redden. You know, taken her, done something to her. Because I guess that's what all these questions are about, what you're thinking. Our eyes meet. That she might be another of the madman's victims. D.S. Barton taps the end of her pen against her chin. I don't think we ever said that she'd been taken by a madman, did we, Constable Andrews? We didn't. He looks up from his notepad and smiles. Tell me again when it was you last saw Edward. I'm hot with embarrassment, but there's no point in lying. It was just after I fell pregnant with Leo. He never wanted to be a father. He thought I'd tricked him into it and wanted none of it. And had you? Tricked him into it, I mean. No! The shock I feel at his suggestion is brutal. I'd never do that. It was Ed's idea not to wear a condom. Said the chances of getting pregnant so close to my period was negligible. I wince, surprised that slipped out. Constable Andrews looks uncomfortable. He was a practicing obstetrician, was he? I bow my head, surprised at his sarcasm, wondering why D.S. Barton hasn't given him another of her looks. You know he wasn't. Because of course they will already have looked him up. Found out that Ed was a bartender when it suited him, a barista when the cafe on the corner was desperate, a regular at the bookies in town. They'll know about his earlier past too, but maybe not that he's a liar and a cheat, not fit to be called Leo's father. I think back to his birth, how, just like when my first baby had entered the world, I'd been utterly alone. D.S. Barton looks worried, has no doubt noticed the glisten of my eyes. I'm sorry if our questions are upsetting to you. Belatedly, she lowers her brows at P.C. Andrews, and from the way the muscles on his face tighten, he knows he's crossed some line or other. With the sleeve of my jumper, I wipe away the tear that's escaped the corner of my eye and is about to drip from my chin. Despite what you might think, even after we argued and Ed left, I never regretted having Leo. Not for one moment. He's everything to me. He's my world. I want to say that Faith, or rather Octavia, is too, but of course I can't. I can see that, Ms. Young, and I know this must be a shock. She smiles kindly at me, and I wonder if she'll give P.C. Andrews a rollicking once they leave the house. You're right, it is. She sits up straighter. But I must stress that this is, at the moment, just a missing persons inquiry. What we really need to know is where your partner might be now. There are some questions we'd like to ask him. Ed hadn't seen Michelle in years. P.C. Andrews scratches his chin. With all due respect, Ms. Young, you've already said you haven't heard from your partner for over a year. With that in mind, it's entirely possible. What are you saying? But I don't need to ask. The subtext of what he's implying isn't difficult to read. I'm not saying anything, except that it's not unheard of for someone to reach out to their former partner after a breakup. I digest his words. Want to reply that the idea is madness, that Ed would have no reason to get back in contact with her. But what do I know? Anything is possible after what I saw on his computer. That's madness! My defensiveness is impossible to hide. And who can blame me? I am the innocent party here, the one who was abandoned, and their visit today has left me feeling oddly tarnished, as though Ed's leaving, Michelle's disappearance, is somehow my fault. I don't know anything about Ed or Michelle. I want them to see it for what it is. If I did, I'd tell you. Why wouldn't I? If we had the answer to that question every time it was asked in an interview, we'd have no cases to be solved. P.C. Andrews crosses one leg over the other, an inch of pale skin visible above his sock. Just so I'm absolutely clear, you've heard nothing at all from Leo's father since he left. I told you, no. No money to help support the kid? He nods his head at Leo, who's kicking his legs against the frame of the baby gym, sending the animals swinging. We don't need his money, we get by. He consults his notes. From your cleaning jobs. Yes, and the market stall. I look away. I also claim universal credit. I see. He makes a note, then looks around the room, taking in the second-hand furniture, the shabby carpet. I see it through his eyes, registering that the only things worth looking at are the photographs I've taken. Trapped inside the cheap clip frames I bought from Amazon. Banged into the wall with the hammer and screws I found in the toolbox Ed left behind. The small nod he gives when he moves his eyes back to me is proof he's satisfied that I don't live a life of luxury on such a small income. Did you know Michelle has a life insurance policy and that the beneficiary is Edward? But they're divorced. This is true, but she never cancelled it or changed the details. Strange, don't you think? My hands feel clammy, but I refrain from wiping them down my jeans in case he views the action as suspicious. I don't know what you're trying to say. Nothing. I'm just thinking aloud. Presumably you knew this. No. Why would I? So he'd kept it a secret from you? Yes. No. I press my hand to my forehead. Look, I don't remember. If he had told me, I'm sure it's not something I'd forget. D.S. Barton looks at her colleague, then at me. Seconds tick by. Then she inclines her head towards the door. I think that will be all. She stands, her hands swiping the fronts of her trousers in a reflexive action that tells me she must be a cat owner. Thank you for your time, Ms. Young. She hands me a card with her name on it. If you think of anything else, or if you hear from Leo's father, please do give me a call. I take the card from her hand, my shoulders dropping with relief that they're going. I will. Leo has grown bored of the animals that hang above his head. His face is red and he's grizzling. I get up and start to follow them to the door, but D.S. Barton holds up her hand. "No, we're good. You see to your little man. We can see ourselves out." "Thank you." The door shuts behind them, and I go over to Leo, pick him up and cover his cheek in kisses, my tears mingling with his. I am a good mother, aren't I? But there's no one there to answer. No one to fight my corner, to disagree with the voice of my mother that's forcing its way into my head. "You're not capable of looking after the child. You know that, don't you, Becky?" Chapter 30. Becky. Then Faith's skin is flushed and clammy.
She hasn't slept for the last few nights, and neither have I. I look down at her, run my forearm across my forehead. "What's wrong? Why won't you stop crying?" The room is small, cramped, just enough space for the bed and a small chest of drawers, the bevel-edged mirror on the wall spotted with age. Going over to the window, I open the fanlight, hoping that the night air will cool her, cool me. I've tried everything, pacing the room with my daughter on my shoulder, singing to her a song I remember from way back in my childhood. Feeding her hadn't helped. She'd not wanted it, fought me until I'd eventually given up, and changing her nappy had only made her worse, her cries louder. In desperation, I'd put her in her pram and walked the streets. It had soothed her for a while, but the minute she was back in the flat, the crying had started again. "You hate this place as much as I do, don't you?" I sink down on the bed, overwhelmed. I thought that once I'd got a place of my own, and my mum's toxic presence wasn't something to be constantly avoided, things would be different. But they aren't. If anything, they're worse. At least at my mother's house, I had space, comfort, privacy, heating. Here, in the flat the council have found me, it feels as though the walls are closing in. The kitchen window looking onto the flat grey wall of the residential block next to us. The bathroom not big enough even for a bath. The walls so thin I can hear the couple next door arguing and having make-up sex when they get home from the pub. The mattress on my single bed is thin, the duvet cover cheap and scratchy, but I want to wrap myself up in it, cocoon myself, and disappear from a world that couldn't care less if I'm in it or not. Faith's cry is getting shriller. It's different to the sound she made when I first brought her home from the hospital, sharper, as though she's in pain. I stare at her in despair, clueless as to what to do to stop the sound that tears at my heart. Finally realizing that my love alone isn't enough, that to keep her happy, keep her from harm, she needs more than that, more than I can give her. My mother had been right all along, and I hate it. Panic takes hold, inching its way through my body until I can hardly breathe. It's not that I don't love my daughter. I do, with all my heart. It's just that the responsibility of looking after something so small, so helpless, has crippled me. For the first time since Faith was born, I wonder if I should have told her father about her. If I had, perhaps he would have left his wife, told me he was happy and that we'd bring her up together. Perhaps he'd... I close my eyes in pain. What planet do I think I'm on? The pregnancy hormones and Faith's birth have addled my brain. He'd never have accepted us. I'd seen how he'd looked at his wife in the cafe, seen how happy they were. Even if I'd confronted him, told him the truth, it would have made no difference. The pain that's been in my chest since we moved in here last week deepens, becomes more malignant. We're both crying now, our faces wet with tears and snot. I don't know what to do. I don't know how to make her stop. I pick Faith up, and immediately I do, I know there's something terribly wrong. She's crying still, but it's weaker, the sound more pathetic, and her skin, that had a moment or two ago been an angry red, has a ghostly pallor to it, a hint of blue around her lips. Oh my God! I press her to me, but her body, usually so soft, has stiffened. Her legs are jerking. She's going to die, and it's my fault. It's God's punishment. As I grab my mobile from the bedside table, Mum's voice is there again. It's as though she's in the room, as though the ties had never been cut. I can't escape her because I know it's true. I slept with a married man, had his baby. I have no one to blame but myself. My baby. She's having some sort of fit.
I shout the words into the phone when it's answered. Faith is limp in my arms and I'm terrified. Please tell me what to do. The emergency operator tries to calm me down, says it sounds like a febrile convulsion, something that usually occurs in babies older than Faith. Because of this, they'll want to see her in the pediatric unit at the hospital, which is why she'll be sending an ambulance for us. She's still speaking, something about it rarely being fatal, but I'm not really listening. Although the color in her little face is already coming back, it's no reassurance. Not because she's still in danger, but because my brain is telling me it's a trick, something that will happen again, and the next time I might not be so lucky. All the years of Faith's life stretch out before me like a test I have to pass, an exam I haven't revised for. What made me think I could do it? The ambulance arrives and the paramedics are kind. They confirm what the operator told me, that Faith most probably has an infection and they'll need to take her in to be monitored. They know it's hard, but I must try not to worry. Faith will be in safe hands, unlike mine. As I travel in the ambulance, I don't touch my daughter who's lying in a portable incubator, her color now fully restored to its natural flesh tones. Her eyes fluttering under her translucent lids as she sleeps as she never did in the flat. And by the time we've reached the hospital, my mind is made up. I know what I must do, what I should have done before. I can't look at my baby, know that if I do, my resolve will falter. Sometimes, to love someone is to let them go. I think of the nameless, faceless couple whose hearts I broke when I said I'd be keeping Faith after all. My only hope is that they'll still want her. Chapter 31. Becky. Now Rosemary's house has a large laurel hedge bounding it. Staying in its shadows, I press my body into the dense greenery and strain to see the driveway, terrified that Matthew's car will still be there, knowing I won't be able to go any further if it is, because he's made it quite clear. I'm not wanted at the house or anywhere near his wife. This morning, I'd heard on the local radio station that Michelle was still missing. Wondered about the life insurance PC Andrews had mentioned, the debts Ed had racked up over the years, and whether I should be worried. Yet, as I stand here, it's Matthew who is at the forefront of my mind, not my ex. The question I'm asking myself is why he doesn't want Rosemary to have friends. It makes no sense. The more I think about him, the more I'm sure he's the reason behind my daughter's mutism. As the damp foliage presses against my skin, another thought comes to me. Even if he's left again, what if he's forbidden Rosemary to see me? It's not as if I know her well, and I've no idea if she'd have the strength of mind to defy him. That's if she even wants to. Sick with anxiety, I muster up my courage and step away from the hedge. The gate's latch clicks as I lift it, and, leaving Leo in his car seat on the pavement, I step through, breathing a sigh of relief when I see that the driveway is empty. Thank God, Matthew isn't here. I look up at the turret with its angled windows, expecting Rosemary to be sitting in the alcove, waiting for me as she's done before. But there's no one there. Checking the message she sent to make sure that I've got the time right, I see that I have. I go back for Leo and carry him up the path. But even though I know Matthew's car isn't there, I'm still wary. What if he's not gone back to work, but has simply driven to the shops? My heart pounds. If he returns to find me here, there's no saying what he'll do. Not after the warning he gave me. But even the threat of it doesn't stop me. The pull of the house, of my child, making me step onto the porch. Before I change my mind, I put Leo's car seat down and press the bell, surprised when, almost immediately, the door opens. It's Octavia who stands there, the yawning darkness of the hall behind her. No smile of welcome or any other evidence to show she's pleased to see me. Instead, she steps out onto the porch, the wind catching and lifting fine strands of her hair. As I watch, her anxious eyes search the garden, as mine had done a few seconds earlier. I stay where I am, unsure of what to do, the questions I want to ask piling up in my head. What happened after I left last time? Was your father angry? Are you and your mum safe here? Do you know you're not their real child? But she's only 10, and I am virtually a stranger to her. I have to keep my worries to myself. For the time being, anyway. Satisfied, Octavia turns back. Her hand reaches for mine, and she pulls me into the house. Whoa, not so fast, Octavia. I need to get Leo's car seat in. I lift it into the dark hall and close the door behind us. Yet, still the little girl's eyes are wary. Is she as worried about her father returning as I am? Did your dad go back to work? She nods, and I allow myself to smile. We're safe, for a while anyway. Where's your mum? Octavia points to the stairs, and I start to walk over to them when I realize she isn't following. I look back at her and see she hasn't moved. Octavia? Her eyes are fixed on the stairs, and it brings back to me the odd way she'd behaved the last time I was here. Is it the rats she's thinking of? Before I'd left the house that time, I told her that the traps were empty, that even if they hadn't been, the rats wouldn't have hurt her. They were living creatures like us, their only need to look for food and a warm place to sleep. The scratching and scrabbling sound they made annoying, but nothing to be frightened of. Yet still, as I look at her scared face, the tiny hairs on my forearms raise. The house is eerily quiet. Octavia's arms are wrapped around her body, her eyes still on the door. I go up to her and steer her gently away, noticing how she doesn't resist. Glad of it. Come on, let's find your mum. She'll wonder where we've got to. Reluctantly, she draws her focus back to me and, for one perfect moment, I think she's going to speak, but she doesn't. Instead, she shakes herself free of my arm, clamps a hand over her mouth, and breaks away from me. I follow her to the stairs, stand with my hand on the newel post looking up. Octavia, wait! But she's gone, the sound of her footsteps echoing, then dying. I rub at my arms, feeling the soft prickle of the raised hairs as I look around me. Then I pick up Leo's car seat and climb the stairs. When I'm halfway up, I can't help looking back down at the gloomy hall below me. Remembering the way Octavia's elbows had been pressed into her sides, how she'd tried to make herself look smaller. Something's not right. I know it. Dragging my eyes away, I carry on up to the first floor, stop at Rosemary's bedroom door. I knock and wait. Hear nothing. Rosemary, are you in there? I knock again, louder this time. Think I hear a sound, a cough or maybe a groan. Sensing something's wrong, I don't knock again, but throw the door open. See that Rosemary is lying in her bed, the covers half on the floor. It's mid-morning. Why is she asleep? Felix is in his Moses basket on the floor beside her, and that's when panic hits me. I put down the car seat and run to the baby, crouch beside him, and press my hand to his chest. As he gives a little squeak, his face screwing up before he falls back into sleep again, my eyes close in relief. Thank God. What was I thinking? What had I imagined? There's a half-empty bottle of milk on the bedside table. Rosemary must have fed Felix, then fallen back to sleep. We talked about how exhausting motherhood was, but she'd known I was coming here today. Wouldn't she have set an alarm? And why wasn't she looking after Faith? I push myself up and approach the bed. The curtains at the window are half-drawn and watery sunlight washes over the bed covers and over the pale, freckled skin of Rosemary's bare shoulder. The weight of unfairness sits heavy in my chest. I'd given Faith away to give her a better life, but from what I'm seeing, Rosemary is incapable of looking after her children. I have to do something. Pulling my phone from my pocket, I find Jane Simmons's number, but before I press it, my hand drops to my side. I gave my daughter away voluntarily, and if I rang the adoption agency, it wouldn't help me get her back. Besides, I'd never be able to explain why I was in Rosemary's house. My eyes slide back to her. She looks so vulnerable, so alone in this vast room. Whatever's happened here is Matthew's fault, not Rosemary's. I put the phone back in my pocket, racked with indecision. What should I do? Reaching out a hand, I touch her arm, give it a gentle shake. Rosemary, are you awake? Her lips part. There's an unnatural sheen on her forehead. I shake harder. Rosemary! Her eyes open to slits. Then, as though it's too much effort, they close again. In his Moses basket beside my feet, Felix is waking up, is starting to cry. Not knowing when he'd have last had his bottle, I'm about to pick him up when I feel a presence beside me. It's Octavia, a fresh bottle of milk in her hand. She'd come into the room so quietly I hadn't heard her. I watch as she bends over the Moses basket and lifts her brother out. She settles herself on the floor with him, then puts the bottle to his lips. "Come on, Rosemary. This is no way to look after your children." Shoving an arm under her back, I hold the shoulder furthest from me and pull on it, raising her upper body so I can position the pillow behind her. Rosemary groans, runs the back of her hand across her mouth, and I close my eyes in relief.
"What time is it?" Her voice is sandpaper dry.
It's nearly 11:30. My eyes meet hers. "Are you all right? Are you ill?" She blinks, presses the fingertips of one hand into the skin of her forehead, the action leaving white marks when she takes them away. "I don't know." Her face contorts. "Oh God, where's Felix?" "He's fine. Octavia has him. But what about you, Rosemary? Are you unwell? You sounded all right on the phone yesterday." At the thought of that call, my visit from the police comes back to me. With any luck, Michelle will be back home by now, their search for Ed over, their fears unfounded. I should be worried, I know, but what I found at Victoria Lodge this morning is more of a concern to me at the moment. Dark crescents bloom in the hollows beneath Rosemary's eyes. Her hair is lank, and the face that looks up at me from the pillow is deathly pale. "What did your husband do?" I desperately want to ask her, but I can't. It's not as if I know Matthew, and perhaps he had a good reason for warning me off. But somehow, I doubt it. Instinct tells me he wants his wife to be friendless, isolated. The question is why? On the bedside table beside her, there's a silver blister pack of pills. I pick them up, but with the curtains half drawn, it's hard to read what they are. "You didn't answer me, Rosemary. Are you ill?" She swallows, her face tensing as though the action is difficult. "I had a splitting headache yesterday and went upstairs to try and sleep it off. Matthew said he'd keep an eye on the children. He brought me up some tablets and, to be honest, I don't remember anything else." "These?" I hold the pack in front of her. "I don't know. What are they?" There's a strip of sunlight that cuts across the bed, and I move the blister pack into it. Manage to read the name printed on the foil back. Zopiclone. They're sleeping tablets, aren't they? That's not what he gave me.
"It was paracetamol. For the pain."
Are you sure that's what they were? Why would he say that if it wasn't true? Despite her drowsiness, there's a hint of irritability in her tone. "Anyway, they worked as I went straight to sleep, and now the headache's gone." I smile, scared that any awkwardness between us might cause her to sever the friendship she thinks we've formed. "Yes, they must have done the trick. It's a good job he was here." But despite my words, I can't stop my eyes from scanning the room for other tablets, for painkillers. Find none. I put the sleeping tablets back on the bedside table. I wasn't there, so can't know for sure what happened, and yet I look at Rosemary's heavy eyelids. If her headache had been as bad as she'd made out, she might not have noticed what her husband had dropped into her hand or how many tablets she was taking. The question I'm asking myself is why Matthew gave her sleeping tablets at all. Was he so obsessed with her safety that he thought it would keep her confined to the house? Or was there something he wanted to do that he didn't want his wife to see? Rosemary has drifted back into sleep. I watch the rise and fall of her chest beneath her nightdress, and remember the other time I'd arrived to find her movements heavy, her tiredness extreme despite having 2 children to look after. Like today, her strange behavior had come the morning after Matthew had been home. Beneath her closed lids, Rosemary's eyes flutter, and I feel my anxiety grow. Octavia has finished feeding Felix, and despite my worry, I smile at her, impressed by her maturity. If Leo's anything to go by, her brother would have woken more than once in the night for a feed, and I'm wondering if she was the one to get up to tend to him. I think of the nappies she would have had to change as well. Is her independence something she's had to learn? I shake Rosemary's shoulder again. "Rosemary, wake up! The children need you." Her pale arm lifts, her forearm bending until it covers her eyes. "Leave me, Becky. Go home." "I'm not going anywhere. Not until I know you're okay. I'll make you some tea." I lean over her and press the back of my hand to her forehead, relieved that it doesn't feel hot. "Or maybe I should ring Matthew." She clutches my wrist. No, please, don't. I'm filled with guilt at my relief. If I did, what would I say to him? I know you tried to drug your wife, or perhaps I could play the innocent, pretend I've no idea what's wrong with her. Either way, he'd know I'm here, and the thought of him returning home to confront me fills me with panic. What about the doctor then? Someone should come and take a look at you. I don't need a doctor, Becky. Really, I'm fine. She doesn't look fine. There are faint crescents of purple under her eyes, and I can't ignore how the water in the glass trembles as she lifts it from the bedside table to take a sip. But calling the doctor would raise complications of its own. I'll make you a strong coffee then. She gives a weak smile. Yes, that would be good. Her head drops back onto the pillow, and I wonder if I'm doing the right thing. I look for the kettle and the jar of coffee that had been here before and see it's not there. I'll need to go down to the kitchen. You can leave Leo here. Rosemary has seen me pick up the car seat. Her words come out slow and heavy. Octavia can get you if he cries. But will she? When the kitchen means walking past the locked understairs door, I hesitate, unsure of what to do. But I'll only be gone 5 minutes, 10 at the most. He'll be fine. Why wouldn't he be? Chapter 32. Rosemary. The car seat is next to Felix's Moses basket. Both boys are asleep, and Octavia is over by the door as though she's keeping guard. I prop myself up on one elbow, beckon to her. Come over here, love. You're making me feel tired watching you standing there. You don't need to worry.
Your father won't be back for another few days.
But I must remind myself that I don't know it's Matthew she's scared of. For all I know, it's Becky she's listening out for. I need to keep an eye out for that. I've seen how she gravitates to her when she's here, and if she gets clingy, like I know she can, she could scare her away. Reluctantly, Octavia comes over. She sits behind the two babies and places a kiss on their downy heads, first one, then the other, an action that makes my heart melt. If only she would show the same affection to me, my life would be perfect, but I know she won't. From the minute she could walk, it was always Matthew she toddled to. He she chose to run to if she fell and hurt her knee, and his lap she'd climb onto if she was feeling sad. It had made me feel redundant, cast aside. But now she's older, things have changed. She shies away from him. I should be glad, but it makes me anxious. I have only myself to blame. I press my hands against my cheeks and rub them hard, hoping to lift the stupefying tiredness that presses down on me like a heavy blanket. As Becky had held the packet of sleeping tablets in front of my face, she'd accused Matthew of giving them to me. But she's wrong. He'd never do that. I watch as Octavia plays with the two little ones, observing them as an outsider would, wondering what they'd think. My children have my pale complexion, but although Leo's skin has his mother's warm tone, his blue eyes mean he doesn't look out of place next to my family. My face breaks into a smile, and I pick up my phone from the bedside table and frame the three of them in the viewfinder. I like what I see and take the picture. How about a selfie, Octavia? I push back the cover and shuffle my body to the edge of the bed. All of us together? Sliding my legs out of the bed, I gather my nightdress in my hand and kneel behind them. I hold the phone up and tap to change it to the front-facing camera. Ready? I smile and take the picture.
Click on it to view.
The light is just perfect. The sun that's coming through the part-open curtains, bringing out the auburn highlights in my children's hair, warming Leo's skin. Maybe photography's my thing. Perhaps I should do more of it. What are you doing? I turn, a rash of heat crawling up my neck. Becky's standing there, a mug in each hand. She looks tense, and I realize she might not like me taking photos of her child. The kids looked so cute together, I thought I'd take a photo. You don't mind, do you, Becky? Perhaps I should have asked first. Becky puts the coffees on the chest of drawers and gives a smile that I fear might be false. She picks up one of the mugs and hands it to me. Of course I don't mind. She struggles to compose her face. Why would I? I don't know. I relax a little, the danger past. Some people can be funny about photos being taken of their kids. I should have checked. I said I don't mind. Honestly, it's not as if we're strangers. I'm relieved, glad that she still thinks of us as friends. I reach out to her, take her hand. I've a great idea, Becky. Why don't we have a photo of all of us? I can set the camera on the table over there and use the timer. Do it properly. I wait, thinking she'll agree, but instead, she shakes her head. No, I'd rather we didn't. I loathe photos of myself, and I'd only ruin it. Really? But you're so pretty. You must be very photogenic. Sadly not. She takes a sip of her coffee. Won't meet my eye. Anyway, you seem a lot better. I feel it. The headache's gone, but I'm still feeling a bit groggy. I'd understand if you'd rather go, though. Leave it for another day when I'm more myself. No. Her face is set. I've no cleaning commitments today, and I'd rather stay here and be sure you're okay. She pauses. I was worried, you know. Has this happened before? I look away, wondering how much to tell her. A few times. It's these migraines. I wake up a bit dazed.
A bit unsteady, she folds her arms. And they're always after your husband's been home. Don't you think that's odd? It's a coincidence, that's all. I feel my heart race, knowing what she's implying. Rosemary, I hold up a hand to stop her from saying more. Honestly, you don't have to worry about me. I turn to my daughter. Octavia, why don't you show Becky what you've been doing in your lessons? I can look after the boys. Becky looks unsure. I don't know. Maybe it would be better to leave it for another day. I promise you I'm fine. Go on. I'm sure she'd love to show you. She hesitates. Well, I certainly would like to see it. She turns to my daughter. If you'd like to, Octavia. And it so happens I've brought some of my own bits and pieces to show you if you'd be interested. I wait. See how my daughter's eyes slide to me as though asking permission. It sounds a great idea. Go along. The boys will be fine with me, I promise. But you don't look yourself, Becky. Has something happened? She'd only been down to make coffee. What could have happened in that short time? Becky says nothing, waits until Octavia's back is to us, then mouths, They still haven't found Michelle. Tell me later, I mouth back. But I have no interest in the woman. It's Becky I'm interested in, Becky and Leo. I watch her go over to her bag and put it on her shoulder. See how Octavia eagerly holds open the door for her, then follows her out of the room like a shadow. Should I be jealous that my daughter feels so relaxed around my new friend? Strangely, I'm not. Not today, anyway. If the two of them form a bond, it will keep Becky coming here, and that's what I need. For her to be my confidant, my ally. I have, after all, no one else to talk to. I think of the way I'd felt when Becky's photograph had popped up on the Mum's the Word website. How relieved, how delighted I'd been, as though she'd chosen me. Fate drawing us together despite the difference in our ages. My only fear is what Matthew will do now he's found out about her. If letting him believe he's frightened her off will be enough. But I'm not going to worry about that now, any more than I did before. The man's face comes into my head. His smile and the eyes that had run over my body in the brightly lit bar, stripping me of my clothes, of my inhibitions, even before we'd said our first hello. Instinct telling me he was everything Matthew wasn't. But that was different. Yes, Matthew had suspected something, but he'd never known the truth. With Becky, I'll be more careful. Picking up my phone again, I kneel in front of the boys and take a series of photos of the two of them. Becky had said she didn't mind, and I believe her. Why wouldn't I? Chapter 33. Becky. I'm uncomfortable leaving Rosemary alone with Leo, considering the state I'd found her in earlier, but my need to be with my daughter, to bond with her, is so great it overrides any worries I have. While I'd been making the coffees, I'd seen that I'd had a missed call from D.S. Barton. My phone had been on silent, and I'm glad now that it was. There are things about me that, between the time of our chat and now, they'll have discovered. They mustn't link me to this place, know I've been coming here, or I'll never see my little girl again. I need to be careful. I need to make sure Octavia and Rosemary are safe before anything else happens, and the only way I can do that is by persuading Rosemary it isn't safe to be here, that she needs to leave Matthew. My mind whirs with possibilities. They could stay with me. I could help her to look after the kids, in the short term at least, only until she finds somewhere else. So how about you show me some of your schoolwork, and then I'll show you some of my drawings. Deal?
Octavia smiles and nods. She goes over to the padded box at the bottom of her bed and opens it, lifts out an exercise book. She brings it over to me, and I take it from her.
See, it's full of sums. Ah, maths. Is that something you're good at? I don't need her to answer, though, as the page is full of red ticks. At least Rosemary bothers to look at her work, to mark it. These sums seem very hard for someone your age. Perhaps you take after your dad. I'm thinking of her biological father, of course. What I want, more than anything, is to tell her that, despite being an English lecturer, her father had been a very good mathematician. But I can't tell her that. We'll have to keep it to myself, because as far as she knows, her dad is Matthew, a man who's hardly ever here, who threatens her mother's friends and hands out sleeping tablets to harm his wife. Octavia had been proud of what she'd been showing me, but at the mention of Matthew, the smile drops from her face, is replaced with something else. I put the exercise book down, take a risk and cast a line in the water, hoping she'll bite. Is there something you want to tell me about your dad? You won't get into trouble if that's what you're worried about. I won't tell your mum. Except I'll have to. It might be the only way I can get Rosemary to leave him. Matthew's clearly got some sort of hold over her, and I've known the family for such a short space of time, it's unlikely she'll listen to my fears. But if I can get Octavia to admit to what he's done, she'll have to listen. Except the girl won't talk. Any accusation will still be coming from me. Unsurprised at Octavia's lack of response, I try again. Has he... There's no way to pretty this up. Has he ever hurt you? If he has, you need to tell me, love. You really do. All the colour has gone from the girl's cheeks, and when she shakes her head, it doesn't reassure me. Not because I don't believe her, but because it only confirms what I've feared. It's Rosemary who's been on the receiving end of his temper. Perhaps it's something the little girl has witnessed, been frightened of.
My encounter with Matthew by my car had given me a taster of what he's like, and it isn't something I'd like to repeat. I put a maternal arm around my daughter, my heart breaking, when I realize it's the first time I've been able to comfort her in many, many years. Not since she was in the hospital that last time, in fact. Her eyelids closed, the skin around her mouth tinged with blue. I shake the picture away, not wanting to think of it. I'm sorry, love. Ignore my questions. I didn't mean to upset you. Let's talk about something else. I stoop to my bag, pull out the sketchbook from my student days. Here, let me show you some of my drawings. Photography is what I mainly do now, but when I was at university, I used to draw in my spare time as well as take pictures. Although it hadn't just been in my student days, during the long months of my pregnancy with her, it had been a lifesaver. Living in a house with no friends and a mother who disowned me, bringing drawings to life had been calming, reassuring. I hope Octavia finds that too. I hand the book to her and watch as she opens its hard cover, smiling as we both look at the hurried sketch I'd made of a thrush. Its likeness caught in a few sacred minutes between university lectures, in the hope that its bright eyes and speckled breast would chase away the after-image of Octavia's father at his lectern. An image that had imprinted itself onto my retinas, kept me going back to him, time and time again, even though, deep inside, I knew it was pointless. Octavia touches a finger to the bird's beak, then turns away from me and opens the lid of the box seat again. This time she takes out the sketch pad she'd shown me before. Flicking through the pages, she stops when she finds what she's looking for, shows me. It's a robin on the branch of a tree, its breast the colour of blood. My heart misses a beat, and I press the flat of my hand against it. I've seen this picture before, but Octavia wouldn't know that. The picture is one Rosemary had included in one of the yearly contact letters she wrote to me, passed on via the adoption agency. She must have photographed it from this very book. I smiled to myself, remembering how proud I'd been when I'd unfolded it. It was proof that my talent had been passed down to my daughter, a little piece of me always with her. I wasn't to know it would be the final contact letter I'd be sent, or that one day I'd be sitting in a room with my daughter, able to talk to her, give her the truth. I'm close to tears as I look into my daughter's eyes. Octavia, there's something I need to tell you. But before I can ruin both our lives, common sense kicks in, and I clamp a hand over my mouth. Without warning, my eyes start to sting with tears. What am I doing? I'm in danger of ruining it all. Octavia's looking at me with concern, but with something else too. It's like she recognizes something, and it makes me wonder if she knows we have a connection, feels it. Instead of making stupid mistakes that will bring it all crashing down, I have to nurture that connection, get her to trust me. Silly old me. Knowing I must lighten the mood, I force a laugh and wipe a finger under my eyes, the skin of my knuckle coming away black with mascara. I was going to tell you a funny story about Leo when he was first born, but it really isn't very funny. Sometimes I think having a baby makes you a little crazy. I expect your mum feels the same. I pull a stupid face and am relieved when Octavia's lip twitches into the start of a smile. Here, let's look at some more of your wonderful pictures. I flip through the pages, admiring the drawings of flowers and birds, the many she's done of her rabbit Snowy, including the one Rosemary had sent me. I smile to myself as my eyes rove over the pages, pausing every now and again to point out a technique I recognize, a color I might have chosen. I'm halfway through the book when something stops me. My blood chills.
What's this, Octavia? The picture is different from the rest, not done in the crayon or colored chalks Octavia usually favors, but done in black biro. In the middle of the page, she's drawn a strange stick man, the face mask-like, a white sphere broken by the dots of eyes, the vertical slash of a nose, the horizontal line of a mouth that neither smiles nor cries. For some reason, after the detailed strokes of the penciled robin, I find the expressionless face shocking, but there's worse. The blank-faced stickman is not all she's drawn. A body lies prostrate on the floor at his feet, unequivocally dead. The eyes that stare upwards and the contorted body reminding me of the rat in the trap in the cellar, the one Rosemary hadn't known I'd seen. I think of the rodent's lips pulled back over its teeth in a death snarl and give an involuntary shudder. Jesus, Octavia, what made you draw this? Is this something you've seen on TV? Although it's the obvious answer, I've yet to see a TV in Rosemary's house. I look at the black ink beads of blood that spatter the white space around the body and turn the page quickly in distaste, telling myself it's not the sort of thing a little girl her age should be drawing. Yet, as I close the book, I can't help wondering if I might be accused of double standards. Whether I'd react the same way if Leo grew up to draw something similar. I doubt it. I'd more likely laugh it off as just something little boys did. The thought of Leo makes my breasts ache. He must be getting hungry. I slide the sketchbook into the box and close the padded lid. Let's look at the rest of these another day, yeah? I hold out my hand to Octavia, and when she takes it, the knots at the edge of my anxiety loosen. Children draw violent things for all sorts of reasons. It doesn't mean they're harboring a secret desire to kill. It doesn't warrant a session with a therapist. My shock at seeing it is a total overreaction. The baby's cry reaches me even before we start the walk down the long landing to Rosemary's room. I stop, listen, my senses sharpened. Is that Leo who's screaming? My mother's instinct kicks in. It is, there's no doubt. I drop Octavia's hand and run ahead of her. Why isn't Rosemary picking Leo up? By the time I reach the room, I'm frantic. The cries have grown louder, and when I throw open the bedroom door, I immediately see why. Leo is still in his car seat, but he's managed to get his foot stuck between the plastic frame where the animals hang and the seat's padding. Kneeling down beside my baby, I free the foot, unbuckle the chair's harness and lift him out. You're all right, baby. I smother his damp face with kisses. You're all right. Why didn't you pick him up, Rosemary? But Rosemary doesn't answer. I'd been too worried about Leo to pay any attention to her before, but now I see she's lying on her front on the bed, her face turned to the window. Her eyes are closed, and she looks dead to the world, her delicate shoulder blades rising and falling with each breath. I'd been wrong. She hadn't recovered from whatever it was she'd been given last night. I should never have left her. Should never have given her the benefit of the doubt. This is all Matthew's fault, and the sooner I get Rosemary away from him, the better. Chapter 34. Becky. Then, it's time, Becky. Jane sits on the chair beside my bed.
It's been 2 days since Faith had her febrile convulsion, and they are happy that she's made a good recovery. Her temperature is back to normal. Her natural color has returned. After hearing what I had to say, I'd been given the choice to leave my daughter here, to go home and start my new life without her. But how could I? It wasn't Faith's fault things had ended as they had. She needed someone to be with her through the long night and the day that followed. Even if that person was the mother who had failed her. I fight against the despair that threatens to smother me, thinking only of the practicalities. I've given the last bottle, changed the last nappy. The contract has been signed and there's no going back. Faith no longer belongs to me. She belongs to someone else. And remember, you have my number. Jane repositions her glasses on her nose. We have a range of services we can offer you post-adoption, counseling and other resources to help you cope with the emotional impact of giving up your child. She means to be kind, but the only words I hear are the last 4. Giving up your child. As though I'm giving up smoking or chocolate for Lent, as my mother used to make me do. The springs of the bed squeak as I shift my body away from the clear plastic sides of the cot. Faith is waking up, her tiny fingers opening and closing, as though wanting to grasp something. But it's easier for me to have this conversation if I don't look at her. Pretend it's just me and Jane in an otherwise empty room. I tried. I know you did, love, and you mustn't blame yourself for any of this. You just weren't ready to have a baby. I turn red-rimmed eyes to her. Will I ever be? That's not a question I can properly answer. Her fingers fuss with the buttons at the neck of her blouse. People change, circumstances change. Maybe one day. With a sympathetic look, she stands, picks up her file from the table at the end of my bed. I'll give you some space, love. She holds the file closer to her chest, her throat moving as she swallows, to say goodbye. I watch as Jane slides back the curtain, thinking how hard it must be for her to do her job. One day, when it's not so raw, I might be able to thank her for the way she's handled things, for doing her best. Now, though, I can't put off the inevitable any longer. The curtains clink as they move across the rail, and I wait until Jane has closed them behind her before standing, the bed groaning in relief as I lift my weight from it and move to the side of Faith's cot. It's not that the other parents who sit with their children on the pediatric ward aren't nice, but because my situation is no one's business except mine. Grief will hit me hard the moment my baby is taken from me, and I need the privacy of those blue nylon curtains to let me say my final goodbye without falling apart. In her cot, Faith's feet in their white terry toweling baby grow kick at her cover. Not allowing myself to think too much, I bend and scoop her out. Jane will be back soon, and I need to say goodbye to the child who was once mine. Goodbye, my love. As I speak, I don't look at her but keep my eyes fixed on the blue curtains. Scared that if they linger too long on her face, the fuzz of light auburn hair, the perfect little fingers, I'll cave in. Start the cycle again when I know it has to end. I'll always love you. With closed eyes, I lower my lips to her head, sealing my promise. My mind empty of all normal thought. And when the curtain clinks on its rail and Jane comes back in, catching us like this, I don't pull away. She says nothing, because what is there left to say? Reaches out her arms and lifts Faith away from my chest. Immediately, I feel unstable, light-headed, as though a part of my very being has been removed. No, wait! I don't know if I've actually said it or just thought it. Whichever it is, Jane doesn't seem to have heard, or, if she has, she fails to comment. With a sympathetic look, she turns away, her hand cradling the baby's head. Disappears through the curtains with my child. The material drapes back into place, and it's like she was never there. Like Faith was never there. My eyes search the empty cot, desperate to believe there's been some mistake, that some strange magic, some benevolent God will have her lying there again. Seeing nothing but the starched white sheet, the cellular blanket that's bunched up in a corner, my heart lurches. All I'd wanted was one more minute, one more second. Surely that wasn't too much to ask. For a moment, I stay where I am, stunned, Numb. Then instinct kicks in. I have to stop this. Clanking back the curtains, I run through the ward, out of the door. Jane! But she's already gone. The corridor beyond the nurse's station empty. Not knowing what else to do, I go back in to get my things, the weight of the mother's stares tracking me. As I pass a young woman with her infant pressed to her breast, she mouths, "Are you okay?" But I ignore her. What I want to do is howl, to tear out my hair, but my mum's voice is in my head. "Don't create a scene, Rebecca. Remember where you are, who you are." But what am I if I'm not Faith's mother? It's something they forgot to tell me. "Have a sip of water. I'm sure your little one will be all right. She's in the best place." The woman in the bed next to mine smiles at me, holds out a plastic cup. Her baby had been readmitted after an infection the day after us, but she hadn't seemed too worried, possibly because she was already mother to his 3 healthy brothers. "He was a late mistake," she'd whispered across the space between our beds. Thought it was the menopause, or that I'd eaten a few too many cakes. Bleeding disaster at my age. I look at her now, at the plastic cup she's offering. Despite what she said, when the doctor has discharged her baby, she'll be taking him home. Without thinking, I lash out, knock the cup from her hand. Water streaks her jumper, splatters the plastic sides of the cot, and pools on the floor around the wheels of the bed. "Leave me alone, can't you?" Her eyes widen. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. I'm behaving badly, know it all too well, but there's nothing I can do about it." On the far wall to my left is the wide bank of metal-framed windows. They look down onto the hospital entrance, and I run to them. Press the flats of my hands against the cold glass, the lead weight of guilt holding me there. Call it coincidence, call it fate, but as I look down, the entrance door slides open and a woman steps out, a baby's car seat in her hand. I know it's Faith, can feel it deep within me. Without warning, she looks up, her hand shielding her eyes from the sun, and for a moment I think she's seen me. But it's just my imagination, the angle of the sun and the blinds making it impossible. Gooseflesh rises on my arms as a well of grief opens in my chest. I am nobody, nothing. The pain expands inside my chest, taking up more and more space until there's none left for any other feeling. "Give her back!" I scream at the glass. "She's mine!" My legs give way, and I sink to my haunches. See the feet of the nurse through swollen eyes as she runs towards me. On the outside I'm crying, but on the inside I'm dying. Chapter 35. Becky. "Now, I'm going to stay here tonight." "You don't have to do that." Rosemary looks up at me from the bed, rubs her red-rimmed eyes. "I'm so ashamed, Becky. Poor little love. I never heard him." I pick up the packet of sleeping pills from the bedside table and contemplate it. "I don't think it's you who should be apologizing. None of this would have happened if it hadn't been for your husband giving you these things." I put the packet down. "When did you say he was coming home?" Rosemary yawns, covers her mouth with a pale, freckled hand. "I don't know if I did. In fact, I'm not sure he told me. Or if he did, I've forgotten." "And he hasn't rung to see how you are?" She shakes her head. "I told you before, that's not his way. Even though he knew you weren't feeling well." But already her expression is closing. Again, I've overstepped the mark, butted into her married life when it's none of my business. Except it is my business when it involves my child. "Anyway, if it's all the same to you, I'd rather stay over, just for tonight. The boys are in the same size nappies, and I'm sure Felix must have some clothes he hasn't yet grown into that Leo can borrow. I can wash them out before I go home tomorrow." I touch the back of my hand to her forehead, see the film of sweat it leaves on my skin. "And I still think we should contact the surgery. Get the doctor to take a look at you." To make my point, I shake the packet of sleeping tablets. "After all, we really don't have any idea how many of these things you've taken. If that's what you've taken, we can take it from there." "What do you mean?" "If we find Matthew gave you sleeping pills intentionally, then—" I swallow, wondering how she's going to take it. "Then I think you should consider leaving him." Rosemary's expression changes, and with effort, she props herself up on one elbow, her eyes pulled towards the window as though scared of what might be outside. It's not possible. I can't go out there. I can't leave the house. The tips of her fingers press at the hollowed base of her throat. I told you. My eyes follow hers, and once again, I wonder why it is that Matthews put the fear of God into her. I think of the body they dragged out of the river, think of Ed's missing wife. Of course, these things are unsettling, but his reaction to them seems extreme. I feel a sudden flash of irritation. It's like he's using the situation to keep his family virtual prisoners in this mausoleum of a house. It's not healthy. These thoughts bring back the missed call on my mobile from DS Barton. I should have rung her back, found out what she wanted, but I've been distracted. I'll do it tomorrow when I'm back in my own house. Today I have Rosemary to worry about, and Matthew. As far as I know, it's not a crime to work away and leave your family, and I've no evidence of anything else. I steal a glance at Rosemary. If I push her to explain more about her relationship with her husband, the fragile friendship I formed with this vulnerable woman might shatter, and I'll never see my daughter again. I'm sure the surgery will understand and get someone to do a house call if I explain the situation, Rosemary. I hold out my hand. If you give me your phone, I can make the call. You don't have to do a thing. Instead of doing as I ask, Rosemary sinks back onto the pillow, tears pooling at the corners of her eyes. Please, Becky, there really isn't any need. But this isn't the first time you've been like this when I've called round. I try to keep the frustration out of my voice as I think of the time she'd clutched at the furniture for support, and I'd wondered if she'd been drinking. Too many sleeping tablets would have the same effect. What if he's done this before? Rosemary turns her face away, strands of auburn hair sticking to her damp cheek. You don't understand. I look down at her, hands on my hips. She's right, I don't, but Rosemary isn't my only concern. There are 3 children in this house with us, and someone needs to look after them. I turn my attention to Octavia, trying not to think of the things she'd drawn in her sketchbook. She's kneeling by Felix's Moses basket, trying to make him smile, though he's still too young. Try this. I kneel beside her and, lifting up his top, blow a raspberry on his tummy. His expression remains passive, so I do it again, and am surprised when the corners of his lips turn up. Did you see that, Octavia? My heart warms. Leo didn't smile until he was 8 weeks. The little girl looks comfortable with her brother, and it makes me wonder, does she speak to him when her mother is out of the room? Does she whisper him her secrets? I think of the secret I nearly blurted out to her. One day she'll know, but only when the time is right. I look around me and wonder if that time might come sooner than I think. When I saw Rosemary's photograph on the Mums the Word site and decided to contact her, I couldn't have had any idea of the vulnerability of this strange little family. The mother who was too afraid to leave the house, the daughter who didn't speak. If Rosemary was anyone else, I'd leave now, ghost the woman next time she messaged me, or delete her number from my phone. But Rosemary isn't some random person I can cut out of my life. She's my child's adoptive mother, and I have to know what's going on. Have to make sure my daughter is in no danger. Look, if you don't want me to call the doctor, I won't, but at least let me stay the night. I can help with the children, with their meals or whatever else would be helpful. Whatever you like while you sleep this off. Rosemary blinks slowly, her lashes casting a shadow on her pale cheeks. But why would you do that? You've your own baby to look after. It would be imposing on you. I'd do it because you're my friend, Rosemary. Does there need to be any other reason? There's relief mixed with something else in her smile. No, there doesn't. I won't forget this, Becky. Thank you. I take her offered hand. You're welcome. And if you do, I say with a grin, I'll remind you. Chapter 36. Becky. It's nearly 8 in the evening, and outside the window the wind is lashing at the trees in the garden, rattling the glass in the sashes of the large bays. It's not an evening to be outside, that's for sure, and I'm glad Rosemary let me stay. I look at her now, at the ginger lashes beneath her closed lids. See how similar her colouring is to my daughter's, and wonder if it was luck, some coincidence drawing them together. Since I've been here, she's hardly moved from her bed, not unless you count the visits she's made to the bathroom, and I know that this lethargy isn't normal. While I'm at the house, the family are safe, Octavia is safe, but what about when Matthew comes home again? Who will watch out for them then? Whenever I think of him, of the large hand that had rested on the door of my car, and the eyes that bored into me, my head turns to the window.
It's dark outside now, and the fear that he'll return home and find me here is so close to the surface. I want to grab Leo's car seat and run for the door. But I can't. I'm needed. Since I've been here, I've hardly stopped. I've made us lunch, fed both boys, changed their nappies, and put them down for their naps. Sometimes, Rosemary has been awake, but when she's sleeping, I've used the time to try and engage Octavia in a one-sided conversation. My heart sinking in disappointment when I've had no success. But there's something I've noticed about the little girl. Like mine, her eyes continually flit to the dark windows as if distracted, and I know that, like me, she too is worried she'll see the headlights of her father's car, hear his footsteps on the stairs. She's in her room now, getting ready for bed, and the boys are both asleep. I'm bored, the hours stretching longer than I'd thought, and I can't help wondering how Rosemary can stand it. Day after day, trapped between these four walls. I get up from the nursing chair where I've been sitting reading and walk the length of Rosemary's bedroom to get the blood in my legs circulating. And as I do, I wonder again if I should have notified someone, the adoption agency or social services, told them of my concerns that the children aren't being looked after properly. But, if I did, how would I explain my presence here? Would anyone believe meeting my child's adoptive mother on a mother and child app was a coincidence? Most likely, they'd think I engineered it. No, my best chance to continue seeing my little girl is to keep quiet, cement my burgeoning friendship with her adoptive mother, and count my blessings. My pacing has taken me to the mahogany chest of drawers. On it is a beautiful, polished wooden trinket box, inlaid with mother of pearl. With a quick glance over at Rosemary to check she's still sleeping, I reach out a hand and lift the lid. The inside of the box is lined with blood-red velvet, several rings pushed into the raised slot designed for them. I recognize the ring with a large tiger eye stone she'd worn on the day I met her, and another she was wearing the last time I came here. A neat little emerald ring surrounded by a cluster of small diamonds. There are others too, costume jewelry with no value and a cheap-looking silver ring that looks as though it's been bought in a market. Each one unique from its neighbor, as though chosen by different people. There's a satin loop either side of the top tray, and, interested to see what else is in the box, I lift it out and place it to one side. The large space underneath is filled with a jumble of necklaces and bracelets. Reaching in a hand, I lift the end of a gold pendant, and 3 or 4 other necklaces come with it, draping over the side of the box. They're of no interest to me, and I'm about to put them back when I see a ring has become entangled with the necklaces. I release it and place it on the flat of my hand, my brow furrowed into a frown. It's Art Deco inspired, the sort of thing I can imagine Rosemary wearing, the rectangular sapphire stone at its center set into a platinum band. Whether real or reproduction, I've no idea. I've always had a fascination for rings. Will take a break from my stall at a weekend and stand in front of my neighbor Gary's second-hand jewelry stand, imagining the people who might have once worn them, wondering why they have given them away. I hold it to the light, see how the color remains true, my breath slowing as I bring it closer to my face. I've seen this ring before, I'm sure of it. A memory floats by, and I try to grab it, but it slips away again. Pretty, isn't it? My head shoots round. Rosemary is lying on her side, her cheek resting on her hand as a child's might. Embarrassed to be caught snooping, I drop the ring back into the box with the necklaces. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have been looking, but I was bored. Both boys are asleep, and Octavia is in her room getting ready for bed. Rosemary smiles. Honestly, I don't mind. It's not as if anyone else sees them. She looks away, and I feel sorry for her. I can't imagine what it must be like to stay indoors, to never socialize, to dress in the morning knowing only your children and, occasionally, your husband will know what you've chosen to wear. I replace the top layer with its rings and close the lid of the box. There are some unusual rings in there, quite an assortment. Most of them are presents from Matthew. Her face remains passive.
The one you were holding, the most recent. He does it because he feels guilty working away such a lot, and they're definitely not all to my taste, but I appreciate the gesture. He likes to see me wear them, so I do, to please him. She looks at the eternity ring on her right hand. Do you think that's odd? I'm not sure. If it makes him happy, and you too, of course, then why not? Some of them are lovely. I think of the ring I'd held up to the light. The sapphire one in particular. Do you know where he bought it? She shakes her head. He never tells me, says it would spoil it. I suppose it would. I agree the sapphire one is the best, though. I thought I might give it to Octavia one day. I smile. That's a lovely idea. Yet I can't get the feeling out of my head that I've seen this ring before. The memory of it tugs at my brain, vanishing before I can capture it. Likely it's nothing, though. I've probably seen one like it on Gary's jewelry stall. This odd house and the situation I've found myself in is getting to me, that's all. The prospect of Matthew returning early making me jittery, putting ideas in my head. I look at Rosemary in her large bed. She's fallen asleep again, one slender arm lying outside the sheet that covers her. There's a quilt on the chair beside the bed, and I drape it over her, not wanting her to be cold. Wonder how she'll be in the morning. There's no room for two unstable people under this roof. For my daughter's sake, I need to keep it together until I know what's going on. Think of a way I can get Rosemary to leave the house, and, if she won't, find a way of persuading her that, until we know what Matthew has been doing and why Octavia is so scared of him, the children might be better off with me. Chapter 37. Rosemary. I lie in my bed, thinking about Becky. She's asleep in the spare bedroom opposite Octavia's. Or, I think she's asleep. Unlike me. I've slept so much today that I'm now wide awake, my mouth dry, my head pounding. Becky was right. These are the commonest symptoms from having taken too many sleeping tablets, and now I'm properly awake. I wonder if she'll tell anyone. Whether she'll confront Matthew or keep it to herself. I hope it's the latter for her sake and for mine. When I'd first met the girl, I'd thought her young, naive, but there's a strength, a resilience to her character that I'd not expected when her profile had popped onto my screen. Will she side with me or betray me? I no longer know. Slipping my hand under my pillow, I pull out my phone. Flick through the many photographs I've taken until I find the ones I took earlier, my heart warming as I look at them. The children look so healthy, so bonny, their eyes bright, their skin and hair glowing, unlike other people's kids. On the chat group, the mothers are always complaining about their children's ailments, how susceptible they are to colds and coughs, their nights broken by their colic and whooping cough. Becky and I are lucky. It seems that good genes run in our families, on one side at least. I think of Matthew, of his father who died before he was 60, of a dodgy heart, of his mother whose weak chest kept her housebound for years, and take him out of the equation. Won't let him take credit. I concentrate on the children's faces, on mine, until my husband's face floats away. In the photo, I'm the only one who's smiling, and it makes me sad. Yet, it shouldn't. One day, Octavia will no longer have to fear the sound of her father's footsteps on the stairs. He'll be out of our lives, and what came before will be no more real than a dream. Without him, my little girl will love me again. We'll rebuild our family and be happy, like we used to be. The phone screen goes blank as I switch it off and lie back down. Relieved that Matthew won't be home for days, that I can pretend we were never together. Unless he decides to surprise me again, that is. I turn on my side, trying not to think of how he turned up unexpectedly. Not wanting to remember, for fear it brings him back through the door, I think about my baby instead. Little Felix, his lips curved into a wonky smile as Becky blew raspberries on his stomach. My child's first smile, but one that hadn't been for me. She thought I was asleep, but I wasn't. I'd woken again, the scene in front of me shimmering through the chemical fog of my vision as I'd forced my eyes to open, my brain trying to make sense of it. Because it wasn't just Felix's smile I'd witnessed. It was the one the girl had given in return. Not the polite, amused smile of a new acquaintance, a fellow mother with her own baby. No, this smile was different, not coming simply from the lips and eyes, but from the heart, the sight chilling me. Have I misjudged her? I press my fingers against my closed eyes, and as the microscopic dots of light prick the inside of my lids like stars, I wonder, for the first time, if I did the right thing in befriending her. Wonder what she's up to. Chapter 38. Becky. I wake suddenly, my mouth dry. The old-fashioned sheets on the bed in the guest room tangled around my legs. I push the hair from my face and sit up, searching the bedside table for my phone. Realizing I left it downstairs in the kitchen the previous evening when I was washing up the supper things.
Why doesn't she get a bloody dishwasher? I mutter to myself. Pushing the covers aside, I swing my legs out of the bed and check that Leo is still asleep in the carry-cot I've borrowed from Rosemary. He is, and I stand next to him, listening to the little squeaks and snuffles that I've come to recognize and love over the last 3 months. So used to them that I wonder if I'll ever be able to sleep in a silent room again. I shove my arms into my cardigan, then make for the door, stopping to fold over the elasticated waistband of the pajama bottoms Rosemary lent me for fear of tripping over them. The bedroom door creaks a little as I open it, but my baby doesn't wake. I've no idea what the time is, but it's not yet morning, as through the landing window, the moon is casting a silver trail of light across the long rug, picking out the songbirds and the roses with their deadly thorns. Pulling my cardigan around me, I walk as quietly as I can to the stairs and start to go down, but at the bend, I stop, my eyes fixing on the glass panels of the front door. Did I see a light, or was it my imagination? I don't move. Terrified, it's Matthew. The hands of the grandfather clock in the hall count down the seconds, and I count with it, my breath held inside my chest, until I have no choice but to move. I can't stay here forever, and it's better to know what I'm dealing with than have Rosemary's husband surprise me again. There's a window either side of the door, each covered by a heavy curtain. Trying not to think too hard, I take the rest of the stairs quickly and go across to the nearest one. Push the curtain aside. The garden is in darkness, no car on the gravel drive, and relief surges through me. What I'd seen was the branches of the tree moving across the streetlight in the road at the end of Rosemary's front garden. Nothing more. I drop the curtain and turn, heading for the kitchen. But as I pass the door under the stairs, something stops me. Not something I've heard or seen, just a feeling. In my head, I'm back again on those concrete cellar steps that are in darkness until Rosemary snaps on the fluorescent overhead light. My eyes taking in the wooden bench with the lathe Matthew never uses, the bags of clothes nobody has bothered to take to the charity shop, and an assortment of other outgrown or unused things. I walk over to it, put the flat of my hand to the door. Rosemary's explanation of rats had satisfied me when she'd shown me the cellar, but now, in the dead of night, something feels off. One of Octavia's best drawings had been of a mouse, not a rat, I know, but a rodent nonetheless. Its coat a beautiful shade of brown, just asking to be touched, its teeth nibbling at an acorn. Would a child draw something this way if they hated it so much? Was it really the rats that had made her so scared of the cellar? I know I should get my phone from the kitchen and go back upstairs to bed, but I feel the cellar's pull, find myself being drawn to it. Did Matthew use this room? Is there a link between that dark space and my daughter's fear of him? If only she could tell me. Half-heartedly, I pull on the handle of the door, but it stays closed as I knew it would. I thump the door with my fist in frustration, then check myself. I've left the babies too long as it is. I should forget my foolish notions and go back to them. But I can't. The kitchen door is open, and I hurry over to it and see at once that my phone is still on the wooden kitchen table where I left it. I pick it up and put it in my cardigan pocket. Glad to have it again as, at night, this house with its shadowy corners gives me the creeps. It's only as I'm about to leave again that my eyes alight on the drawer in the table, the place where Rosemary keeps the cellar key. I go back into the hall and tip my head, listening into the dark silence for a sense of whether the babies are still asleep. I can't hear crying or any sound at all, save for the grandfather clock, so they must be.
My heart beats faster. I have time, and this might be my only opportunity. The drawer rattles as I drag it open. For some reason, I had expected the key not to be there, but it is. Hidden amongst the scissors, old flyers for country fairs and car boot sales. The detritus of a family life. Yet, this is no ordinary family. It hasn't taken me long to find that out. I take the key out and clutch it in my hand, unsure of why my palm is so sweaty. What is it I'm expecting to find down there that I didn't see before? What is it that's caused this uncertainty? It can't only just be Octavia's mouse drawing. It has to be something else. If only I could think what. Hurrying over to the cellar door, I slide the key into the lock and turn it, not wanting to find an excuse to change my mind. It feels wrong to be snooping around Rosemary's house, but I know I won't sleep until I've looked again. With a glance behind me, I pull the door open, the musty, damp smell immediately hitting the back of my nose. My fingers search the wall for the light switch, and the harsh glare when they find it makes me cover my eyes with my free arm. No wonder my daughter hates it down here. Reaching behind me, I pull the door to. It's unlikely Rosemary will come downstairs, but if she does, I don't want her to catch me down here. Not while I have no good explanation for it. My need to be here isn't something I can put into words. It's more an instinct. With a hand on the brick wall to steady me, I take the steps one by one, and it's as I reach the last step that I hear the noise. My hand flies to my chest, my throat constricting, making it hard to breathe. What is it? It comes again, a scratching, scrabbling sound, and I look around me with frantic eyes until they alight on the trap that sits on the big chest freezer by the wall. The laugh of relief I give, sounding too loud in this cold room with its few pieces of furniture. I walk over to the trap, pick it up and squint through the perspex at the mouse inside. It's small and cute, its whiskers twitching. Knowing I can't leave it there, I pull the two pieces of the trap apart and crouch down. Go on then. I give the end a tap, and when it doesn't move, I give the trap a little shake. Don't you want to go home? The mouse looks at me and then, as though in answer to my question, it runs out and disappears behind the freezer. I rub at my arms, aware of the goosebumps that have risen there. The space I'm standing in is cold and uninviting. I sigh, unsure why I'm even down here, and look around me. Everything looks the same as it had when I was here before, and it's obvious no one uses the cellar anymore. And yet, I move around the room lifting things, opening bin bags, and pulling open the doors of an old cupboard. Seeing only rusting paint tins, snail trails of dried paint dribbling down their sides, and a tub of filler whose lid has been left off, revealing its grey, dried-up contents. As Rosemary had said when we were here before, there's nothing to see, and I feel foolish for having thought there was. I shove my hands in my pockets, and when I feel the hard edges of my phone, remember I never phoned D.S. Barton back. I pull it out. See she's rung again, and this time she's left a voicemail. I press the phone to my ear and listen. Ms. Young, this is D.S. Barton. I need you to call me back urgently. We need to speak to you again regarding any information you might have remembered about your ex-partner's possible whereabouts. There's been new evidence come to light, and we need to eliminate him from our inquiries. I'm no longer listening, my hand dropping to my side. She hasn't said it, but she doesn't need to. They think Michelle is dead, and they believe Ed has had something to do with it. It's all I can do to keep myself breathing, keep my heart beating. This is my Ed they're talking about. The man I once loved. The man I still love. The world is spinning out of control, and it's taking me with it. I lean forward, my hands pressing against the blanket-covered lid of the chest freezer, waves of sickness washing over me. Ed was a liar and a cheat, a weak man, yes, but he wasn't a murderer. To believe he was would be insane. Yet, there's the life insurance, the one I didn't know about. Could money be enough motivation to turn him into someone I wouldn't recognize? The edge of the freezer lid, beneath the blanket, is digging into my forearms. I rub at them, see the dent it's left in my skin. A small green light shines from its metal housing in the lid, indicating that the freezer is switched on, and I wonder why this would be when Rosemary has a delivery every week, when no one uses this room. I don't like it down here. Wish I'd gone straight back upstairs. I'm no closer to solving the puzzle of my daughter's muteness, no closer to knowing what has frightened her into silence. After abandoning her all those years ago, I owe it to her to find out. Putting my phone down on the wooden kitchen chair that either Rosemary or Matthew had started sanding and then forgotten, I grip the edge of the freezer lid and push upwards with both hands. As the lid eases, the ice crystals that have formed around the edge of the lid crunch, dusting the insides of the arms of my cardigan with white snow as I lean forward and look inside. The freezer is full. Ice-covered bags full of meat piled on top of one another. I move one aside, struggle to read the word pork that Rosemary has written on the bag in marker pen. It's over a year old, the pig flesh darkened with age, the thick rind yellowed. The one underneath is no less appetizing. Without knowing what I'm looking for, I push more bags, some large, some small, aside. A greying pack of mince, what must have been a rack of lamb. Such waste, as none of it will be edible now. Underneath it all is a much larger bag, most of it buried beneath the ones I've just pushed aside. The plastic enclosing it is thicker, grey-coloured, and wrapped around with wide bands of packing tape. With a frown, I reach in, feel with my fingers. Whatever it is, it's frozen hard. A solid, rugby-shaped ball with a protrusion. My fingers prod and poke. There are two spheres above it, almost like eyes. A cry escapes my lips, and I snatch my hand away. What animal have I been feeling? But even as my brain is forming the question, I already know. An insistent little voice in my head is telling me to phone the police and tell them what I found. But I can't move, can't speak. The shock too great, the implications too grave. And when the light snaps off, plunging me into darkness, it's almost a relief, because now I can pretend it's not real, that I'm still asleep in my bed, and soon I'll awaken from this nightmare. Chapter 39. Becky. In the pitch black, I back away from the stairs, stop when my hip hits the chest freezer. Stay away from me. My voice breaks from my constricted throat. I have a knife. But it's a lie. I have nothing. No means of defending myself against an assailant I cannot see. Against Matthew. For it's obvious now what's been going on in this house. Why my daughter is terrified of him. I should have known he'd come back early, as he had before. Imagine him watching us through the darkened windows, seeing for himself how Rosemary had disobeyed him, allowed me back into the house despite his objection, despite his warning. What would he have thought as he watched me take care of his wife and children as though they were my family, not his? The room is flooded white again, obliterating the darkness, and I close my eyes against the glare. I'm shocked, when I force them open again, that it's not Matthew who's standing at the top of the steps. Faith? She looks at me blankly, and I correct myself. Octavia, don't come down, stay where you are. She mustn't see what I've seen. I must protect her from it. My limbs have no substance to them, my legs barely able to support me, but I need to be able to cross this room, have to stop her from coming down. Stay there, I repeat, scared she'll ignore me. I'll come up. I grip the banister for support as I climb, see her bare feet on the concrete steps above me, and randomly wonder if she's cold. I've left something monstrous behind me, yet still my thoughts are fixated on my child's welfare. It's wrong, I know, yet I can't help it. Is your father back? I've reached her now, my shaking hand grasping her shoulder. Did he come home? She looks towards the front door, shakes her head. That's something at least. Most likely she heard me downstairs, came down to find out what I was doing. Her hand is on the sleeve of my cardigan, and she's pulling at it. She wants me to get away from the cellar, and it's what I want too. I've no way of guessing if she knows about the body. Can't ask her in case she doesn't. Hope to God she doesn't. I shut the cellar door and lock it, offer her my hand, glad when she takes it. We need to go upstairs now. It's all I can do to keep my voice steady, to not frighten her with my own fear. Hand in hand we climb the stairs, but on the landing I stop. I can't pretend nothing has happened. I turn Octavia to face me, bend down to her level. I have to speak to your mum about something very important. I glance at Rosemary's bedroom door, sick with anxiety. But while I do, I need you to keep an eye on Leo in case he wakes. Can you do that for me? Octavia's face is ghostly white. She gives a small nod, and I make my lips smile. Good girl, I won't be long. You can come and get me if he cries. I watch her as she goes into my room, then head for Rosemary's. The bedroom is dark, the thick velvet curtains blocking out the night. I check on Felix in his anteroom to make sure he's asleep, then go over to Rosemary's bed, shake her shoulder. Rosemary, I hiss. Rosemary, wake up. She stirs, mumbles something that I can't hear. Please, wake up. My voice is desperate now, the feel of the frozen face against my hand coming back to me in all its horror. This is important. Rosemary's eyes open. With effort, she sits up and pushes the hair from her face. Becky? What's wrong? Is it Leo? No, it's not Leo. Both boys are fine. Octavia too. But I need you to come with me. I grab her robe from the foot of the bed. Here, put this on. It's cold down there. Cold? She looks puzzled, her eyes still heavy with sleep. Just come. She must have heard the desperation in my voice because she doesn't question me further. Slips her arms into the robe and slides her legs out of the bed. Reaching out a hand, she touches my arm. You're trembling. I know I am, but in this room, full of brocade and velvet, the heavy, dark furniture, I can't voice the reason why. She needs to see for herself. I go over to the window, part the curtains. The drive is still empty. Matthew's not come home, unless he parked in the street and is lurking somewhere in the shadows of the garden, biding his time. But for what? He can't know what I've seen, what I've found. My mobile drags the pocket of my cardigan down, reminding me of the message D.S. Barton left. I should ring her, tell her what's happened, but the coincidence is too great. My being here one I'd struggle to explain away, not unless I want to lose my daughter forever. Leo, too. But what I've discovered is too big a thing for me to deal with on my own. Rosemary's husband is out there somewhere, a danger to us all. Yet it's not Matthew the police are interested in, it's Ed. Their requests for information about his whereabouts and his missing wife becoming more urgent. Where does he fit into all this? Leaving the window, I grab Felix's baby monitor, then take Rosemary's arm and pull her onto the landing. At the door of the spare room where I've been sleeping, I stop. Octavia is keeping an eye on Leo. I'll leave Felix's baby monitor with her so she can check if he wakes. Why is she up? Rosemary pulls her arm away from me. Becky, please explain what's going on. Ignoring her, I go into the room and hand Octavia the monitor. She's kneeling on the floor next to Leo's carry-cot and looks as though she's taking her job as his protector seriously. I won't be long, love. Then you can go back to bed. Rosemary is waiting for me on the landing. It's unfair to keep her in the dark, but she needs to see for herself what her husband is capable of. The real reason he wants to keep her docile and housebound. And when she knows the truth, she must be the one to call the police. I can't be a part of it. Getting up, I leave Octavia and walk past Rosemary to the stairs. Come with me. I go down, sensing she's following me, and when I reach the cellar door, I take the key from my pocket, slide it into the lock. But Rosemary's hand stops me. Where did you get that? You have to tell me what's going on. I will, but I need you to see for yourself. I pull the door open and snap on the light, blood hammering at my temples. I don't want to go down the cellar steps, but I must. It's the only way I can make Rosemary understand. Words alone won't be enough. Pushing fear aside, I descend the steps and walk across the cellar floor. Stop in front of the chest freezer. I feel sick. It's in here. But Rosemary hasn't moved. She's still at the top of the steps where Octavia had been earlier. Now, Rosemary. My shout echoes in the cold room, and she blinks, refocuses. Slowly she comes down, one hand on the chipped banister, her eyes on the two separated parts of the empty mousetrap. You've already been down here. Suspicion colors her voice. Why, Becky? That's not important. I lick my dry lips. Look, Rosemary, what I'm going to show you will be a terrible shock, but I have no choice. My palms are clammy as I push back the blanket and position my hands under the lid, and,
As I lift it, the fear I've been quelling gathers and grows. I look in and, for one glorious moment, I think there's nothing to see, but then I remember how I'd shoved the frozen blocks of meat back over the body when I'd seen Octavia at the top of the stairs. With my eyes still on Rosemary, I reach in and lift one solid, ice crystal-covered bag, then another. Drop them onto the floor, exposing the terrible, head-shaped lump. What on earth? But I cut her off. Come here. Look for yourself. She holds back. I don't want to. Becky, you're scaring me. I go over to her and place a hand on her back, guide her to the side of the freezer. There. She peers in. I'm sorry, but I really have no idea what I'm looking at. Is there a pair of scissors down here, or, better still, a knife of some kind? She gives a small shrug of her shoulders. I'm not sure. Maybe. Leaving me, she goes over to the old wooden cupboard where the dried-up paint tins are. She pulls out one of the drawers underneath and searches around inside, comes back to me with a Stanley knife. Will this do? I nod, take the knife from her. Probably. It will have to. Even though I know I could be destroying evidence, I grip the thick plastic in one hand and score across it in a place where it's frozen away from the body. Then, with fingers numb with fear and cold, I chip and peel away at the stiff, brittle material. Rosemary is watching me in horror. Oh my God. I say nothing but continue dragging at the plastic, swearing under my breath when it doesn't give, the frozen condensation bonding it to the body like glue. I try another part, my fingers aching with the exertion, wanting to show her the truth. There's pale skin now, waxy yellow and shiny, the surface tight where the tissue has contracted. Behind me, Rosemary gasps. It's cruel to do this to her, but she has to know. We are in danger here, her family and mine, and I think, deep down, she already knows. It's Matthew's control over her that stops her from seeing it. I pull hard, revealing the sharp edge of a jawline, blotched purple in places where frostbite has taken hold. My fingers accidentally graze it, and the stiff leather feel of the skin is something I'll remember in my nightmares. It's a face! Rosemary looks as though she's going to be sick. She's right. More of it is exposed now, strange and distorted where the plastic has pressed against it, one shrunken, glassy eye covered in ice crystals. And it's only now I realize what I'm doing, how sick this all is. We should tell the police. The knife drops from my grip, clatters to the concrete floor. I lean my arms on the freezer edge and press my hands to my face. Why hadn't I done it when I first made the discovery? But I know why. I want her to share my fear. 10 years ago, Rosemary took my child, and in some hateful, obsessive way, I want to punish her for it. For having everything while I have nothing. Except I do have something. I have Leo, my beautiful baby boy. The child who taught me to love again. My reason to keep on living. I should be ashamed of myself. Rosemary's face is slack with shock, the bony nubs of her knuckles pressed to her lips, and guilt hits me hard. She doesn't deserve this. Did Octavia see? Please tell me she didn't. She turns terrified eyes to me. No, I made sure of it. Wouldn't let her come down. I'm sorry, Rosemary. I know this is a shock. It is for me too. I should have told you what I found when we were upstairs, but I stop, unable to voice my reason, ashamed of it, and, anyway, it's too late now. While I've been talking, Rosemary's eyes haven't left the freezer. I don't know what's going on in her head, but the resulting fear is written in the tension of her pale cheeks, the thin line of her mouth. What she says next, though, is totally unexpected. I know him. Her voice is thin, reed-like. She takes a step forward. I know him! My fingers grip her arm, the soft flesh giving beneath her robe. To me, the small amount of face exposed is nothing more than frozen flesh and sinew, no hint of the once living, breathing person they once were. Yet, she recognizes him. How? I give her arm a gentle shake. Who is he? Rosemary turns now, her haunted eyes meeting my own. I met him last year. He was my lover. Her eyes break away from mine, lift to the door at the top of the cellar steps as though expecting someone to appear, fearful of it, terrified even.
and I wonder if Matthew knew. If he did, she's a right to be scared, because I'm terrified too. Chapter 40. Rosemary. Then, his photograph had made him look younger, but I don't mind. The main thing is he's presentable, clean-shaven and without the look of a serial killer. For, these days, you can't be too careful. He looks up when I walk in, lifts his drink and smiles, his way of an acknowledgement. Kate? Yes. I'd chosen a neutral name, nothing to stand out in a crowd. Great, I'm Neil. You made it then? I'd told him I'd be coming by bus. Remember his reply. What's wrong with a car? I don't drive. A lie I'd given to cover my tracks. His question had irked me, and now that I'm remembering again, a part of me wonders why I'm here, whether I've lost my mind, because this isn't the way a woman of my standing should act, not one with a beautiful big house on a sought-after road, a wife, the mother of a beautiful little girl. He's looking at me in amusement, and I wonder what my face is giving away. Does he realize I'm married? Does he care? I think of the ring I took off before coming here. Panic when I remember I left it on the chest of drawers in the bedroom. What if Matthew comes home early? What if he finds it, finds me gone? But he won't. Matthew is a creature of habit. In all the years I've known him, he's never come home even an hour earlier than he's said. Odd, really, now I come to think of it. Sometimes I wonder about all those other hours, those other days, after work when he's at his flat. Does he think of me if ever he wakes in the darkest hours of the night, or is it out of sight, out of mind? I've never asked him. No longer care. I'd like to say it's the reason I'm here tonight in this overly lit bar, but it's not. The bottles that line the shelves on the wall contain drinks I'm too old to recognize, my knowledge stopping at wine and gin. The red stripe and white lettering of a bottle of Smirnoff. I feel out of place. Look out of place amongst the young girls with their straightened hair and ripped jeans, their pouting lips sucking cocktails with names that make me blush through coloured straws, as though they've not long left their childhood behind, which, by the looks of some of them, isn't far from the truth. Anyway, I'm here now, and there's no going back. Yes, I make myself smile. I made it. The buses were on time for once. I'm glad. He gives a slow smile back. You look nice. Refreshingly different. To what? He cocks his head at a group of girls who are laughing at something, heads together, hooped earrings swinging. To the obvious. I don't know how to take that. Wonder if he's laughing at me, for being presumptuous, for being here at all. I know I'm old enough to be there. He raises a hand. Don't say it. And I laugh, because what else can I do? We both know the reason why we're here. He knows my age as I know his, and he wouldn't have come if it bothered him. Yet, I'd be lying if I said I hadn't seen the way his eyes had slid to the nearest girl's bare thigh. He's a man, after all. Anyway, he continues, I meant it. You look great. I like what you're wearing. I feel the flush creep up my neck, shift on the stool and pull at the tight dress that had risen up my legs the moment I pushed myself up onto it. It's not something I'd normally wear, but the emerald green colour is striking against my hair. His brows pinch together. You know you remind me of someone. An illustration from The Lady of Shalott. He smiles. Clearly I am not the first to have said it. No, you're not. Matthew had said it too, and others before him. It makes me think the English syllabus in schools must have spawned a generation of teenage boys with a fetish for auburn-haired women adrift in boats or shut up in towers. He laughs. Probably. His fingers pluck at a lock of my hair and he inspects it, pretending to marvel at the way the strand curls around his finger. But it's just a smokescreen as I've read the lust in his eyes. No, this small talk, the light flirting, is just a formality, a prelude to what will come. He wants me, and at the knowledge, the bar with its youngsters and loud music blurs into insignificance. My heart pounds out a rhythm I've not heard or felt in a long time. We both know why we're here. Etiquette forces him to clear his throat. You never said what you wanted to drink. You never asked. I slipped down from the stool, my offered hand an invitation. Come back to mine. We can have one there. He rubs at his cheek and grins as though all his Christmases have come at once. How easy this was, he must be thinking. How bloody easy. We'll take my car. He gets his keys out of his pocket, but I stop him, my hand on his chest. No, we'll take a taxi. Leave your car here. And your phone. You're kidding, right? My hand slides lower, settles at the buckle of his belt, then moves lower still. Humor me. Fuck, okay. I'll put it in the glove compartment. He pushes open the door, and I smile to myself, relieved at how easily he's agreed to my terms, considering he's not bad looking for his age. He hasn't asked me why he can't take the car, but probably he's guessed. I doubt I'm the first married woman he's screwed. No, I won't be the last. A taxi pulls up as the night air hits us. 3 girls in tight skirts and heels I couldn't begin to imagine walking in, clamber out of the back. They stop for a selfie with the bar's neon sign behind them, all hair and lips and eyelashes. I pull at the man's hand, pointing to their cab, scared he'll change his mind. We can take this one. With my hand on the roof of the car, I duck to the open window and speak to the driver, give him an address a few roads away from my house. When Neil gets back from his car, we get in, and in the driver's mirror, I see the 2 men exchange a look. Shame stalks me. Is it that obvious? Am I that obvious? The door slams shut, and we're moving. I place the man's hand on my bare thigh, close my eyes as his fingers move across my hot skin. As I say, we're consenting adults and we both know why we're here. At least I do.
Chapter 41. Becky.
Now I stare at Rosemary, unable to process what she's saying, panic rising in my throat. Oh my God, Rosemary, you had an affair? I'd seen the cold steel in her husband's eyes, had heard the threat in his voice when he trapped me in my car. And I was a nobody, a woman with a small child who his wife had befriended because she was lonely. I could only imagine what he'd be like if... Did he know? Did Matthew know? Rosemary's frightened gaze is still fixed on the strip of waxy flesh I'd revealed when I'd cut away the plastic, on the opaque eye that stares up at the ceiling. Taking her face between my palms, I turn her head, make her look at me instead. You've got to tell me. Did your husband know you'd brought him here? She blinks. I didn't bring him. Not the second time, anyway. He was here twice. Jesus Christ. I tried to be careful, didn't think Matthew knew. It was while he was away. She pulls away from me, and my hands drop to my sides. She points a shaking finger at the freezer. All this time, all these months. Her shoulders shudder. I thought Matthew and I were okay. I knew straight away that what I'd done was wrong and put a stop to it. As long as Matthew didn't know anything, I could pretend it had never happened. It was just a fling, Becky. Over before it had ever begun. A stupid, pointless fling, because I was lonely. You say you were lonely, but you had... My brain battles with my lips. I mustn't say her real name. You had Octavia. Wasn't she enough? She would have been enough for me, I want to say, but I don't because it would be a lie. Back then, when I'd first had her, she hadn't been enough. She'd been too much. Or so my mother had made me believe. And now it makes me wonder something. Where was she when you brought this man home? Where was Octavia? She was at a school friend's, a sleepover. She looks at me accusingly. Are you implying my daughter was in the house when... No,
Of course not.
but the shock of finding out Rosemary had been unfaithful has messed with my mind. I hadn't thought her the type to do that either, and it makes me realize how little I know about the family my daughter has lived with for most of her life. Perhaps losing the babies, the miscarriages, had affected Rosemary more than she's let on. It would have left her feeling empty, and if Matthew wasn't prepared to be there for her, had chosen not to mourn with her, is it any wonder she'd turned from him? Found someone new, if only for a night. But what had made her change her mind about the man she's referred to as a fling? Had getting pregnant with Felix been the turning point? I remember how I'd felt when Leo was born. Perhaps, unlike her one-night stand, Felix's birth would have helped fill the empty space in her heart. She'd stopped the affair and thought her secret safe. except it hadn't been safe at all. Somehow, Matthew had found out. This man, I feel a cold lick of fear. This poor, unfortunate man. Matthew killed him. I force myself to look at him again, take in the thick plastic that swaddles the frozen flesh, the unyielding bones. Unable to imagine him as he was when he was living and breathing, having sex with Rosemary in her marital bed. Rosemary looks diminished, her fingers worrying at the goose-bumped skin of her arm. He couldn't have. Matthew's not capable. She stops, the words catching in her throat. Because we both know he is. The evidence is in the cellar with us. She sinks to the ground, covers her face with her hands. Oh God, this is all my fault. I crouch next to her, gently lower her hands and try to rub warmth into them. You made a mistake, but you can't blame yourself. Matthew did this to you by working away, not being there for you when you needed him, and not caring enough when you had your miscarriages. You weren't to know that his jealousy would make him capable of killing. And after I swallow, my throat sticking, point at the freezer. After he did this thing, it wasn't enough. Keeping you housebound was his way of ensuring you'd not stray again. He used the local murders to his advantage, made you so scared of what was outside that you didn't want to leave the house. And just in case you changed your mind, he drugged you with sleeping pills to keep you docile. He loved me. I shake my head in frustration. Don't be so blind, Rosemary. This isn't love, it's possessiveness. He wants control over you, for God's sake. Didn't even want you to have a friend. I never told you, but he threatened me the other week when I left the house. I hear his voice again. I mean it. You stay away. I didn't tell you because I was afraid it would make things worse. The only reason I came back was because I was worried about you, about what he might have done after I'd gone. Her eyes are glued to the terrible thing in the freezer again. She doesn't reply, and it's then, like a bolt out of the blue, I realize why. You knew, didn't you? Knew he'd threatened me. She's trembling, delayed shock most likely, but I can't let it go. Damn it, Rosemary, tell me. Her voice is small. He made me promise not to say anything, made me swear I wouldn't see you again. Or what? My voice is rising. I point at the freezer. Or I'd end up like him. I didn't know he'd killed him. I swear it. After I told the guy I was ending it, he left the house, and I never saw him again. You saw him leave? Well, no. I'd gone to check on Octavia. I thought you said she wasn't there. That's what she'd told me. That was the first time. The second time, he came round uninvited, took me by surprise. I made it clear he wasn't welcome, told him to see himself out. I heard the door slam. That was your husband. I feel sick. Matthew must have seen him go into the house, but instead of waiting for him to leave again, to confront him in his car, as he had that time with me, he'd gone inside, attacked the man, in the hall most likely, then dragged him down to the cellar. The house is big, and if Rosemary was upstairs with Octavia, she wouldn't have heard. I'm just wondering when Matthew would have had the chance to wrap him in the plastic sheeting, when there's a sound above our heads. A creaking like the floorboards complaining. My thoughts run away with me, forming pictures I have no desire to see. Matthew's car in the driveway. Matthew's feet crossing the hall above us. Matthew's anger that I'm back in his house. Did my daughter see what he did? Is that why she stopped speaking? You might not have known he'd killed the man, but you've lived with him long enough to know he could do me harm if he found me here. I stop, my heart thudding, scared that what I'm going to say next is true. Or is that what you wanted, Rosemary? For him to hurt me? Rosemary's face mirrors her horror. How can you think that? Don't you see? I hate being alone with him, but the idea of leaving terrifies me too. You're the only one who understands what it's like for me living here in this bloody big house with only the children for company. A new baby and a daughter who won't speak to me. I have no other friends. If he hurt you, I'd have no one. As ridiculous as it seems, a small part of me is flattered, but I know this is not the time. D.S. Barton's number is in my pocket. I should be ringing her, but I've no idea how to explain my being here. I need time to think what to do. But there is no time. There's a dead man in Rosemary's basement, and despite my fears, Doing nothing isn't an option. I stand in silence, the weight of all that's happened bearing down on me. You have to phone the police. Tell them what Matthew did to this man. In the stark overhead light, Rosemary's skin is bleached of all color. What if you're wrong? I don't understand. Her eyes are wide with fear. What if it wasn't just him he killed? What if he killed the others too? The woman they found in the river and the missing one? Michelle? I stand, immobile, the shock of what she's just said coursing through my body. We don't know Michelle is dead, and even if she is, why would he do that? She rubs at her arms, looks up at me. It's just a feeling. I think of the rings I'd seen in Rosemary's jewelry box, the ones she said Matthew had given her after being away, my mind racing in impossible directions. What if he hadn't bought them like he said? What if he really had killed the women and they were trophies? My mind races. Maybe she's right. I think about it, my horror at the possibility growing. Finding out you were sleeping with someone else would have left Matthew feeling emasculated, helpless, the green-eyed monster out of control. As I verbalize my thoughts, the image becomes clearer, the fight in the hall, the violent shove that might have cracked the man's head. Whether intentional or not, your lover's death would, in his eyes, have addressed the balance. He would have felt vindicated, no longer weak. An eye for an eye. He'd have got back his control, and each time he remembered what he'd done to him, he'd feel more powerful. And you think he got the taste for that feeling? That he... She trails into silence, and I know it's because she can see it too, is horrified by it as I am. I pull my cardigan tighter around me. Think of those large, strong hands that had held my baby's car seat as he'd carried her out of the hospital. Hands that were capable of much, much worse, still are. The thing that scares me the most is the thought that he won't stop there. Not if he finds out you lied to him. That I lied to him and am in your house. Our eyes meet. We're both wondering where Matthew is now, if he knows I'm here. He's capable of killing again, Rosemary. You know that, don't you? I grip her hand and pull her to her feet. The tension in her arm and the pressure of her fingers on the back of my hand, her reply. Chapter 42. Rosemary. Then he stands in the hall, fingers linked behind his head, elbows wide, and turns full circle. Fuck me, this place is huge. I shrug. It's not as big as you might think. Yeah, right. He gives a wolfish smile. I am, though. I can't help but laugh. Despite his age, he has a certain boyish charm. I can't deny it. If you say so. He steps forward, closing the distance between us. So, what's the story? Your husband away? Did I say I had a husband? His eyes slip to the white indentation on the third finger of my left hand. You didn't need to. So, where is he? He lifts his head, stares at the panelled staircase as though expecting Matthew to appear at any moment. My mouth dries. Is he having second thoughts? I really hope not. He works away a lot. I don't want to talk about Matthew. Wish now I'd not suggested coming here. That, instead of taking the cab, I'd pulled him into the alley beside the bar we'd been in. Our bodies pressed up against the hard brick, excitement dulling my senses to the sting of the nettles, the lingering smell of dog shit and fag ends. But that would have been a step too far. I might be desperate, but I have standards. Does it bother you? I'm interested to know. That I have a husband at all? Would I be here now if it did? You don't need to say any more then. I grasp the buckle of his belt, pull him to me. His upper lip has beads of sweat. He needs a shave. Yet, my relief that he's still interested is immense. I lean my head on his shoulder, feel the press of him as he moves against me. The living room's this way. I breathe the words into his neck. Let's make ourselves more comfortable. I take his hand and lead the way, but before we get there, he stops, points to the ceiling. You don't want to go upstairs? Trust me, there's a lot more we could do on a big bed. My blood stills in my veins. No, I don't want him upstairs. The bedroom? How unimaginative. I had you down as an improviser. Creative. Spontaneous. He better agree, because I can't tell him that in one of the bedrooms upstairs, my daughter is sleeping. Her presence, if we were in my room along the landing, making it impossible for me to do what needs to be done. A husband he'd understand, but a daughter I haven't told him about? I don't think so. He slides his arms around my waist, his hands resting on the curve of my buttocks, fingers grasping the material of my dress, pulling it up my thighs. Oh, don't you worry, I get it. Just tell me what you want, what you need. I run a fingernail down the back of his spine. You'll find out. But I doubt he will. My need for him transcends the realms of common sense, goes against everything I was brought up to think. It's the sun and the moon and the stars, my whole world. I lead him into the living room, close the door behind us, and push a chair up against it, just in case. What I'm doing is barely something I understand myself, and if I don't, I doubt anyone else will. Chapter 43. Becky. Now, what are we going to do? Rosemary stands beside me, her hair a tangled auburn waterfall down her back. Even in shock, she has an air of beauty, a bird trapped in a gilded cage, the door left open yet too scared to fly. And now it might be too late. I press my fingertips hard into my temples. I don't know. I need to think. She's shaking again, and I go over to her and put my arm around her. Try to think how to make this better, as though I'm the older one, my role to look after her. We need to leave the house, take the children and go somewhere safe. We could go to my place. Matthew doesn't know my name or where I live. I look at her, my arm still around her shoulder. Unless you told him? She looks at me with wide eyes. No, I never told him. I don't know where you live either. You've only ever come here. My fault, I know. Then that's what we'll do. I picture us all in my small kitchen, my daughter and I dancing to the radio. Rosemary bent to the babies in their chairs, making them laugh. One big, happy family. We'll be safe. The children will be safe. I turn towards the stairs, but Rosemary remains where she is. What about him? She's looking at the freezer, caught in the grip of a strange, calcified stillness. There's nothing we can do for him. You must think of yourself, your family. We have to leave the house before your husband gets back. He mustn't know what we've found, mustn't know I've been here. I look around me, desperate to leave this awful place. The rest we can deal with later. Come on. I hold out my hand, scared that the roots of Rosemary's fear will wrap themselves around me too, stop us both. But instead of taking my hand, she backs away. I can't go outside, you know that. You must, if not for your own sake, then for Felix's, for Faith's. The sharp inhalation of her breath is the first sign that something is wrong. What is it? The fine muscles beneath the skin of Rosemary's face have tensed. What did you just say? I'm distracted, my eyes on the door at the top of the cellar steps, my thoughts already racing ahead, planning how we'll make our escape before Matthew comes home. There's an edge to her voice. Answer me, Becky. I don't know what you want me to say. I turn back to her, my brows pulled together in a frown. Whatever this is, we don't have time for it. We have to go. I'll get the children. You called her Faith. I stop, one foot on the bottom step, a sick sensation blooming in my stomach. No, I didn't. You did, Becky. Her shoulders have stiffened, and I want you to tell me why. You were mistaken. I'm not. As though released from fear's hold, she marches across the cellar floor, stands in front of me with her arms folded. Who the hell are you? I take an involuntary step back. You know who I am. Inside, I'm panicking, but I can't show it. If I do, it will all be over, and I'll never see my daughter again. You misheard, that's all, and you're making too much of it. Can't you see we need to go? Every minute we stay here is a minute closer to your husband finding out what we know. Quick as a whip, she grabs my wrist, her grip surprisingly strong. You still haven't told me who you are. I try and swallow down the panic. I'm Becky. I'm your friend. Don't give me that. She looks at me, mistrust narrowing her eyes. Faith was my daughter's name before Matthew and I adopted her. Her words slow as comprehension dawns. Her face tightens. But you know that, don't you? Of course not. How would I? but the tremor in my voice, the way I can't look her in the eye, is giving me away. A moment passes between us, and I see a flicker of comprehension in Rosemary's eyes. A shadow passes across her face, and she takes a step towards me. "You're Octavia's birth mother." Her voice is thick with scorn. I shake my head. "I should have known it. You're a liar and a fraud, tricking yourself into my house for God knows what reason." The words are a verbal slap. She's right. A liar, a fraud. That's exactly what I am. But this thing that's happened in her house, in her cellar, is bigger than any of that. A storm gathering. A man is dead. Matthew is out there somewhere. Can't she understand the danger we're both in? But I know Rosemary's not going to let this go, can see it in her eyes. Unless I convince her that she's got it wrong, we'll never get out of here. "It's not what you think. How did I not see it?" She's no longer looking at me, has closed her eyes as though she's running through in her head every communication, every conversation we've ever had. The body in the freezer, sealed in its plastic wrapping, forgotten. The horror of it replaced by something else, something more important to her. She's pacing the cellar floor now, her slim fingers bunched into fists, and I'm shocked at how quickly her fear has morphed into anger. She stops in front of me again. "The way you fussed over her, mothered her, and tried to worm your way into her affections, hoping she'd bond with you through your art." Her finger is jabbing into my chest. "God, I'm so stupid. What a laugh you must have had at my expense." "It wasn't like that. You have to believe me. I was lonely and looking for a friend as much as you were. I didn't know you were on the mother and baby app, I swear it. When I saw your photograph and realized who you were, I was as shocked as you are now." Her voice is tight. "Realized who I was? How exactly did you know it was me when my picture came up? You've never seen me before. We weren't allowed to send photographs in the contact letters, or write about anything that would give our identities away. It's why it went through the adoption agency." I grasp at her words as if at a lifeline. And that's exactly the point I was trying to make. It was a coincidence, that's all. I didn't know it was you. How could I? She looks at me coldly. "Except you did know. You called my daughter Faith." I part my lips to speak, to tell her that my daughter is, and always has been, in my thoughts, that it was just a slip of the tongue. But my defense is weak. She won't believe me, and why would she? I've been lying all this time, and we both know it. Chapter 44. Becky. I saw you outside the hospital. I sit on the bottom cellar step, close my eyes in misery. I watched you carry Faith out in her car seat, saw you hand her to Matthew. Rosemary's face has paled visibly. Her fingers touch the hollow at her throat. "You can't have." "I'm sorry, but it's true. I couldn't believe that she was gone, that I wouldn't see her again." "Oh my God." She shakes her head in bewilderment. "And to think I had no idea." She runs a hand down her face. "If you hadn't blurted out your baby's name, I'd still not know. All these years, all those long years." Her voice wobbles and she stops, making me wonder what had happened to her, to them. "Look, I'm sorry, Rosemary. I really am." But she's talking again, more to herself than to me. "You knew who I was, but how could I not have known? How could I not have felt it?" I stay silent, knowing she's not expecting an answer, and am surprised when her eyes fix on mine. "When you replied to my contact letters, you would have had my face in your head. Yet to me, you were just a faceless, nameless young girl." I nod, look down at my hands, unable to witness her distress. "It's true. Once I'd seen your face, it was engraved on my memory. You were everywhere, in my dreams, in my nightmares. I need her to understand how terrible it was for me too. That day she was taken from me. I replayed it over and over until I thought I was going mad, hoping that the pain would lessen, that I could live again. But it didn't. The pain never went away. It got worse. That's unfair. We never took her. You put her up for adoption and we did everything right." Her arms fold in front of her, cradling an imaginary baby. "You were young, unable to look after her like we were. It was meant to be. Meant to be? My mother's voice is there again. God will find your child a better home, Becky. Just have faith. I give a disbelieving shake of my head, the constriction of my lungs making it hard to breathe. You think you did such a great job? You think you were such a good mother? The sweep of my arm encompasses the room. Look at what you have here. A bloody enormous house with a cellar and a tower in your bedroom where you can swoon and moan about how hard it is being a mother. Waiting for your man to come home as though you're some kind of middle-aged Rapunzel. My words are fueled by resentment. Did you ever stop to think about my life? How I'd never be able to afford to live in a place like this? But what good is any of it, Rosemary, when Octavia's so fucked up, she won't even talk to you, to anyone. She's scared to open her mouth, and the reason is right here. I point at the freezer. I might have been young when I gave her away, not ready for the responsibility of looking after her, but at least I wasn't living with a bloody psychopath. I stop abruptly. My outburst so sudden, so unexpected, I'm shaking. Rosemary's looking at me again, head on one side, as though a missing piece of a puzzle has slipped into place. I see it now. The resemblance between you and Octavia. I'd thought her behavior, her refusal to talk, was simply defiance, but I see now how it's come from you, down through your bloodline. You're unstable. Her words hit hard, but there's something in the way she said them that makes me wonder if she really believes it. It's as if she's trying to persuade herself it's true. But why? You're wrong, Rosemary. You're mistaking passion for instability. At the end of the day, I was the one who gave birth to her, and my belief is Octavia won't speak because she's scared of something. I push myself up from the step, try not to think about what's in the freezer behind her, and she has every right to be. You should be glad she and Matthew don't share the same genes. Be thankful for it. Oh, believe me, I am. She steps away from me, leans her back against the bare brick of the cellar wall, and closes her eyes, a pained expression on her face, scared of what she's thinking. I walk over to her, put a hand on her arm. Look, I know you don't trust me after what I did, but I promise you, I meant no harm. All I wanted was to know that my daughter was all right, that she was happy with you. You stopped sending the contact letters. Her eyes spring open, and she cuts me off before I can say any more. She's not your daughter. Her voice is weary now, the anger gone from it. Not anymore. The day you signed the papers, she became mine. I know it's not what you want to hear, but there it is. I know that, I say, because it's what she wants to hear. She looks over at the freezer, her arms across her body, fingers plucking at the sleeves of her dressing gown. The truth is, I'm scared. Have been for a long time. Meeting you made it all seem easier, made me feel less alone, and I have to hold on to that. I'm terrified of what he'll do if he comes home and finds out what we've discovered. He'll get rid of the body, tell everyone I'm delusional, neurotic. She looks me in the eye. It's what he does, you know. But it's not just you now, Rosemary. You forget, I was the one who found the body. I know it was a shock for you discovering who I am, but no good will come of us being enemies. You have to see that. We need to tell the police what happened. Tell them we believe he might have killed others and make sure they believe us. But what I do know is we can't stay here a minute longer. We must get the children and get out of the house. I told you, Becky, I can't. You can. It's in your head, Rosemary. He put it there. The only thing you have to be scared of is him. When we're safe at my flat, I'll phone the police and tell them everything. What I found here in the cellar and Matthew's threats to me. I'll tell them of the state I found you in and that we suspect he drugged you to keep you housebound, that he's done it before. But you have no proof of that. It would be our word against his. I know. I chew at my lip, meet her eye. But not if I sign a statement saying I saw him give the tablets to you. But you didn't. I know, but it would strengthen our case against him. She studies me with her cool grey eyes. You'd do that? You'd perjure yourself? I would if it kept you and the children safe. I feel the flush creep up my neck at what I'm about to say.
And if you promise not to tell them who I really am, that I'm your daughter's birth mother." She looks at me, getting it. "You're afraid that if the authorities get to know the truth, you'll not be able to see Octavia again?" I look away. "Yes." "And you think I'd let you?" "I don't know. I hope so."
If I'd not come here, not felt something was wrong, it's possible none of this would have come to light. Matthew might well have disposed of the body, and no one would be the wiser. He'd have got away with that, got away with it all. The only question I have is why he didn't dispose of it earlier. It's odd. I suppose so. She looks unsure, and I wonder if she's thinking the same thing. Rosemary? I don't want to press her, but it's important. Our lies binding us tightly together. What do you think? Is it a deal? She doesn't answer, but when our eyes meet and she nods, I know the bargain is sealed. Chapter 45. Rosemary. Then. The ring on the doorbell is shrill to my ears. I'm not used to people calling round without notice. I've only just got Felix to sleep, and I hope it won't wake him. "Who is it, Mummy?" Octavia looks up from her drawing of a robin perched on the branch of a tree. The feathers so silky and dense, I can almost feel them. I can't imagine. "Can I answer it?" I fold my arms. "Absolutely not. You know the rules about opening the door to strangers." "It might not be a stranger. It might be—" "Hush, enough. Hopefully, whoever it is will give up and leave. Perhaps they've got the wrong house. I'm expecting no one." A tingle of unease creeps up my spine, and I rub at it. I glance up at the clock on the kitchen wall. It's almost 10, and Octavia should have been in bed hours ago. But the evenings are long when Matthew is away. My day's endless. If he knew she was still up at this hour, and with school the next day, he'd have something to say about it. A lot to say. What if it's him? But it won't be. He'd use his key as he always does. I drop the knives and forks into the cutlery tray in the dishwasher and close it. "You go up now, love. It's way past your bedtime." "But I want to see." "There's nothing to see. Come on, I'll take you up." I open the kitchen door and step into the hall. It's dark. The only light coming from the porch outside. There's no shadow behind the glass either side of the door. No movement to suggest whoever it was is still there. But, nevertheless, I don't turn on the light. Instead, I take my daughter's hand, march her across the tiled space to the stairs. She pulls back. "I can't see. Turn the light on, Mum." "We're saving electricity. Isn't Daddy always saying this place is lit like a castle and that we should be more mindful?" I don't want to turn on the light in case my visitor is still there. The late hour has made me nervous. She pulls at my sleeve. "What does that mean?" "It means careful, more aware of things. Like saving the planet. Mrs. Jarvis talked about that in assembly." I smile into the darkness. "There you are then. I don't need to explain it to you. And I don't mind if we don't turn the light on. I'll tell her tomorrow at school. I might get a house point." "You do that. You never know, you might get two. Now hold the banister as you go up." Octavia is clutching her sketchbook to her chest, but with her free hand, she does as I ask. We climb the stairs, and I wait in her bedroom while she gets into her pajamas and cleans her teeth. "Ready?" "Uh-huh." She pushes back the duvet and climbs in, points to the bedside light. "You turned it on." "Well, I didn't want you bumping into any furniture on your way to bed." I don't tell her that the main reason is because her bedroom is at the back of the house, away from prying eyes. With luck, whoever was at the door will have decided no one's at home and left. It's raining outside. I can hear it beating at the window. No one in their right mind would want to be out on a night like this. There's a rumble of distant thunder, and Octavia looks up at me. I'm scared. "Can I have a story, Mum? Please, please." But I know she's not afraid of storms, never has been, and I'm not falling for it. Not tonight. It's very late, and what would Daddy say? He'd say what he always says, that I'm trying my luck. Exactly. I bend to kiss her goodnight, smooth the hair from her face. "And you know what that means, don't you?" She shrugs her shoulders. "It means you're a cheeky little madam, and now it's time you got some shut-eye." I ruffle her hair. "Night-night. Sleep tight." "Night, Mum." I switch off the light and straighten her covers, my hand brushing against her forgotten sketchbook. Picking it up, I take it over to the box at the foot of the bed. She has talent, my daughter. Not that any of her talent has come from me. I slide the book into the box and close the lid, tears stinging the backs of my eyes as I think of what I've lost. The brothers or sisters Octavia might have had, should have had. Chances are I'll never now be able to pass anything on to a child of my own. Matthew has made sure of that. Unless... My hand slides to my stomach, but I can't let myself think about it. The timing was right, but no good will come of hoping. I close Octavia's door and make for the stairs, leaving the landing light off. Jump when a flash of lightning brightens the open space below me, even though my fingers firmly grip the banister. Telling myself not to be so stupid, I carry on down, but as I reach the last step, I hear knocking. Not particularly loud, but enough to make my heart falter. I freeze, my fingers tightening on the banister, my eyes fixed on the glass panels of the front door. I want to believe I'm imagining it, but I'm not. There's definitely a shadow behind the glass where there hadn't been before. Someone's there, but I have no idea who it is or what they want. The knock comes again, more insistent this time. Whoever it is, they're going nowhere. I glance nervously up the stairs, terrified Octavia will have heard it. With her door closed, it's unlikely. It would be a different story if they ring the bell again. With no option but to see who it is, I force my legs to move, my stomach tightening as I fumble with clammy hands at the door latch, pull it open and peer out, my hand dropping to my side as I see who it is. Neil, if that's even his name. It's not as if I hadn't changed mine, an added layer of protection against getting caught. Matthew would kill me if he found out. Looks like it. His slow, confident smile leaves me in no doubt he's expecting a warm welcome. Thought I'd surprise you. Chapter 46. Becky. Now I reach into the large holdall. Press down on the clothes my daughter has put in there. You'll need your toothbrush and a hairbrush, Octavia. Just enough for a couple of days. The rest we can come back for another day. When your father is at the police station, I think to myself, when I know you're safe. My instinct had been to shove as many things into the bag as quickly as I could, but my fear of scaring her had stopped me. Instead, I'd faked a nonchalance I hadn't felt, folded things carefully, and chattered inanely, as though it was perfectly normal to be packing a bag and leaving the house in the middle of the night. At the end of the landing, Rosemary is sorting out nappies and spare clothes for Felix, and I worry about what will happen when we reach the front door. When the reality of leaving her home, stepping into the unknown, hits her. I take the brush from Octavia's hand, put it in the holdall, and zip it closed. There, we're done. Just a few nights, and then you'll be home again. But will she? Once the police know what's in the cellar, Victoria Lodge will be swarming with police. I don't know much about it, but I can't imagine anyone being allowed back into the place for quite a while. I've lied about the reason we're leaving. Told Octavia she, along with her mum and brother, will be staying with me at my flat. The reason I'd given was her mum hadn't been feeling too well, and with her dad away such a lot, this would be the best way I could look after her.
Look after them all. I'd expected her to be upset about it, to refuse to leave, but she'd simply chewed at her lip and nodded. You did a grand job keeping an eye out for the little ones earlier, I say, lifting the holdall onto my shoulder. Thank you for that. Earlier, when Rosemary and I had come upstairs, we'd found the girl sitting cross-legged beside the carry-cot I'd borrowed for Leo to sleep in. Her grey eyes switching between my sleeping son and the baby monitor in her hand. My greatest fear had been that one of the babies would wake and Octavia would come to find us, but amazingly, neither had. Even now, I feel sick at the thought of her coming down the cellar steps, seeing what we'd seen. I'd got away with it that first time, but I might not have been so lucky second time around. You've turned out to be a very responsible girl. I smile at her, tuck a lock of hair behind her ear. Because she's had to be. With a father conspicuous by his absence and a mother with problems of her own, what choice had she had? The small smile she gives in return warms my heart, almost making me forget the danger we're in. I give myself a silent reprimand, pull myself together. This is neither the time
nor the place for sentimentality. The seconds on the carriage clock on the mantelpiece are ticking away, seconds that could bring Matthew through the door. I look round the room. I think that's everything we need. Have you got your drawing book? She shakes her head. No? I'm surprised. Why don't you get it? It will be fun to do some art together. I'm sure there's a lot I can teach you. She hesitates, and I wonder why. She was happy enough before for me to see her drawings, and I thought she'd like the opportunity for us to work on something together. In my head, I'd already chosen the tin of paints we'll use, the boxes of pencils and charcoal. Quick, Octavia, see if you can find it. We really do need to go. I put the bag down and walk to the window. I part the curtains and look out. See, it's still dark, the moon a crescent in the night sky. But I'm not fooled. Already the sky in the east is turning navy, and it won't be long until sunrise. The windowsill is cold beneath my forearms as I lean forward, straining to see the gate at the end of the dark back garden. It's the route we'll take to make our escape, as I don't want to take any chances. This way, if Matthew is parked in the road in front of the house, we won't be seen. There's a thud as the box seat lid closes. Octavia has got her sketchbook. I drop the curtain and go to take it from her, but she shakes her head, clutches it to her chest. Feeling the pressure of time, I let her carry it. Perhaps the book is her security blanket, a little piece of home that she wants to keep near her. But if that's the case, why hadn't she wanted to take it? I've already fed Leo and strapped him into his car seat, but he's starting to fuss. Lifting him out, I hold him close to me, hoping to soothe him. The last thing we want as we cross the back garden to the gate is a crying baby. Now he's in my arms, though, I realize what the problem is. Beneath my hand, I feel the weight of his nappy. I should have changed it after his feed, ought to now, but I want to be gone. Now the decision's been made, I need to get out of this house. Rosemary's discovery of my real identity and her questioning has wasted too much time already. I lower Leo back into his car seat and secure the straps. Octavia is leaning over, trying to help, and the urge to tell her he's her brother, her own flesh and blood, is overwhelming. Surely now Rosemary knows I'm her birth mother, no harm would come in telling her. But something stops me. Despite everything, it's not my place to tell her. And there's something else too. The certainty that the fewer people who know who I am, the better. Shall we? Smiling at my daughter, I lift the holdall onto my shoulder and pick up the car seat. When I hold out my other hand to Octavia and she takes it, I have to blink back tears. Not because it makes me sad, but because his face has come back to me so vividly, so unexpectedly, that it catches me by surprise, making me remember the way he'd looked as he'd stood on the stage at the front of the lecture theatre, fingers gripping the lectern, his eyes crinkling when he'd thrown an unexpected smile to his audience, a smile that I'd thought was for me alone. How in love I'd been, how in awe, and how foolish as well. Too naive to see how half the girls in the room had thought the same, felt the same. I swallow down the lump in my throat. My youth might have excused me then, but what about later? How could I explain that one away? I remember how proud I felt for turning my back on him, for keeping my pregnancy, Octavia's very existence, a secret from him. But that feeling hadn't lasted. His hold on me had been too great, the memory of him always there when I switched off the light in the bedroom of my mother's house. And in all the years later, time might have passed. I should have been older and wiser, but all it took was one smile, one gesture, for me to fall for it, fall for him, all over again. Except he'd changed. It hadn't been a lie when I told Rosemary I'd met Ed in a pub. Girl walks into a pub. You know how it goes. That's what I told her, wasn't it? My brain separating out the before and after. Because to me, the man who sat in the window, a whiskey chaser next to his pint, was not the same man as the one I'd known. The expensive jackets he'd worn in the lecture theatres, replaced with a fleece that had seen better days. The artfully gelled hair now grown long. He was thinner, his clothes rumpled. And although I didn't know it then, he'd lost his job, lost his wife. Each, for their own different reasons, no longer able to turn a blind eye to his indiscretions. But I told Rosemary I was a sucker for a lost cause, and it was true.
Perhaps it was years of listening to James Foxton's sermons. Perhaps it was because I thought I was a lost cause myself. Whatever the reason, I went over to him, put a hand on his shoulder. "Professor Rutherford, long time no see. Well, well, if it isn't—" He drummed his fingers on the table, then glanced at the door. "And call me Ed, please." And even though he couldn't recall my name, had destroyed his marriage and broken his university's code of ethics, there was still something about him, something I couldn't resist, would never be able to resist until the day a year ago I threw him out. "It's Becky." He'd smiled then, a hint of something behind his eyes. "Of course it is. Come sit with me. Fill me in on what you've been doing these past years. You look lovely, I might add." It's how it had begun again. Our past encounter, something I'd kept from Rosemary because I'd not wanted to appear weak in front of the woman who had adopted our daughter. And thank God I never told her. If I had, she'd know that not only did Octavia and Leo share the same mother, but the same father too. She already mistrusts me, and after finding out who I am, this new bombshell of a full blood link between our children would make her even more suspicious of my motives. "Ready?" I lead Octavia to the door, glad I'd said nothing. If I'm to keep the little girl in my life, my secret has to remain with me. Because if she finds out the truth, I'm afraid Rosemary will hate me, more than she does already. We go downstairs to find Rosemary's already come down. She's standing in the dark hall, Felix in his car seat, a wheeled suitcase and a bag of Felix's clothes beside it. "I hope we can fit both car seats in my car." I frown, trying to work out the logistics. "Octavia will have to squash in the back between them. Is that okay with you, Rosemary?" But she's not listening. Her eyes are on the cellar door, and if I believed in these things, I'd have said she'd seen a ghost. Chapter 47. Rosemary. "Then, what are you doing here?" I hiss, looking behind me to make sure Octavia hasn't come down. The last time he'd been here, I'd made sure she wouldn't be able to. He runs slim fingers through his hair. "Not going to ask me in then?" "No, I'm not. My irritation that he's here without invitation is growing. What the hell do you think you're doing? My husband isn't home," he finishes for me. His car isn't in the drive. I could tell him that Matthew's due back soon, that any time now we'll see his headlights sweep across the drive. But I don't. Something in his demeanor tells me he won't believe it. "What do you want, Neil? We had an understanding that it would be just the once." He leans against the wooden rail, the porch light picking out the silver highlights in his hair and the buckle of the belt I couldn't wait to unfasten the last time he was here. Not so long ago, yet it feels like a million years. "I wanted to see you again. Isn't it obvious? I know you didn't mean what you said." I step out onto the tiles, pull the door almost closed behind me. "Look, we both knew what we were signing up for. I told you not to come here again." I peer out into the dark. "Please tell me you didn't drive here. I've been so careful the first time. There was meant to only be a first time. What's he playing at?" "Of course not." He looks insulted that I'd think him that stupid. Thank God for that. He lifts a hand, runs a finger down my bare arm, his eyes following its path. "We have something special going on. You must have felt it too." I push his hand away. "You don't believe that, and neither do I. Go home and swipe right on a few more faces. I'm sure it won't take you long to find yourself another easy shag." Whatever he was going to say stops at his lips as he pinches them together. There's a shift in his body language, a tension in his shoulders and in the muscles of his neck, as though I've hurt his feelings. "That's what you think it was, do you? Just a shag?" He pushes himself from the wooden painted rail. "If you must know, I had it in mind that we could be something more than that." He rummages in his pocket. "Look, I have something for you. Would I bother if I believed what we had was simply a one-off?" He offers up a small black velvet box. "What is it?" "Open it, and you'll see." I don't know what to say. Presents were never part of the plan. "Look, whatever it is, I don't want it. It's obvious what's in the box, and the gesture reminds me too much of Matthew." "Go on." His confidence has come back. "Open it, please." With a sigh of resignation, I take the box from him and lift the lid. Inside is a ring, a rectangular sapphire stone set into a platinum band. It's beautiful. He smiles. "It was once my mother's.
I thought it would go with your hair. I shake my head. It's beautiful, but it's too much, Neil. I don't even know you. And that's why I want you to have it, so you can get to know me better. You mean you're buying me? A moth flutters in the yellow light above our heads. Beyond him, the pampas grass rustles in the night breeze, a veil of rain blurring it. Sensing my hesitation, he takes a step towards me. Try it on. He takes the ring from the box and slips it onto my middle finger, holds my hand up to my hair and smiles. I knew it would look good. Please let me come in, just for a moment, to talk about... He points his first finger at his chest, then at me. This thing we have going on, you owe me that much, surely. I'd thought I'd made myself clear when he was here before, thought he'd understood our unwritten contract, but maybe I hadn't. I think of what we did the last time he was here, how abandoned I was. Maybe I do owe it to him. All right, 10 minutes, that's all. I'll make some coffee. Thanks. You won't regret it. I mean it, Neil, 10 minutes. I look down at his muddy shoes. And take your shoes off. The last thing I want is his footprints on my tiles. I go into the hall and leave the front door open for him. Hear the click as he closes it behind him. I'll wait in here, shall I? He points to the living room. Sure. In the kitchen, I sink my elbows onto the table and cover my face with my hands, pressing my fingers into my temples. What have I done? I thought after our one night together he'd move on to someone else, but he hasn't. What does he want from me? There's certainly nothing more I want from him. I think of my sleeping child upstairs. Think of Matthew miles away in his one-bedroom flat. The sapphire on my finger catches the overhead light, and I stare at it, filled with self-loathing and fear at what I've done. My husband must never find out about this. The reason I met up with Neil in the first place. If he does, my life won't be worth living. Chapter 48. Becky. Now I pull at Rosemary's arm. We have to go. Broken from her spell, she stares at me wide-eyed. I can't do it. She looks so pale, so delicate, her nightdress covered by a thin jacket, her feet encased in ballet pumps. I mustn't get impatient with her. Only a few hours ago, she was sleeping off the effects of the overdose of sleeping tablets Matthew gave her. This all must be so overwhelming. I have to remember that. The glass panels of the front door brighten momentarily as a car goes by on the road outside, and we both freeze. Then it passes, the glass darkening again. I close my eyes a second, let out a breath. Matthew's not back, not yet anyway, and when he does return, I don't intend to be here. You can do it. The children need you. Hoping she'll follow, I go into the kitchen, head for the back door. There's a large, heavy key in the lock, and I turn it and pull the door open, the cold night air hitting me. I'm still in my night clothes, we all are, but it doesn't matter. No one will be around at this hour to see. I hope not, anyway. There's a panel of hooks by the door with coats on, and I lift one off. Hand it to Octavia. This looks like yours, love. Rosemary has Felix's car seat in her hand. She peers out at the silent garden and shivers. It's all right, you know. I will her to believe me. You can do this. If not for your own sake, then for your kids. I haven't been out in so long. She puts the car seat down and rubs at her arms. I'm scared. I know you are, but you have to do this. Please, Rosemary. I promise you everything will be fine. All you need to do is follow me. I step out onto the back patio, ushering Octavia in front of me. The car seat is getting heavy, the hold-all digging into my shoulder. When I turn, I expect Rosemary to be behind me, but she isn't. Instead, she's still in the kitchen, her elbows resting on the worktop, her face covered with her hands. Felix is in his car seat on the floor beside her. Come on, Rosemary, I say it with urgency. You can do this. She shakes her head. I can't. You don't understand. It's cold out here, the wind blowing our hair around our faces. Leo has woken again and is starting to cry. I don't know what to do. Lowering her hands, Rosemary bends to Felix's car seat and picks it up. She steps into the doorway, holds him out to me. Take him. He'll be safe with you. I look at the bag of clothes at her feet. I can't. There's too much to take. You have nappies and clothes of Leo's he can use. Just take the children and go, Becky. Octavia can carry your bag. I can't leave you here. You can. Then I'll stay too. We'll phone the police. Talk to them together. No, it's too dangerous. I know it's unlikely Matthew will come home tonight, especially not at this hour, but I can't take any chances with the children. You're right. The time to call them is when you've got the kids to safety. And when you do, make sure you tell them everything, what you found in the cellar, and... I will.
I give you my word. Signing a statement to say I saw Matthew give Rosemary the sleeping tablets is the least I can do after tricking her into letting me into her house, pretending to be her friend. And it's not as if it isn't true. You know, Rosemary, I've got a feeling he's been feeding sleeping tablets to you for longer than you realize. It must be how he managed to hide the guy's body without you knowing. Her eyes look haunted, wounded. All this time not knowing. I thought there was something wrong with me. I was so tired all the time, especially after having had Felix. But I put it down to the pregnancy hormones. He was here the night that young woman was murdered. But now I think of it, I went to bed early. I think he gave me some tablets as I wasn't feeling well. Do you think he could have drugged me that time too? Sneaked out later and used me as an alibi? It's possible. In fact, it's exactly what I've been trying to tell you. Leaving Leo's car seat and my bag on the grass next to Octavia, I returned to the back door. Okay, I'll take him, but make sure you lock the doors after we've gone and don't let anyone in unless it's the police. I won't. Do you have a baby sling? It will be easier to get to the car with Felix in that than carrying 2 car seats. Yes, I have. I'll get it. She disappears, and I wait, tapping the seconds on the doorframe with impatient fingers. When she's back, I unstrap Felix from his chair and lift him out. Then, together, we position him in the sling, and I secure the straps. I'll look after them both, I promise. I know you will. This will turn out all right, Becky. I just thank God I met you. Me too. I'll speak to you soon. Make sure you have your phone with you at all times. Don't worry, I will. She picks up her mobile and holds it up for me to see, and it makes me feel better to know she has it. Raising my hand in a gesture of goodbye, I hurry back to the children. Octavia already has her bag, so I pick up Leo's car seat, along with Felix's empty one, and together we run, heads ducked to the wind, down the path that weaves its way through the rhododendron and hydrangea bushes to the back gate. When we're safely through it, I turn, expecting to see Rosemary still standing there. But the back door is closed, the house in darkness, as though we were never there, as though we don't exist. Chapter 49. Becky D. S. Barton has been writing what I've told her on a form, but now she stops, puts her pen down, and looks across at her colleague, her expression rightfully concerned. PC Andrews, can you check the patrol's been sent out? It's Victoria Lodge in Albert Road, Bleak. I told them it was urgent, that a woman might be in danger, but we've got more details for them now that you can pass on. She means the body. I press my hand to my stomach at the thought of it, feel my heart pound, and wonder if it's delayed shock. Doing it! The young officer jumps up, his slim fingers pulling the radio on his jacket towards him as he leaves the room and closes the door. And you say Mrs. Ellis didn't want to come with you? D. S. Barton picks up the form she's been filling in and slips it into her bag. Why is that, do you think? She was terrified. I tried to make her, but in the end had to give up. It was more important to get the kids out of the house. And you say the children are with you now? Yes. They're all asleep in my room. I let Octavia have my bed as it was the only one made up. She's shattered. My brows draw together. Was that the right thing to do? D. C. Barton doesn't answer, but taps her pen on the kitchen table. And you're sure there's nothing else you can remember? Think hard. This is a serious accusation.
Yes, I've told you everything. Except I haven't. The one piece of information I've left out is who I really am. But there's no need for them to know that. This is about Matthew, not me. About a murdered man hidden in the freezer in the dark bowels of his cellar. My link to the family of no importance because I'm only an innocent bystander. A young mother who met Rosemary on a mother and baby app. Simply a girl who befriended her. Unknown to the family when the man was murdered. In that case, she turns the form around and slides it to me. Can you read through what I've written and make sure it's a true representation of what you told me? If it is, could you sign it, please? She taps the page with her finger. Here, at the bottom. My name, Becky Young, is written at the top, along with my address and date of birth, and it brings it home to me that my lie is something serious, something cast in stone. I start to read, my eyes faltering when they reach the part where I say how I saw Matthew slide a foil strip of tablets from their box, how he'd walked across the room to Rosemary and punched the pills from the foil into her open hand before helping her across the room to her bed. No, I hadn't seen how many tablets. No, I hadn't seen what they were. While D.S. Barton had been writing, I'd searched my brain for how I would explain how I'd even been there. What had made me come back that night after Matthew's threat. In the end, I'd told them that, worried for Rosemary's safety, I'd returned to the house to check on her welfare, had stood beneath their ground floor window and seen him give the tablets to her. There had been no fight, and they'd both seemed calm. It wasn't until I'd come back the next day, found Rosemary out of it on her bed, and had struggled to wake her, that I'd realized the seriousness of what I'd seen the previous night. I just hope they believe me. Ms. Young, is what I've written correct? Sorry. I finish reading to the end. Yes, it's what I said. Then if you wouldn't mind, she points to the pen. I know this must have been incredibly difficult, but thank you. What you've told me tonight has been of great importance. I nod and look out of the window. I haven't twisted the kitchen blinds shut, and the two of us are reflected in the glass. What's Rosemary doing, I wonder? Have the police reached her yet, and will her story be the same as mine? I turn back to D.S. Barton. What will happen now? Matthew, he's out there somewhere, and we don't know where. Please don't worry yourself about that. That's our job. We'll be looking for him and may do a public appeal in the next day or so if we're not successful. But I don't think it will be long before he's in custody. He doesn't know you found the body, and from what you've told us, it sounds as if he likes to keep tabs on his wife. I doubt he'll be far away. That's good. The sooner he's caught, the better. D.S. Barton slides her notebook into her pocket, thinks a minute. One more thing. Is there any way Matthew knows where you live, where his children are? I shake my head. No, he only saw me that once. I picture his large hand with its gold signet ring as he leant heavily on the frame of my car door, his angry face as he'd warned me off. He doesn't know anything about me, who I am or where I live. As far as he knows, I'm just someone his wife met on the mother and baby app. He doesn't know I was a regular visitor. She gives a small nod of her head. That's good. Her question has unsettled me, though. Can we be sure? Rosemary's children. I look towards the bedroom door and back at her. What will happen to them? Can they stay here? For tonight, at least? I should think so. It's late, but I'll contact the emergency duty team and check. If past experience is anything to go by, they won't remove the children from here unless they think they're in danger. From what you've said, the children know you reasonably well, and what they'll want to be sure of is that they're in a place where they're calm and safe. You rescued the children from a serious crime scene and reported it, so I can't see there'll be any basis for an urgent removal. It must have been an unsettling night for the poor mites, and letting them sleep here will avoid further trauma. I bite my lip. And tomorrow? I'd expect a visit from a social worker who will assess whether they can remain with you. It could be done under temporary kinship foster care. Kinship. I thought that meant family. My fingers grip the sides of the chair as I work out what she's saying, terrified she knows more than she's letting on. But I'm not. Family? It's as if she's read my thoughts. Don't worry, it's just a term they use. It could refer to a close family friend. Close family friend? Was I ever that? I think of the few times I was at Rosemary's house, the strange relationship we had, and doubt it. But it's not something I'm going to question. We both look up as PC Andrews comes back in. They're on their way to the house to interview Mrs. Ellis. Should be there soon. That's good. DS Barton pushes back her chair, stands. You can get yourself some rest, Miss Young. All we need you to do now is to sign your statement. Yes, of course. My eyes slide up to the lie I've told, and for the first time since I suggested it, I wonder if I'm doing the right thing. But of course I am. What I'm about to do will ensure that when this is all over, Rosemary will be happy to let me visit my daughter. I think of Octavia asleep in my bed, her brothers asleep next to her. Maybe even let her stay over. Yet, if it's the right thing, why does my hand shake as I pick up the pen? Why does my mouth dry? But it's too late to go back now. Bending my head to the form, I touch the pen's nib to the paper, draw in a breath, and sign my name. Chapter 50. Becky. The loud knocking drags me out of my sleep. I look at my watch. See, it's only 4 a.m. Was it really only an hour ago I crept into bed and fell asleep to the sound of my daughter's gentle breathing? In Leo's carry-cot beside my bed, Felix is squirming, eyes screwed up tight, face red. I turn my head to see if the knocking has woken Octavia, but the blackout curtains I used to shut out the streetlight means it's too dark to tell. Reaching over, I feel for the bedside light and switch it on. She's not there. Octavia? I slide my legs out of the covers as the knocking comes again, run to the bedroom door and look out into the dark hallway. Octavia, where the hell are you? I know she won't reply, but the flat is small. She can't be far. Not bothering to put on my dressing gown, and with a glance back at the boys, I cross to the living room and turn on the light. Octavia's curled up in the corner of the settee, her drawing book pressed against her chest, her eyes fixed on the window where the knocking had come from. If it's the police back again, why hadn't they simply rung the bell as they had before? Open the bloody door, won't you? The voice is muffled through the glass, unrecognizable. But a memory stirs. Ed would knock on the window after a night on the booze, his keys lying in a gutter somewhere between here and the pub he'd staggered out of. Tears of relief spring to my eyes as I run to the door. Oh my God, Ed! I fumble with the lock, wrench the door open. But it's not Ed who stands there, it's Matthew, the collar of his coat up against the rain that's drumming on the roofs of the cars in the road outside, his arms folded. Where are the kids? I know they're here. I stare at him, the fear overwhelming, paralyzing. I could tell him they're not with me, but he won't believe me. He must have seen me leave with them, tailed us in his car. But if that's what he did, why leave it so long to make his presence known? Stepping forward, I position myself in front of the door, a human shield between him and the children. I don't want you to wake them. They're asleep. I'm still jittery from the shock of seeing him. Would the police car outside have alerted him to what I found in his house? If it did, it clearly doesn't bother him. The children are all he seems concerned about. Go and get them. I'm their father. They should be with me, not some stranger off the internet. My shoulders stiffen. I'm not a stranger. Really? Then tell me who the hell you are. I want to say I'm Octavia's birth mother, that the police know what he's done, but I can't. He's a psychopath, and if I tell him that, who knows what he'll do? I lower my voice, force it to level as I repeat the lie I told Octavia. It's for one night only. Your wife is sick. She couldn't look after them, and I said I'd help out. His voice is tight. You're right. She is sick. Under the porch light, his face looks deathly pale. Is he remembering the tablets he dropped into Rosemary's hand, the risk he took to keep her under his thumb and out of his business? I feel his scrutiny, redden under it. I'm not sure if I've convinced him that bringing the children here was simply the action of a well-meaning friend, but I pray it is. I need to see them. I need to see my kids. He moves to push past me, but I block him. I told you they're asleep, but he's not listening. His eyes no longer on me, but on something behind me. I turn to see what he's looking at and swear under my breath. I hadn't closed the door fully, and through the gap, Octavia is staring at him. He looks around me, waves a hand. Octavia, love, it's Dad. She covers her face with her hands. She's already scared of him, and I thank God she wasn't witness to the conversation I'd had with the police, that she doesn't know the true extent of the things her father has done. He takes a step forward. It's all right, love. There's nothing to be scared of. I can feel the pounding of my fear in my chest, but the instinct to protect is stronger. Grabbing hold of his arm, I pull him back. You're scaring her, Matthew. She's already had a bad dream, and dragging her away from here at this hour is not going to help anyone. Come back tomorrow when it's daylight, and I promise you can take them. I know you're worried about Rosemary and that your children are in my house rather than at home, but now is not the time. It's the middle of the night. He hesitates, and, knowing he's weakening, I press my advantage. Come back at 7, and I'll have them ready. We don't need to be enemies. We both want what's best for Rosemary, what's best for the children while she gets better. He looks unsure, folds his arms. All right, 7 then, but you'd better not be lying to me. I'm not, I promise. His eyes narrow a fraction. For your sake, I hope that's true. Matthew turns and walks away, and with a sigh of relief, I close the door and lean my back against it, the flat of my hand pressed to my racing heart. He might not trust me, but I told him the truth. When he gets here tomorrow, I'll be sure the children will be waiting for him, the police too, and then this nightmare will be over. I straighten. See, Octavia is watching me from between her fingers, her face pinched, her body turned away from me. She's terrified, and my maternal instinct kicks in. As her mother, it's my job to reassure her as best I can. I go over to her, place my hands on her shoulders, glad when she doesn't pull away. Everything's going to be all right, Octavia. I'll make sure of it. You're safe here, and I won't let anyone take you away unless it's what you want. I look for her reaction. We both know I'm talking about her father, but what I'm unsure of is how much she knows about him, about what he's done. Her eyes are fixed on mine, her silence as unsettling as it always is, and a thought comes to me. Is it possible she saw what happened? I think back to what Rosemary told me. It was around a year ago Octavia stopped speaking, which would tie in with my hypothesis. If I'm right, and she somehow unwittingly became a witness to the man's death, is it any wonder she stopped talking?
I remember the hours I'd spent at my kitchen table when I'd first found out about her condition, the notes I'd made. There had been an article on post-traumatic stress-related mutism, which I'd skimmed over, but now I'm wishing I'd taken more notice. Her silence might have been brought on by trauma, that terrible drawing I found in her sketchbook. Now it all makes sense. She must have been there, knows what her father did. I sit on the settee next to her, her lack of words as discouraging as any physical barrier. I could speak to her, hint at what I think might have happened, but it's unlikely I'd draw her out of her silence. And what if I'm wrong? There must be another way. Her sketchbook is on the floor beside her, and I pick it up, my hand smoothing the cover. Maybe this is the way to have a conversation, the language of art, replacing words. I have to try. How about you do some drawing while I give Felix his bottle? It's been an eventful night, and it will be relaxing. You never know, it might help you to sleep. I put the book on my lap and open the cover, but before I have time to think, to turn a page, Octavia reaches out and grabs at it, clutches the book to her chest, as she had when we left her bedroom at Victoria Lodge. What is it, love? This is not a good sign. What's the matter? Her face is grim, the corners of her mouth pulled down. She shakes her head violently, won't let me see, and I'm stumped as to what to do next. My instinct is to snatch the book back, riffle through the pages until I find whatever it is she's keeping from me, but I can't. I have to earn her trust. Felix has woken properly now, and I don't want his crying to wake Leo. I get up from the settee, and it's all I can do not to burst into tears. So much has happened in the last few hours that I haven't had time to process it all. But now, the seriousness of it makes everything come crashing in, and with it, the images, the waxy yellow skin of the man's face, cocooned in its plastic sheeting. My signature at the bottom of the witness form sealing the lie I'd told. Matthew's gold signet ring glinting in the porch light as I'd opened the door to him. Yet I can't let Octavia see my anxiety, let her witness how fearful I am of what's to come. So instead of giving in to my emotions, I push my shoulders back and paste a smile on my face.
I'll make us a hot drink and fix Felix's bottle. I pluck a throw from the back of the settee and drape it over her. It will be morning soon, and things will look better. I go into the kitchen wishing I could believe my own words, but I can't. Things have gone way too far for that to happen. And now the questions are coming, joining the pictures that crowd my head. What if Matthew has gone back home? What if he does something to Rosemary? I think of the call I made to her earlier, the voice message I'd left when she hadn't answered the phone. I told her to keep the doors and windows bolted, to not let anyone in unless they were the police. But what if he catches her out like he had me? What if she opens the door to him? Some strange loyalty to him overcoming any caution. The bottle of milk I made up earlier for Felix is in the fridge. I take it out and sit it in a measuring jug of hot water, and as I wait for it to warm to the correct temperature, my panic starts to ebb. Not because I've changed my opinion of Matthew, but because I'm remembering the police car PC Andrews said had been sent out to Victoria Lodge. Even if Matthew does go home, Rosemary will be safe. There's no reason for me to worry about her. Chapter 51. Rosemary. The house feels empty, too big without the children in it. The rain that had started after Becky had left with them coming louder and faster, the sound of it interrupted only by a low rumble of thunder. I pull out a chair and sit down at the kitchen table, my thoughts in chaos. I've taken a big risk tonight, allowing Becky to take the children to her home, and wonder if I did the right thing. Since I adopted Octavia, gave birth to Felix, I've not been apart from them for longer than a day, and it doesn't feel right. My phone lies on the table next to me, Becky's message deleted. I've never seen her flat, but I can imagine it. Mean and cramped with cheap lino on the floor, the stained laminate worktops in the kitchen peeling away from the joins. Not a suitable place to bring up a young family. Not suitable at all. I stifle a yawn and think of Octavia asleep in a strange bed, her hair fanned out across a pillowcase Becky will have bought from some budget supermarket or cheaply online. My stomach twists and I turn my face to the rain-spattered window. What if my little girl grows to love her? The words "more than me" are on my lips, but what's the point in thinking them? Octavia never loved me. It was always Matthew. I press my hands against my face. If only I hadn't said what I did, told her that any misdemeanor would have me phoning the adoption agency, that she'd be taken back, put into care. It was a cruel thing to do, but I'd had no choice. Matthew had given me no choice. Bloody, bloody Matthew. This year, when he's not been at home, our lives have been so much better. Octavia has been so much better, despite her irritating silence. It will be a relief to finally break free of him. How can he call himself my husband when he can't even give me a healthy baby? My fingertips press deep into the flesh of my arms as I remember the tiny lives extinguished before they'd even begun. Children whose names I'd chosen as soon as the blue line appeared on the pregnancy test. I lean over the kitchen table, the aching pain of each passing coming back to me, and Matthew accepting so easily that we'd never have our own family. Loving Octavia unconditionally, even though she wasn't his flesh and blood. But I couldn't accept it. I wipe my tears away with my sleeve and straighten. I have Felix. I must never forget that. It had been healing to take matters into my own hands, to look elsewhere for what I needed. Poor Neil. He played his part well, and neither of us were to know that it would end as it did. My baby's face pops into my head, his blue eyes so like his father's, his genes strong and healthy. "Thank you," I whisper, knowing he can't hear. Not through the plastic and the metal casing of the freezer, not in that deep, dark basement, not when he's dead. A wave of nausea washes over me, and I close my eyes until my stomach settles. In the distance, I hear the wail of a siren and know it will soon be over. In a few minutes, the police will be at my door, and I'll show them the body Becky found. Tell them how Matthew had seen the two of us together, then waited until my brain was numbed with sleeping tablets before exacting his revenge. Anxiety mushrooms again. Without Becky's evidence, it will be my word against his. The question I ask myself is, can I trust her to do the right thing? Is her need to keep her identity secret enough to lie for me? Except it wasn't a lie. Not really. I run my tongue over my lips, remembering the chalky chemical taste of the tablets and the struggle I'd had to keep my eyes open. Becky had witnessed the evidence of it herself when she'd found me, seen what too many sleeping tablets can do to you. Saying she'd seen Matthew give them to me is just a formality. She doesn't need to know that Matthew had driven out of the drive long before I'd taken them. I'd been shocked when I'd found out Becky had tricked her way into my house, that she'd known who I was all along, but it had been to my advantage. Her need to keep on seeing the child she gave away will make her lie for me. It has to. I pick up my phone and watch the last video I took. Becky, with my baby strapped to her chest, her baby's car seat in one hand, my daughter's hand in the other. She's pulling Octavia through the darkened garden, rain soaking their clothes. At the gate, Becky stops. Fearful eyes turned to me before she disappears into the night. The doorbell rings, startling me, though it shouldn't. It's not as though I haven't been expecting it. I stand, press the weight of my hands to the table and close my eyes, focusing hard on the memory of the children I never got to meet, the voices that never whispered the word "Mummy" in my ear. Not moving until my cheeks are wet with tears, my breath catching in my chest. Only then do I leave the kitchen, walk across the black and white tiles of the hall and open the front door. And before the police officer has uttered a word, before she can even show me her badge, I throw myself into her arms. "You have to help me!" I hear my voice as she might, hysterical, out of control, can sense her surprise. It's Becky Young. I pull back from her, desperate fingers clutching at the sleeves of her jacket. "She's taken my babies. She's stolen them from me." Chapter 52. Becky. I've just finished feeding Leo when the doorbell rings. A weak daylight is leaking through the slats of the blinds, and I yawn, aware of the small amount of sleep I've had. I refasten my nursing bra and put Leo on my shoulder, glad that Felix had gone down easily after his bottle. Octavia is still asleep, and I'm careful not to wake her as I get out of bed. Putting my mobile in my pocket, I go through to the hall then, not wanting to make the same mistake I'd made earlier, peep through the spy hole of the front door. Steeling myself to see Matthew. It isn't him, though. It's D.S. Barton and P.C. Andrews who are standing there. Aware the front my nightdress is damp, I pull my dressing gown closed to cover it before opening the door. "I wasn't expecting to see you again so soon." If I'm honest, neither was I. D.S. Barton gestures to the hall. "May we come in?" "Yes, of course." I step back to make way for them, expecting them to move into the living room where we'd spoken earlier. I'm forced to hide my surprise when they remain in the hall. I close the door and join them, noting the difference in the officer's demeanor since the last time they were here. D.S. Barton's in particular. She looks tense. The clipped edge to her tone when she'd spoken to me, not something I'd expected. And why has P.C. Andrews planted himself between me and the door, as though expecting I'll make a run for it, despite my bare feet and the baby on my shoulder? What the hell is going on? A frisson of unease snakes through me. I don't like their serious faces, the way they're looking at each other. Has something happened? Did you speak to... There will be time for questions later, Ms. Young. D.S. Barton clears her throat. And before we go any further, I need to make you aware that you're not under arrest, but we do need to speak to you under caution. You do not have to say anything, but it may harm your defense if you do not mention when questioned something which you later rely on in court. Anything you do say may be given in evidence. Do you understand? I step back, my face slack with shock. In court? What am I supposed to have done? Please, Ms. Young, I'm asking if you understand the caution. Yes, I do, but I don't know why you're cautioning me in the first place. I haven't done anything. I turn to P.C. Andrews with desperate eyes, hoping he'll make things clearer. What's this all about? Is Rosemary all right? Mrs. Ellis is as well as can be expected under the circumstances. Can you tell me which room her children are in? I point to my bedroom door, taking comfort from the baby in my arms, his warm breath on my neck. They're in there. Why do you want to see them? She ignores my question. Mind if I take a look? No, of course not, but I'd rather you didn't wake them. My eyes follow the officer as she opens the door and disappears into my room. She comes out a few seconds later and closes the door behind her. They're there, both fast asleep. PC Andrews is studying a photograph of me and Ed that I've never got around to taking off the wall. It was taken on a rare day out when we had a bit of money, not something that happened very often. He points to Leo. This one's Dad, I'm guessing? Yes. He looks at the photograph again, then turns his attention back to me. We'd like to ask you a few questions about Octavia and Felix Ellis. We have reason to believe you abducted them from their mother. What? No, you've got it all wrong. I told you what happened. I was rescuing them, taking them home with me because they weren't safe in their own house. Panic claws at my throat. From the look on PC Andrews' face, he doesn't believe me, yet it wasn't that long ago the two of them were sitting on my settee taking my statement, treating me like a witness, not a suspect. You said the police spoke to Rosemary. She must have told you what happened. I pull my phone from the pocket of my dressing gown. Let me ring her, she'll explain. DS Barton puts up a hand. There's no need. You're right. We did speak to Mrs. Ellis. It was in fact she who made the accusation. No. I shake my head repeatedly, unable to believe it. She can't have. I'm afraid it's true. It doesn't look as though you had legal permission from either of the children's parents to take them. I'm properly flustered, my brain no longer working as it should. I didn't need permission. Rosemary and I decided it together. You have to understand I was trying to help her. We'd just found a dead body, for God's sake, and it wasn't safe to stay there.
Not when we didn't know where Matthew was. If he knew we'd found the body, who knows what he might have done. We had to leave. Except Rosemary didn't leave, did she? Only because Matthew put the fear of God into her about the other murders, made her scared to leave the house. I thought what we found, and her fear of him coming home, would be enough to overcome her agoraphobia, but it wasn't. I show her the palms of my hands, my voice rising too high. What was I supposed to do? Leave the children in the house with a psychopath of a father on the loose? I promise you, I didn't want to leave Rosemary, but I had no choice. It's like my head will burst. Why is Rosemary doing this to me? We had an agreement. Angry tears sting the back of my eyes, and I hold Leo closer to me. What are you going to do? We'll need to take you to the station for questioning. You'll have the right to free legal representation. I clutch at DS Barton's arm with my free hand. But I haven't done anything. It's Matthew you should be talking to. He's a murderer, and you should be out there looking for him. Rest assured that we are, but we have no indication of his whereabouts. He can't have gone far. I point at the front door. He came here after you left, looking for the children. DS Barton's face tenses. She exchanges a look with PC Andrews. He did? Yes. I didn't think he knew where I lived, and he put the fear of God into me. I'm just grateful I managed to get him to leave without causing us any harm. And how did you do that? I lied, played on my instinct that he'd want to be seen to be acting as a good and responsible father. I told him that if he let the children sleep here, came back in the morning, I'd have them ready to take home with him. My idea was that the next time he stood on my doorstep, I wouldn't be on my own. You'd be waiting for him. I see. D.S. Barton's frown deepens. Except you didn't tell us, did you, Miss Young? We knew nothing about the visit. Why would that be? I don't know. I was going to, but I stop. How can I explain it when I don't know myself? Might it be because you didn't want us to know? That you hoped he'd get to Rosemary before we did? She gives me a straight look. Why did you take her children, Ms. Young? I told you I didn't. Cold fear spreads through me. Rosemary has set me up, but I have no idea why. Leo has started to cry, and I know it's because he's overtired. I need to change my baby's nappy. Can I at least do that? D.S. Barton nods. All right, but I'd rather you kept the door open. I will. I carry him into the bedroom and lay him on the changing mat on the floor. In my bed, Octavia is sleeping soundly, as D.S. Barton had said, one arm over her eyes. Leaving Leo, I go over to the bedside table and switch on the bedside light to see what I'm doing, and, on the way back, my toe stubs against something. Octavia's holdall. I stop, turn my head to the door and listen. The police officers are talking quietly together in the hall, and where I'm standing, I'm out of sight of them.
Knowing I don't have much time, I crouch beside the bag and unzip it. Catch my breath as I see Octavia's sketchbook lying on top of the clothes I packed for her. With adrenaline coursing through me, I pick it up and open it. Flick through the pages until I get to the end of her work. I'd been expecting there to be a new picture, but there's nothing in the book I haven't seen before. I stare at the blank page in frustration. Octavia hadn't wanted me to see the sketchbook, and there must be a reason. I flip back through the pages, noting the sketches she'd made of her rabbit, the garden at Victoria Lodge, and the robin with its black bead eye. It's only as I'm about to give up that my hand stops. My heart, too, because I've seen it, seen the thing she'd wanted to keep to herself. In the white glow of the bedside lamp, the picture looks worse than it had the first time I'd studied it. The body on the floor, with its blank eyes staring up at a ceiling she hasn't drawn, is the same. It's the person that's different, the one who stands over him with expressionless eyes. Octavia has added more detail, more color. The simple stick person now wears a dress. It's covered in tiny blue and green felt pen flowers, and on the spiky finger is a blue ring, tiny lines shooting out from it to show how it sparkles. I stare at it, understanding dawning. When I'd seen the picture before, I thought the person to be a man, but now I know it isn't. The flowered dress is one I've seen before. It's just like the one Rosemary had been wearing the first time I came to the house. The ring, the same color as the one I'd found at the bottom of the jewelry box, the one I'd admired so much. I'm looking at a picture of Rosemary, and she's standing over a dead body. Chapter 53. Rosemary. Then I take my time to fill the kettle and spoon coffee into mugs, even though I know it's only delaying the moment I'll have to face the man I've let into my house. Now I'm on my own, and the shock of seeing him is wearing off. I'm wondering if I did the right thing. No one knows he's here, and I have a child asleep upstairs. The hot milk I made her before bed, not laced with sleeping tablets like the last time he was here. Not able to put it off any longer, I pick up the mugs and turn, stopping abruptly when I see him in the doorway. "You're taking your time." Surprise at hearing his voice makes me slop coffee on the counter, and I wipe it with a cloth to buy myself time. He's taken off his jacket, and the open neck of his shirt reveals grey chest hair I hadn't noticed when he was here before. "Jesus, Neil, don't creep up on me like that." He smiles. "I missed you." "Don't be ridiculous." I go over to him and hand him his mug. There's a warning in my voice, but behind it is a growing sense of my vulnerability. There's something off about him. "We're having coffee, that's all, to talk about our misunderstanding. You must see I don't want a relationship. I'm married. It's too dangerous." His laughter at my words is void of humor. Chilling. Relationship. You really fell for that one, didn't you? God almighty, I've had enough of those. "But the ring." I look down at it on my finger. "The ring?" He puts the mug down on the worktop. "It meant nothing. A worthless prop to guilt-trip you into letting me come inside. It's you I want. Another taste of what we had. Don't tell me it wasn't bloody amazing." He reaches over and takes my mug from me, leaving me looking at my empty hand. Remembering the things I'd done, the feel of his skin, the fine, smooth muscles of his arms, so different from the bulk of Matthew's. He's right. It was amazing, but not for the reason he thinks. I may not have made it clear before, but it was one night only. My eye is on the door. "I'm sorry if I gave you the wrong idea." The wrong idea? His expression tightens as he digests my words, the intensity of his stare disconcerting. I try and lighten the mood. "Look, there's no harm done. You're an attractive man. You'll find someone who can give you what you want. Let's sit and drink our coffee. No hard feelings, eh?" "I don't want your fucking coffee." He reaches forward and grasps my wrist. "I want to finish where we left off." I pull my arm away from him, rub at my wrist. "You don't get it, do you? Whatever it was is over. Get your head around it and get out of my house." No one tells me what to do. He reaches for me again, but I push past him, heading for the open door and the stairs. I'm almost at the top when he catches me, and I feel the dig of his fingers as he grabs at my arm. "Get off me!" I turn and shove him away. See how his back arches, one hand grabbing at the banister as he fights to regain his balance. Time slows. My daughter is in the room across the landing and could come out any minute. Without thinking, I shove him again, harder this time, and he has no chance. His arms flail as he falls backwards, his eyes wide with shock as he reaches out in vain for something to brace his fall. He doesn't cry out, the only sound the sickening crack of his skull as he hits the hard tiles. I stare down at him, see the blood, and know he's dead. There's no pity and no guilt. The only thought in my head that no one must ever know. Chapter 54. Rosemary. I spread the plastic sheeting I'd found in the cellar across the hall floor next to him, place one hand on his shoulder and the other on his hip, then shove with all my might until he's rolled onto it. He's face down, his head turned away from me, and now I can see the split in his skull, the blood that's oozing, matting his hair. I should feel panic, but I don't. I'm cold, focused. My only aim to get him out of my hall before Octavia wakes and sees him. Even though I know he's dead, I press 2 fingers to his neck to be certain before positioning his arms by his side and placing his feet together. I reach for the duct tape I brought up with the sheeting and find the end of it. It's difficult to do with the thin latex gloves I'm wearing, but eventually I manage to bind his ankles. 4 layers of tape just to be sure. I cut the tape, then roll him once more, stopping to reposition his flailing arm. I pull the free edge of the plastic over his body and tuck it under him, so the next time I roll him, the plastic goes with him, covering him. The excess sheeting by his head and feet I secure with more tape before sinking back on my haunches to wipe the sweat from my brow. Take stock of the situation. The heavy parcel lies in front of me, and wrapped in his plastic cocoon, it's like he's no longer a man. My breathing is slower now, and my head starts to clear, thoughts coming to me more easily. I have to get him from where he's lying to the cellar, and even though he's not the biggest of men, it won't be an easy task. Thank God he fell near the cellar door. I'll need to work fast while the body inside it is still warm and pliable. I put my hands on my hips and think, if I can just drag him to the top of the steps, gravity should do its job, make my work easier. With a glance up at the stairs to make sure I'm still alone, I crouch down by the body again and grip the plastic sheeting with both hands. I pull, adrenaline giving me a strength I didn't know I had, but the bulky plastic package hardly moves. Come on, come on. The earlier calmness I felt is seeping away, sick fear replacing it as the reality of what I've done sinks in. I press my hand to my stomach. No one can know. No one can guess what happened here this evening. I'll lose the child upstairs in her bed and the one I could be carrying inside me. One I pray I'll carry to term. The dead man's strong genes making it possible. I tap my fingertips hard against my forehead and try to concentrate. Surely there must be an easier way. As if in answer, a picture comes into my head of the length of rope I'd seen hanging from a nail on the cellar wall when I'd been down there looking for the sheeting. Leaving the body, I run down the cellar steps again, almost tripping on the last one in my haste. It hangs there, green with mold, covered in a dark skin of dust, but it will have to do. The nail has been hammered in high, and even though I'm tall, I have to stand on tiptoe to reach it. I lift the rope from the rusty nail and hurry back up the steps. Then, as quickly as I can, I tie the rope around the plastic at the man's ankles, knot it, and haul with all my might. This time the body moves. I wipe my brow on my sleeve, then shuffle back, the muscles in my forearms straining as I inch us both towards the open cellar door. Leaving him at the top, I descend backwards down the first few steps, then stop. If I pull too hard, if the body comes down too quickly, I could be knocked off balance. I think a moment, then leaving the rope, lean forward and grip the plastic around his legs, bracing myself against the weight, using my body to guide. As we edge towards the cellar floor, my back screaming in pain at the awkward way I'm bent to him, his head bumps sickeningly on each stone step, the heavy thuds echoing through the empty space. I wince as though he can feel it. Whisper an apology he's no longer able to hear. It's only when the body is at my feet, on the cold, hard floor, that I realize something. That was the easy bit. I still have to hide him. I look behind me at the freezer, the floor around it now covered with half its contents, hunks of frozen beef and lamb, the cuts unrecognizable in their blue freezer bags of chips that were bought God knows when, and cardboard packets containing things I must have once thought we'd eat. I pull on the rope and drag him closer. Somehow, I have to get him in there. Unsure if it will work, I swing his legs round so he's parallel to the freezer, then crouch behind him with my arms around his chest. With a groan that echoes around the cellar, I brace myself against the freezer's metal side, then haul him up so his upper body in its plastic is balanced on the freezer's edge. Using my body to stop him from slipping back, I pull at the plastic wrapped around his legs and manage to lift them, offering up thanks that he isn't a large man. Gravity does the rest, and I sink my forehead onto my arms in relief as the body bag falls awkwardly into the metal coffin. But it's not over yet. His body is longer than the freezer, and I won't be able to close the lid. Not ready to be defeated, I lean over the edge and rearrange limbs that are already beginning to stiffen. I stand back, rubbing at the soft skin of my arm where I've banged it on the freezer's side. By tomorrow the bruise will have bloomed, and I'll have to explain it away to Matthew when he's next home. Not that he's likely to notice. He barely looks at me at all these days. How long I've been down here?
I've no idea, but there's still the cleaning up to do. His phone to destroy, and his few personal possessions to get rid of. I bend and pick up bags of meat, boxes and packets from the floor, throw them back into the freezer on top of the body. Only when I'm satisfied that there's nothing left to be seen of him do I slam the freezer lid down. Matthew never comes down here, and I must make sure Octavia doesn't either. I lean my back against the hard edge of the freezer and make a mental list of what I still need to do. The hall and cellar stairs will need to be swabbed with bleach. I'll lock the cellar door and tell Octavia that there are rats down there. We don't have many visitors, so, with luck, for as long as we're living here, the body won't be discovered. A good thing, as it's not as though I can move it. But what if it is found? I bend forward, hands on my knees. What I need is a plan should the worst happen. I press my hands to my face, and in that cold, echoey cellar, the answer comes to me. There needs to be a more obvious suspect, someone with reason to want the man dead. Matthew, the jealous husband. I should feel guilty at what I'm planning, but I don't. He let me down, his genes not strong enough, healthy enough, to keep my growing babies alive. Each time I think of how their little lives had bled out of me, how he'd carried on with his life as though it didn't matter to him, a red mist descends. It's something for which I can never forgive him, and if being wrongly accused of this man's death is the price he pays for his neglect of me when I needed him most, then so be it. I have other things to think about, new responsibilities. My hands slide to my stomach as I remember the sickness that came over me when I was cleaning my teeth yesterday morning. I'd thought it too early for morning sickness, and yet I close my eyes and smile. Think of the strong, healthy baby that might already be growing inside me.
A brother for Octavia. For already I'm sure that is what it will be. Matthew will never know it's not his, and I'll never tell him. It will be our miracle baby. I turn and face the freezer, place my hand on the lid and whisper my thanks. He may have lost his life, but he served his purpose. Sacrifices sometimes have to be made. Where one soul departs this life, another enters. That's the way it is, and the way it should be. Chapter 55. Becky. Now Octavia's sketchbook slips through my fingers. "Are you all right in there, Ms. Young?" It's PC Andrew's voice I hear. I pick the book up and look at the picture again, feeling sick. Everything I thought I knew turned on its head. I have to show them. Tell them Rosemary has fooled us all. Scooping Leo off his change mat, I run back into the hall with him. "You've got to see this." I shove the book at D.S. Barton. "It's a drawing Octavia did. She must have seen what happened, seen the murder. Can't you see? It's why she won't speak. I thought it was Matthew who killed the man, but this picture Octavia drew in her book proves it was a woman who did it." I point at the dress. It was, but DS Barton is holding up her hand to silence me. Her phone is to her ear. I see. Her voice is clipped. The knuckles of the hand that holds the mobile, white. Yes, thank you for letting me know. What is it? What's happened? I shove the book under her nose. The evidence is here. They're in this together. You have to do something. She looks down, takes the book from my hand, but instead of agreeing with me, hands it to PC Andrews. I watch as her fingers reach to the concealed duty belt under her jacket. Can't stop my intake of breath as she pulls a pair of handcuffs from the cuff case. I stare at them in shock. Surely this is more important than their belief that I took Rosemary's children. Rosemary killed her lover. Don't you see? She's been living with the body for over a year. Matthew must have made her do it.
Perhaps he threatened her or the children if you didn't. I'm gabbling now, my eyes not leaving the handcuffs. I know it sounds mad. DS Barton clearly thinks so too. She looks me straight in the eye. That was DS Sullivan. He's at the house now and Mrs. Ellis has told him everything. I close my eyes, feel the pain of all that's about to be disclosed. She'll have told them I'm Octavia's birth mother, and then everything will be over. I wait in dread to hear the word adoption, but it doesn't come. What comes next is even more shocking. Did you know about Rosemary's affair with the deceased, Ms. Young? I run my hand across Leo's warm head to calm me. Only after we found the body, and it wasn't exactly an affair. She said she'd only met him twice because she was lonely. It's like DS Barton isn't listening. Did you follow him to the house that second time? You were very keen to point the finger at Matthew. Did you and he make some sort of pact to kill him? I stare at her dumbly. Nothing makes sense. Me? You're kidding, right? It wasn't enough to take his life. She carries on as if I haven't spoken. You wanted revenge. Is that why you approached her? Tried to take her children from her? Bit risky going back to the scene of the crime, don't you think? Revenge for what? I had no idea about Rosemary's affair until I found the body. None of this has anything to do with me. She points to the picture in Octavia's sketchbook. So you're saying this isn't you? What? Of course not. No. DS Barton takes a step towards me. Ms. Young, I am arresting you on suspicion of the murder of your former partner, Edward Rutherford. You do not have to say anything, but it may harm your defense if you do not mention when questioned, something which you later rely on in court. Anything you do say may be given in evidence. Do you understand? Ed. The shock hits me in the solar plexus. I take a step back. My fingers tighten around Leo. It can't be. It's like I'm stuck in a nightmare from which I can't wake. Ed? Dead? How is that possible? My free hand clutches at my stomach. The room swims. He loved me. But the words lack conviction. Ed never loved anyone except himself. The proof of it in the profile photo he'd posted on the dating app, the one I'd found on the computer. It was the reason I'd thrown him out in the first place. I'd expected him to come crawling back after a week or two, tail between his legs. Had been surprised when he hadn't, and there'd been no contact at all. Now I know why. Dead men can't speak. Yet, what reason could Rosemary possibly have had for choosing to meet Ed? Might it perhaps have simply been a coincidence? Like the two of us meeting on the mother and baby app? Except that hadn't been purely down to chance. Rosemary had told the police the truth when she'd said I'd targeted her on Mum's the Word. I'd known all along who she was, recognized her as soon as I'd seen her photograph. Only not for the reason the police think. I was remembering her from the hospital. I'd never actually seen a photo of the woman Ed had hooked up with on the dating site. Had no idea it was her. Are you sure it's Ed? I can't keep the desperation out of my voice. That you haven't made a mistake? Forensics will need to confirm it, but from what Mrs. Ellis has said in her statement, there's little doubt. Please put your baby in his cot. I have no choice but to do as she asks, but as I pass the sketchbook, my eyes settle on the picture Octavia drew. On the blue ring on the woman's finger. Slowly, the curtains of my memory part. I'm sitting again in the cafe near the university watching Ed and his wife. As she puts down her coffee cup and Ed lifts her hand to his lips and kisses it,
The unusual blue ring above her wedding band looks ostentatious in the rather ordinary venue. Years later, he'd tell me the ring had been his mother's, that his wife had thrown it back at him when she'd walked out. But that would be to come. As I'd sat in that cafe, looking at the ring on her slim finger, I wasn't the woman who fell for his charm a second time, even when he was down on his luck. No, I was a student with a new life growing inside me. And as I watched Ed's wife smile up at him, her love for him so complete, it made me realize I couldn't do this terrible thing to her, couldn't take her husband. It was that trusting smile which had changed my life forever. Changed my babies too, and Leo's. Most of all, it had changed the life of the man who had died. The man would never now see either of them. No, either of them. D.S. Barton is sliding the cuff over my wrist, and I stare at her wide-eyed. What about Matthew? Don't you worry about him. If I were you, I'd be worrying about myself. The metal of the handcuff is cold against my skin as she clicks it shut. I have no idea what Rosemary has told them, whether it was she who put it into their heads that it could be me who killed Ed, or whether, by showing them the picture Octavia drew, I've done it myself. Please come with me, Ms. Young. But the children. I can't leave the children. P.C. Andrews has been in touch with the emergency duty team. They'll find a social worker to sort out temporary foster care for your child. What about Octavia and Felix? I think of the girl asleep in my bed. They've no idea she's my daughter too. Don't worry, their mother is on her way to collect them. Rosemary? I shake my head in disbelief, the handcuffs pulling at my wrists behind my back. They're letting a murderer take my child, and I'm powerless to stop them. Chapter 56. Becky. Yes, I mean Rosemary. At present, we don't know Matthew's whereabouts, but when we find him, we'll be wanting to speak to him too. Not just about your partner, but about the other murders that have taken place in the area. Headlights slide across the thin curtains at the window. Looks like the social worker's here, Sergeant. Good. Take Ms. Young to the car, and I'll stay and fill her in on what's happened. P.C. Andrews takes my arm, but I pull away from him. I won't leave without my children. You've got it all wrong. Rosemary's the one you should be arresting. Please calm down. The children will be fine. Mrs. Ellis has somewhere safe to take them until they can go back to their home. Tears scald my eyes. How could they have got this all wrong? There must be something I can say to make them believe me, make them realize how dangerous Rosemary is. But my thoughts hit a brick wall. The prospect of losing Leo, of never seeing Faith again, too great to circumnavigate. Please, my tears spill at last. You have to believe me. Not now, Ms. Young. Save it for the station. There'll be plenty of time then. P.C. Andrews holds me more firmly, leads me to the door. I struggle against him, look over my shoulder, tears streaming down my face. She hasn't left the house in months. Can't you see that's strange? But D.S. Barton's not hearing me. She's making notes in her book, checking her watch. I don't know what to do. In a minute I'll be in the police car. They'll take me away for questioning, and Rosemary will be stepping through my front door, her cheeks damp with crocodile tears, her arms outstretched to receive her children. They'll see how frail she is, incapable surely of doing the thing I've accused her of, and they'll listen to her lies. I fight against the arms that hold me. Octavia! Octavia! Calm down, Ms. Young. You'll wake the babies. I don't care, I raise my voice. Octavia! And as if by magic she's there, the white of her nightdress, the pale moon of her face, the only things visible in the dark bedroom. My breath shudders in my chest. Please, love, my eyes beseech her. You know what happened. You're safe now, and it's time to tell the truth. I stop, realizing the futility of what I'm doing, what I'm saying. The room is silent, but D.S. Barton's eyes are on me, her expression one I can't read. P.C. Andrews looks as though he's about to speak, but she raises a hand to stop him. She picks up Octavia's drawing book from the arm of the chair, goes over to the child, and kneels in front of her. The page is open at the woman in the flowered dress. No one's angry with you, she smiles, a dimple forming in her cheek. Her voice is calm, measured, and I know she must have children of her own. No one's going to make you say or do anything if you don't want to. Her finger touches the figure in the drawing. Mummy will be here soon and... She killed him! Octavia's voice is high-pitched and cracked, as though the sound has been forced out of her throat. I hear the sharp intake of P.C. Andrews' breath, feel the air escape from my own lungs. D.S. Barton's tone doesn't change. If she's surprised the girl has spoken, she doesn't show it. Who do you mean, love? P.C. Andrews' grip on my arm tightens, but I hardly register it. I'm too numb with shock. Seconds pass. The tension in the room is palpable. Has Rosemary got to her? Will she say, I did it? You're safe now. It's the officer's coaxing voice again. No one will be cross if you say. Octavia leans forward. She says something to the woman kneeling in front of her, but it's so quiet I can't make out the words. I wait in agony as D.S. Barton stands. Watch her place gentle hands on the girl's shoulders. You've done well, Octavia. Be proud of yourself. She turns to her colleague. Take the cuffs off her. You need to make an urgent call-out. Rosemary Ellis must be apprehended and brought to the station ASAP. Got that? P.C. Andrews' hand drops from my arm. He does as she asks, then pulls his radio to his mouth. Loud and clear. Octavia runs out of the bedroom and throws her arms around me. I'm sorry. I hold her to me, stroke her hair. You've nothing to be sorry about. You hear me? Nothing. My cheeks are wet with tears. These few sentences she's uttered are the first I've heard since I gave her up for adoption, and I couldn't love her more. Chapter 57. Rosemary. I know this is difficult for you, Mrs. Ellis, but I'm sure you'll feel better once your children are back with you. The police officer is younger than me, a mother herself perhaps. I hope so. I turn away from the window, the heavy drape dropping back into place. I can't believe she took them. It's not as though she was able to look after her own child, let alone mine. Earlier, I'd shown them the videos captured on the baby monitor. Leo crying in his carry-cot, in his bouncy chair, on the floor on his change mat, had watched their faces harden when they realized no one was coming to comfort him, to check if he was hungry or needed a nappy change. They don't need to know that it had all happened while Leo was in my care. Snatched moments when Becky was with Octavia. My fingers clench at the thought, how I'd hated the idea of her alone with my daughter, terrified Octavia would bond with Becky in a way she hadn't with me. It was cruel of me to leave Leo to cry, I know, but necessary if I was to cast doubt on Becky as a mother. And Matthew, has he been found yet? Do they know where he is? I press my palms to my chest, blink away crocodile tears that come easily to me when I visualize the children I never had with him. I won't feel safe until I know he's been caught. To think he and that woman murdered Neil under this very roof. The female officer frowns. Because he'd used an alias on the dating app, there was no way you'd join the dots. Link him to the woman who had befriended you. She shakes her head in disbelief. To come back here a year later was brazen, to say the least. Yes, it was. Ed had changed his name, but had he really believed it would be enough to stop Becky from finding out what he was getting up to? I won't tell the police how I'd stalked Becky for years. Ed, too, when he came into her life. How easy it had been. It's a shame it's something I'll have to keep to myself. I'm rather proud of it. When Becky had discovered his body, I thought it would be the end. I hadn't meant it to happen, had only invited her into my house, into my life, to discredit her. To get evidence to prove she was incapable of looking after her new baby, like she'd been incapable of looking after Octavia. My hope had been, and still is, that the child would be taken into care, that history would repeat itself, and when it did, I'd be waiting in the shadows to step up, as I had with Octavia. My heart warms at the prospect of a new brother for my children. Poor Ed. I hadn't meant for him to die, but he'd done his job. Impregnated me with a healthy seed the night I'd brought him home. His genes, unlike Matthew's, strong, healthy. The proof of it in Becky's pregnancy, something she should never have mentioned in her contact letters. I think of the babies I never had, the pregnancies that never came to anything. Matthew's fault. My fingers lace into my hair, gripping it, dragging it away from my scalp as I remember those dark days. Always Matthew's fault. The female officer is at my side, her hand on my arm. "Please don't distress yourself, Mrs. Ellis. I know we haven't found him yet, but we will." "I'm sorry, it's just I've been so scared. It's hard to believe the two of them." "Of course, that's understandable. And you say you have somewhere safe to go until we're finished here? We'll need the address." I gave it to your colleague. With luck, they won't find out the truth until it's too late. That I've no idea where I'm going. That Becky was my only friend. The irony of it isn't lost on me. In some sick way, I'd grown close to her, which I suppose makes the betrayal worse. Because what Becky hadn't known, what no one knows, is it was me who targeted her on the Mums the Word website, not the other way round. I think of how I shoved the leaflet advertising the site through her letterbox, and when I'd done that, the only thing left to do was to hone my profile to make it sound appealing to her, and wait. Hope she'd take the bait. And when she did, when her message had popped up on my screen, it was like all my birthdays had come at once. My journey to become a mother to another baby was about to begin. My shock, when she'd called my daughter Faith, had been genuine. Her confession that she'd known I was her daughter's adoptive mother, striking me dumb for a moment. I'd known for years that she was Octavia's birth mother, but had no idea that she knew I was the woman who adopted her child. But it had been a gift too, one I'd used to my advantage. Her desperation for me not to tell the adoption agency that she'd infiltrated my life had given me the means to frame Matthew for Ed's death. She'd seen the after effects of my overdose of sleeping tablets and already believed it was Matthew who had administered them in order to keep me docile and housebound. It didn't take much, once she'd found the body, for her imagination to take her where I wanted it to. Convince her that if he was capable of that, then he was capable of anything. In return for my silence about her identity, she'd perjured herself in her statement. Said she'd seen my husband give me the tablets. She wasn't to know I'd tipped the sleeping tablets into my own hand and swallowed them down with the water on my bedside table after he'd left. She wasn't to know that I'd break my side of the bargain. Poor Becky. But we do what we have to do to protect ourselves, protect our families. We both know that. Shame there can only be one winner in a situation like this. "I'll go and get our things." I walk past the officers and climb the stairs. Without the children in it, the house is too quiet, and I can't wait to leave it. When I reach the landing, I hurry to my bedroom and lift my bag onto my shoulder. I'm just picking up the other one when I hear a car sweep into the drive. It must be the forensic officers. The female police officer is just opening the door as I approach the top of the stairs. Below me, out of sight, is the gaping mouth of the cellar. Soon they will take the body away. Soon this will be over, and I'll be with my family. My whole family. I don't move. From where I'm standing, the early morning sky outside the front door is stained pink. The faces of the stone cherubs on the bird bath lifting to it. In the doorway, there are two people, a man and a woman. They're not dressed in white disposable coveralls as I'd expected. Instead, the tall, young male officer is in uniform, his female colleague in smart trousers and a camel-colored jacket. They step inside and see me. The woman holds up her identity card. "Rosemary Ellis, I'm D.S. Barton, and I'm arresting you on suspicion of the murder of Professor Edward Rutherford." "No!" Shock turns me rigid. How do they know? I need to be by myself to think, to plan what to say. I turn, ready to flee to my room, but as I twist away from the scene below, the holdall I'm carrying catches between the balusters, pulls me back. Images flash before me. Ed's terrified eyes staring up at me as he'd fallen. Octavia's scream as she'd stood in the doorway of her bedroom watching us, and my own voice telling her to get back inside, to close the door. She knew what I did, and I know now that neither of us will be able to live with that. My daughter, Becky's daughter, will never love me. "Mrs. Ellis!" The male police officer is running towards the stairs, arms outstretched as though he might catch me. Survival instinct screams out to me to reach out and grab the banister, but I fight it. and gravity takes over. The sudden release of the bag and its weight pulling me backwards. The female officer cries out. The black and white tiles come up to meet me as they had Felix's father. I feel nothing but release. Epilogue. Becky, 1 year later. I slide Leo's legs into the baby swing, give him a gentle push. Want to go higher, little man? He laughs and kicks his legs. More! More! The children's playground is empty, most of the parents having gone home to give their children their tea, but we've brought ours with us, a habit we've got into over the last few months. I look across at Matthew. He's spreading a red and white checked cloth over one of the picnic benches, smoothing it with his hand to make it flat. It's something I'd ribbed him for the first time he'd done it. Beside him in his buggy, Felix has crashed out. Fresh air and fun does that to him, I've noticed. Happy with the cloth, Matthew is now rummaging in the cool bag, trying to locate the sandwiches he made earlier. Sensing there are eyes on him, he twists his neck to look at me. What? Nothing. I'm just wondering what culinary delight will be offered today. Last week it was peanut butter, bacon, and sliced dill pickles on sourdough, so anything is possible. That's what I like about him, his unpredictability. He drops silver foil packages on the table, then places small Tupperware pots filled with shredded chicken, tiny cubes of cheese and mashed avocado next to them. The boy's favorite, Octavia's too. He smiles at me, and all his hard edges soften. Your banquet awaits. I lift Leo from the swing and put him down on the grass where he frowns up at me. More! I ruffle his hair. That's all for now, baby. It's tea time. I point to the table. Look, Matthew has got your favorite rolls. We watch as he tears the cellophane wrapper with his teeth, pulls one fluffy white roll out, and breaks it into small pieces, which he drops into 2 plastic bowls with robots round the edge. I take Leo's hand and lead him over to the picnic bench, slide into place and lift Leo onto my lap. Matthew pushes one of the bowls towards me, hands me a paper plate and a foil-wrapped parcel. Dig in. What is it? You'll find out if you open it. I unwrap half, then stop when I see the pink of the Mari Rose sauce, the end of a piece of lettuce poking out from the bread. Prawn cocktail. My favorite. How did you know? The sides of his neck redden. The contact letters. You mentioned it in one of them. I can't believe he remembered, stored it away to surprise me. This is the man I believed to be a killer. Now the thought shames me. They'd caught the man who'd thrown the woman's body in the river. And Michelle? She'd turned up at Ed's funeral. Turns out her second husband had treated her worse than her first. She'd thought life insurance policies became null and void after a divorce, but her new husband knew better. The fight they'd had when he tried to force her to change it had been the catalyst for her to leave him. She hadn't wanted to be found, and I don't blame her. I never imagined you reading the contact letters. It was always Rosemary I pictured. Matthew looks up at me. We both read them. She was obsessed, looking for things that might identify you. I never knew why, but I do now. Except it wasn't just me she was obsessed with. It was Ed. I should have been more careful. Those times I'd mentioned the market stall. The little things that had seemed innocuous at the time, but had given me away. Like the cat cafe in the high street I liked to visit between cleaning jobs. The river that ran along the bottom of my garden that had more rubbish in than fish. The demonstration in our road against the proposed bypass. Little markers that had seemed nothing at the time, but had allowed her to find us with a bit of detective work and the help of the internet. I looked down at my fingers. Despite everything, I hope Rosemary didn't suffer. They said at the inquest it was quick. She broke her neck. I don't mean the fall. I mean everything. It was all so tragic. I'm thinking about her lost babies. For you too, Matthew. He hangs his head, steeples his finger against his nose. I should have done more to help her. I did what I could, but I was away such a lot, it wasn't enough. I thought that by taking the job in Nottingham when it was offered to me, I'd be providing for my family, doing the best for them. But I was doing the opposite. Time alone in that house with the children gave Rosemary too much time to think, too much time to obsess on what she didn't have. I got her the phone number of a bereavement counsellor, made her promise me she'd ring, but whenever I asked her about it, her reply would always be, "I'll do it next week, Matthew." And you never knew about Ed? Never suspected? He shakes his head. What an idiot. How could I have not? But she was clever, planned it well. When he turns his head away, I know he's thinking about the sleeping tablets Rosemary had given his daughter, how she'd left Octavia alone while she'd sat in a bar with my partner, lured him back to the house for sex. I can never forgive her for that. That time he came back to the house unannounced. He blinks away tears. I still have nightmares about what Octavia must have seen. I should never have let Rosemary persuade me to take that second contract in Nottingham. Should have ignored her and come back home for good. It's just that the atmosphere was so bad when I was home. The fights Rosemary picked so toxic. I made myself believe it was better for the kids if I stayed up there. At least for another few months. He runs a finger along the grain of the wooden bench, his head bowed. I never meant to put them in danger. I reach out a hand, place it on his arm, not wanting to hear but knowing it's good for him to talk about it. It's okay, Matthew. But it's not, is it? Octavia stopped talking because of me. Each time I came home, the kid was so petrified she'd blurt out what she'd seen. It was easier to say nothing at all. She knew she'd been adopted, and Rosemary had threatened her with the idea she'd be put into care if she said anything to anyone. He looks at me wretchedly, and the poor little thing had believed it. I thought it was something I'd done wrong. It was why I reacted so badly when you came to the house. I knew Rosemary was unstable and talked myself into believing any outside influences would make it worse. I'm sorry if I frightened you, Becky. It's okay. You couldn't have known. I put down my sandwiches. Let's wait for Octavia, shall we? She spent the last half hour at the zip wire, and she's now making her way back to us. Matthew looks at me. Does it feel strange calling her that? We both watch her as she gets nearer. In the last few months, she's filled out, has more color in her face. She's taller too, nearly up to my shoulder. It did at first, but not anymore. She's legally your daughter, and you chose the name. I've made my peace with that. Octavia is at the swings now, pushing one with her hand as she passes. I lower my voice. Is she okay, Matthew? I mean, really okay? Yes. I told you. The therapist said she's opened up a lot in recent sessions, that she reckons it's helping a lot. He puts down the plastic tub he's holding, rubs at the side of his face. There's something else that's helping too. Yeah? What's that? You. Spending time with you is good for her. I'm glad you told me the truth. I am too. I'd told Matthew everything. About how I'd met Ed at university and how he'd seduced me. The shock when I'd found out I was pregnant. He'd let me talk, his eyes pained, not commenting until I reached the part where my mother had manipulated me into believing the right thing to do was give up my child. Give up faith. Only then did he speak. I understand why you did it, Becky. Why you needed to know your daughter was okay. That she was being properly looked after. And I'd seen how his eyes had filled with tears, how he blamed himself. Now he looks at me questioningly. The only thing that I don't understand is why Rosemary never told anyone. She knew who you were, but she kept it to herself right until the end. Why would she do that? It can't have been to protect you. You're right. I think it was to protect herself. Something to keep up her sleeve if she needed it. I expect she was worried that if she revealed the truth, it might open up questions about how she found out about me, how I came to be in your house. At the end of the day, we shared the same fear, that our children might be taken away from us. Octavia slides into the seat beside me, and the irony isn't lost on me that Rosemary never knew that Ed, the man she'd slept with, the man she'd killed, was her adopted daughter's birth father. His name was never on the birth certificate, so it's something only Matthew and I know. Let's hope it stays that way. I smile at her. All right, love? Yeah, that was fun. She flips her hair over one shoulder, giving me a glimpse of the teenager she'll be in a few short years. Can we come again tomorrow, Dad? She turns to me. You and Leo too. We'll see. Maybe your dad. I'd like it. Really? There's a dimple in his cheek when he smiles that's endearing. His signet ring catches the light of the evening sun as it sinks below the trees. Then it looks like a yes. Bring your sketchbook and we can have a drawing session. I stop, realizing what I've said could be triggering. If you want to, that is. Only if you bring yours too. I sigh out a breath, relieved. It's a deal. Draw something like the bird I photocopied for your contact letter to your birth mother, Octavia. I think she must have really loved it. What do you think, Becky? My face splits into a smile. I think she really must. I look at him, wondering if he realizes his slip, that it was he who had copied Octavia's pictures for the contact letters. I remember my eagerness to open them, how I'd always thought it was Rosemary who had written them, but now I'm not so sure. Now I know him better, I wonder if it was him who'd written them, typed them so as not to be given away by his masculine hand. Most likely, once my child was legally in her care, Rosemary would have wanted nothing more to do with me, left it to her husband. Until she needed me, that is. Felix is waking, his face screwing up as he stretches. I watch as Matthew unbuckles him and lifts him from his pushchair. Do you miss it? Victoria Lodge, I mean? I hadn't meant to ask, but it's something that's been on my mind recently. Matthew looks surprised, then shakes his head. I'm glad to be shot of it. Was scared no one would make an offer. Did you really need to ask? No. I give an apologetic smile. I'm not sure why I did. An elderly man and his wife pass by on the other side of the playground's railings. The woman looks over, smiles at us. Lovely little family you've got there? I smile back. It is, isn't it? They walk on, and I wonder if Matthew will say something, tell them we're just friends. But he doesn't. I open another packet of sandwiches and offer one to my daughter. She doesn't know that I'm her mother, but one day, when she's old enough to understand, she'll find out the truth. But that's a long way into the future. I could have lost it all, and I'm lucky to have what I've got, happy with it. I reach over the table and take Matthew's hand, surprising him again. For now, anyway. The end.